Chapter 1634 Full of Cunning Tricks. Chapter 1634 Full of Cunning Tricks. Yi Yuan obtained the origin magnetism spirit wood for already so many years. He had long already fused into becoming one with it. No distinctions between each other. Using it as a bridge to communicate with the origin magnetic divine mountain at this time went very smoothly. The origin magnetism spirit wood and origin magnetic divine mountain originated from the same source. It could be said to be from the same root. There naturally wasn't that much aversion towards Yi Yuan. Under the three people's astonished gazes, Yi Yuan slowly walked out once more, heading toward the origin magnetic divine mountain. Why is such a powerful origin magnetic field totally useless against him? Song Yu said in shock. The origin magnetic field actually lost effectiveness. What in the world did he do just now? Kasuo also said in shock. Lei had sharp eyes as he exclaimed, "You guys look above the origin magnetic divine mountain. That's origin magnetism spirit wood." When the three people saw the origin magnetism spirit wood, they could not help coming to a realization. Finally, knowing why Yi Yuan could come and go freely under the cover of the origin magnetic divine mountain. Origin magnetism law was a kind of very rare and unique law. The people that could comprehend it were extremely few. People as strong as the Song Yu trio could only release world power to resist the heavy pressure of the origin magnetic field too. But Yi Yuan, he could utilize origin magnetism law to neutralize the origin magnetic field. DAM in it. This boy's luck is also too heaven-defying. Not only did he comprehend spatial laws, but there's also actually even origin magnetism spirit wood, this kind of supreme treasure. Kasuo howled. Yi Yuan's luck made him envious and jealous. Amidst the three people's complicated gazes, Yi Yuan slowly came in front of the origin magnetic divine mountain. The origin magnetic divine mountain was black all over, the height of 3 people, very thick and strong. 10 people could not wrap their arms around it too. Yi Yuan's hand lightly put on the origin magnetism spirit wood, pouring divine essence inside, and started refining the origin magnetic divine mountain. But right at this time, Song Yu and Lei exchanged a glance, suddenly revealing a vicious look. Kasuo was an old monster who had lived for 1,000,000 years. He immediately detected something amiss. Swus. H. Plus swus. H. Plus 2 figures tore through the wind and arrived Russ. H. I. Plussing over toward him. Kasuo's figure dodged bizarrely, avoiding the 2 people's attacks. "You humans are indeed all treacherous people," Kasuo said with a cold laugh. Song Yu sneered and said, "The fiend race is cruel and savage, butchering living things. What trust is there to talk about with you, an aberrant life form?" Lei nodded and said, "No need to be long-winded with him. Kill him." Kasuo laughed loudly and said, "Want to kill this seat? You guys are still a bit inexperienced." At that time, in order to acquire the origin magnetic divine mountain, none of the 3 wanted to overly expend energy, so that was why it formed a delicate agreement. Now, looking as the origin magnetic divine mountain was being taken by Yi Yuan into his bag, the balance between them was naturally broken. Even though Lei was an itinerant cultivator, humans and fiends were mortal enemies. Now that there was a chance to kill Kasuo, he naturally would not hesitate. Moreover, Kasuo, this kind of old monster who had lived for 1,000,000 years, there was definitely quite a number of good stuff on him. Killing him could also make up for the deficit this time. As for Yi Yuan, they already gave up. He and Song Yu both understood. Their current states could not kill Yi Yuan at all. Hence, they set the target on Kasuo. If he was at his peak state, Kasuo naturally did not fear the 2. But at this time, it was still rather taxing for him to face the 2 people's joint forces. Old Devil Kasuo finest. H. I. Plussing you off, Eminent Orchid Imperial City will be considered to have lost an arm too. Today, you just remain behind here, Song Yu said with a cold smile. Song Yu had long consumed some medicinal pills and forcefully suppressed his injuries. Breaking out into fierce fighting at this time, he did not hold back in the slightest too. DAM minute. Song you punk, today's grudge, this old man has remembered it. Ka Sual retreated as he fought, retreating towards the outside of the canyon. Very soon, the three people disappeared, only leaving behind Yuan alone refining the origin magnetic divine mountain. Outside the canyon, a group of people were unable to return above and could only quietly wait for the result. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's side was filled with sorrow. Yi Yuan's demise was a tremendous blow to them. Suddenly, Zheng Qi's gaze turned intent, sweeping over towards the depths of the canyon. A figure was currently fleeing over here in a FLU. Yes. Who was it if not Gao Yuan? Zheng Qi's stomach full of rage was just unable to give vent. Seeing Gao Yuan, he finally found an opening to vent. His figure swept away, directly receiving him. Old fogey. Today let's settle old scores and new together, die. Zheng Qi shouted loudly, wielding his sword and advancing. Gao Yuan was currently in a state of trepidation, afraid of those three people chasing after. But he did not expect that there was a tiger at the back, a wolf in front. At this time, he was blocked head-on by Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi, this old man isn't free to mess around with you right now. Get lost for this seat, Gao Yuan said in a great rage. Today was Gao Yuan's most aggrieved day. He thought that he calculated everything. So he did not expect to be defeated at the hands of an origin deity realm brat. Inside mystic realms, it had always been him scamming people. When had he been scammed by people before? But this time, starting from the fiend calling ridge, he was scammed all the way until being scammed by Yi Yuan in the end, even almost dying under the joint attacks of three great celestial deity powerhouses. Now, even Zheng Qi, this small fry, dared to bully him. How could Zheng Qi give way? He saw that Gao Yuan was seriously injured. It was precisely the best timing to take revenge. It was naturally impossible to let the other party go. At this time, Utmost Peace Imperial City still had some people remaining. When they saw that Gao Yuan was being stopped, they immediately wanted to take action and help. But Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was currently the group of people being in the best state. How could they let these people go over? Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's people immediately surrounded them in the center. Ning Tianping smiled coldly and said, "This is the enmity between them. I want to see who dares to make a move." Utmost Peace Imperial City's people already lost more than half along the way. Right now, these people's bodies were also carrying injuries. At this time, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's powerhouses were simply like a group of fierce tigers, while the opposite was a group of sickly cats. Once they fought, there was not the slightest bit of suspense at all. Ning Tianping secretly sighed in his heart. If not for Elder Yi, they probably could not even accomplish blocking the adversary currently, right? But sadly, a genius of his generation actually perished just like this. That side, Zheng Qi completely had a fighting style without heed for his life, each move not leaving the vitals. Under serious injuries, how could Gao Yuan still be a match? Shouting in anxiety? Zheng Qi, are you crazy? If you dare to kill me, Utmost Peace Imperial City will never rest until you guys are dead. The matter back then can't blame me at all. It was all Wu Xingtang himself who was greedy. That was why he lost his life. Zheng Qi, I was wrong, okay? Let's shake hands and make up. Gao Yuan cried weirdly, finally even yielding and begging for mercy. But Zheng Qi turned a deaf ear to it. Zheng Qi was not a fool either. Such a fine opportunity. Once he missed it, he had to wait for G. Oh, D knows how many years. Today he must kill the other party. Seeing that Zheng Qi listened neither to reason nor bowed to force, Gao Yuan cried out, Zheng Qi, what are you risking your life so desperately for? Yi Yuan, that boy isn't dead. If you have the time to waste with me here, why haven't you hurry up to go save him? Zheng Qi's face that was calm was finally visibly moved. He stopped the sword in his hand and said in a cold voice, What did you say? Not just him, Heavenly Eagle Imperial Cities, everyone was all stunned. They saw Yi Yuan being killed by Ka Sual with their own eyes. How could he possibly not die? Gao Yuan said, I initially also thought that Yi Yuan, this punk, died. Who knew that he didn't die and even sneaked inside? But now, he's being besieged by three great celestial deity powerhouses. His life and death are unknown. You still have the time to waste here with me? Chapter 1635, Moving a Mountain Over. Chapter 1635, Moving a Mountain Over. Bang. While Zheng Qi was in a daze, Gao Yuan suddenly made a sneak attack, a palm strike toward the former's chest. Suddenly hearing the news that Yi Yuan did not die, Zheng Qi's mind received an impact and was dazed for a moment. How could Gao Yuan let go of this chance? Zheng Qi was struck flying by a palm, falling heavily onto the ground, fresh blood spurting wildly. This palm, Zheng Qi was completely unguarded, receiving it solidly, and already could not even stand up. It was also Gao Yuan who was seriously injured, his strength and divine essence less than 10%, that he did not kill Zheng Qi. But this was sufficient for Gao Yuan. His goal was not to kill Zheng Qi, but to escape. You despicable! Zheng Qi clutched his chest and said angrily. Gao Yuan laughed and said, "If time wasn't pressing, this old man would have sent you to heaven. But I'll tell you a piece of good news. Yi Yuan really didn't die. Furthermore, if there's no accident, the precious treasure likely already belongs to him." The moment these words came out, everyone all revealed astonished looks. How is this possible? I clearly saw with my own eyes him being killed by that fiend race powerhouse. How can he possibly not die? Not only did he not die, he even obtained a Civ lucky chance from the hands of three mighty celestial deities. How did he do it? We have so many pairs of eyes. Could it be that all made an error of judgment? The shock in everyone's hearts could not be any greater. A person that had long already been smashed into dregs in their eyes actually sees them Civ lucky chance this time. This kind of thing, even thinking about it, felt unimaginable. Furthermore, this time had three great celestial deity powerhouses intervening in this matter. Could it be that they just watched Yi Yuan the treasure unfeelingly? Gao Yuan gave Zheng Qi a contemptuously glance and was just about to leave. "Ha ha! Gao Yuan, thank you for bringing me this news. Since Yi Yuan didn't die, this old man's worry is gone. Today, this old man is going to perish together with you." Suddenly, Zheng Qi laughed wildly without ceasing. The aura on his body skyrocketed. He suddenly stood up. The injuries on his body actually recovered instantly. Furthermore, his body emitted a red light halo, his entire person like he was berserk. When Gao Yuan saw this scene, his expression could not help changing as he said fiercely, "Zheng Qi, you're mad. Cray sword evanescent, this move burns life and blood essence." Zheng Qi was already utterly crazy as he laughed hard and said, "So what? Back then, when Master taught me this move, he made me not to use this move until the moment of life and death. But, missing today's chance, who knows how long this old man has to wait until able to kill you again. Therefore, you must die today." Normally, even if Zheng Qi used this crazed sword evanescent move, it was also not possible to be Gao Yuan's match. But this opportunity today was too good. Zheng Qi was clear that once he missed it, he probably would never have the chance to take revenge again in this lifetime. Even though the chances of Gao Yuan breaking through to the celestial deity realm was very bleak, his chances of breaking through to the celestial deity realm was similarly very slim. Want to take revenge? There was virtually no chance. And today might be the last chance. Zheng Qi waited for several tens of thousands of years. How could he possibly let go of this chance easily? Gao Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he said in horror, "Lunatic! You lunatic!" Gao Yuan and Wu Xingtong were powerhouses of the same era. He was naturally no stranger to crazed sword evanescent, this move. Using this move in a desperate situation, not only could one's state reach its peak, it could even let one's combat strength soar. But the price was burning longevity and blood essence. Right now, using this kind of state, Zheng Qi using this move was simply too terrible for him. Virtually without the least bit of hesitation, Gao Yuan immediately sprinted madly away. Zhang Qi laughed coldly and shouted, "Where are you going?" Zhang Qi used Kuei's sword evanescent this move. His movement technique increased greatly, catching up to Gao Yuan in a blink of an eye. Each sword of his was faster than the last, forcing Gao Yuan until he was in a flus tur. How could Gao Yuan still desire to continue fighting? He could only retreat as he fought. He knew that Zhang Qi's state could not last too long. As long as he dragged it on with him, there would be a chance to counterkill Zhang Qi. The two people, one chased, one ran, disappearing before everyone's eyes very soon. Before leaving, Zhang Qi left behind an instruction. He said, "You all remain here and quietly wait for Elder Yi to come out." Ning Tianping and the rest had conflicted looks. They did not think that head elder would actually be so decisive. Zhang Qi and Gao Yuan had just left not long ago when a series of violent fighting sounds came over from the rear again. Very soon, Ka Suo, three people's figures appeared in front of everyone. But they did not stay, chasing as they fought, also disappearing before everyone's eyes very quickly. Everyone exchanged glances, only feeling that the current situation was extremely chaotic and could not help becoming very confused. Kill! Heaven Star's eyes revealed a fierce look and suddenly launched an attack, killing a human powerhouse with a lift of his hand. Only then did the human powerhouses come to a realization and counterattacked one after another. But the humans were a host of dragons without a leader at this time and did not even have a person that could hold down the fort. How could they be the fiend powerhouses match? That Xiao and could not resist the loneliness and wanted to go in to seize the lucky chance, and was already killed by the three great celestial deity powerhouses jointly. At this time, Heaven Star and two people were the strongest ones among this group of people. Even if his realm was being suppressed, it was also a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Luckily, everyone's realm was being suppressed. The humans were not to the extent of a rout being like a landslide, but the situation was not good either. And now, the Heavenly Eagle Imperial Cities powerhouses became this battle's main force. Their strength was preserved very completely, their combat power very strong. Right now, among the human powerhouses, there was only Ling Ziquan, one top powerhouse left. He also felt very strained, facing two great peak third-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouses by himself. But the Fiend race had the advantage in numbers in the first place. The humans getting defeated was also something inevitable. The present situation was very bad for the human side. Everybody hold out. As long as we wait until Lord Songyu and Lord Lei Yi return, we'll win. Ling Ziquan shouted. But the humans' forces were too many and scrambled, each fighting for themselves. How could they be as united as the Fiend race? Under the fierce fighting, the human powerhouses became lesser and lesser, their losses very tragic. Even Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's side also had quite a number of people who suffered serious injuries. Heaven Star laughed wildly and said, "That in Yuan to actually dare h away the lucky chance this time. Today, you all have to pay the price for his actions." Ha ha! Originally, seeing Yuan get killed by Ka Suo, Heaven Star was very excited. But who knew that not only did Yi Yuan not die, he even obtained the Ma's Civ lucky chance this time. Heaven Star was as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly in his heart. His fury was now all vented on slaughtering the human powerhouses. The human powerhouses' number plummeted, each and every one of their faces revealing a look of despair. Right at this time, a white-clothed youth walked over from the depths of the canyon, seemingly slowly, but in reality, it was fast. Each step that the youth took, there would be a very deep footprint under his feet. This youth's hand was actually holding up an enormous mountain. Yes, comparatively speaking to his body, it was an enormous mountain. Under the huge mountain, his body appeared very weak, as if it could be crushed into minced meat by the huge mountain at any time. But the youth was expressionless, lifting something heavy as if it were light, looking very relaxed and effortless. Elder Yi. It's Elder Yi. Ning Tianping was the first to discover Yi Yuan, crying out in surprise. Chapter 1636 Domineering Killing. Chapter 1636 Domineering Killing. Ning Tianping was first incomparably surprised, but seeing that large mountain on Yi Yuan's hand, he was shocked until his jaws could not close. What the I was this? Elder Yi carried a mountain over? This scene seemed extremely comical. Yi Yuan's body appeared extremely incongruous with the enormous mountain, yet he was not crushed. Quite a few people all saw this scene, including those fiends. Ha ha! Is this kid here to make a joke? Carry a small hill here for what? Is this here to scare us? Ha ha, I'm so scared. What a large mountain. My goodness, I'm going to be crushed to death. To Origin Deity realm martial artists, carrying a small hill of this scale was a very effortless thing. Therefore, even though Yi Yuan's state looked very comical, everyone did not feel anything strange. If it were them, they could also hold it up easily. This kind of small hill to smash people would not cause any harm at all. Hence, that was why they would mock Yi Yuan like this. The fiend race already had victory within grasp, and did not think that an Origin Deity realm Yi Yuan could change anything. Even if he had first-layered Heaven Divine Lord combat power, nothing would change. Ning Tianping, they all also did not feel so, and shouted at Yi Yuan, "Elder Yi, don't care about us, quickly go." Yi Yuan flashed a smile at him. The latter was stunned for a while, then saw Yi Yuan lightly raise his arm and push the enormous mountain. Then he saw that enormous mountain draw a beautiful arc, landing on Heavenstar's head. Heavenstar had long seen Yi Yuan, but he was very disdainful toward Yi Yuan. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually used the enormous mountain to come and smash him, he could not help sneering as he said, "A lousy mountain, and you want to injure this seat? Do you really take this seat to be a piece of paper?" Heavenstar fished out a large hammer. It was shockingly a high-level fiend, Lord Mystic Treasure. Only to see him smile, scornfully, brandish his hammer, a SMA's. Plusing over toward the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. At this time, the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain just happened to be falling. All of a sudden, a terrifying force field enveloped the entire battlefield. The originally disdainful-looking Heavenstar suddenly changed his expression drastically, finally discovering the terror of this enormous mountain. He instinctively wanted to run, but it was like his feet grew roots, unable to budge at all. Ark! A shrill, yet despairing scream suddenly cut off. The Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain's falling speed was too fast until everyone could not react. They did not even have time to blink their eyes, and Heavenstar was gone. Poor, fresh blood flew everywhere. Din and Ling Zikuan, who were not far away from him, got blood splattered all over their faces. Din could not resist shuddering, looking at this scene in disbelief. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain returned his hand once more and was held up lightly just like that. This time, body could laugh anymore. Everyone ceased fighting, looking at the Heavenstar who was smashed into a meat pancake in endless horror. His fiend soul already dissipated with the wind, unable to even find a trace. A fiend powerhouse said in shock, "In no way, right? What is this thing? How is it so strong?" His face was very black, but at this time, it actually had signs of turning pale. Clearly, he was frightened badly. To be able to quash a third-layered heaven fiend Lord Powerhouse at once, the power of this enormous mountain was too terrifying. Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. The precious treasure born this time is actually an Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. Cue quickly run. Talking to the back, Din's voice changed pitched, clearly terrified to the extreme. How could he still dare to stay, taking off and running? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. I'll send you off." Done talking, he pushed the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain once more. The Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain caught up to Din with incredible speed. Rumble. A loud noise transmitted over. Another third-layered heaven fiend Lord Powerhouses was gone. Those fiend powerhouses were all overwhelmed by terror, wetting their pants in fear. How could they still dare to remain behind at this time? All of them unleashed every single bit of their strength, running away desperately. They could only pray that Yi Yuan would not set his eye on them. Even D, In, and Heaven Star, these two mighty powerhouses, were casually quashed. How could they get lucky? RR run. Quickly run. Quickly run. This human is a devil. Everybody quickly run. Being smashed by this small hill, and you'll be dead. For some time, the fiend race's powerhouses fled in all directions, scattering like birds and animals. How could they still care about slaughtering the human powerhouses? The current Yi Yuan was a malefic star in their eyes. The human powerhouses were all dumbfounded. They were shocked by this scene before their eyes until it could not be any greater. They could not understand it no matter what. How did Yi Yuan become so strong all of a sudden, squaws? Plussing 2/3 layered Heaven Fiend Lord powerhouses with a few casual moves. One had to know Heaven Star and DN were genuine 9th layered Heaven Fiend Lord powerhouses. Actually, they misunderstood. This origin magnetic divine mountain only had such power inside this abyss. This abyss was a natural magnetic field. As long as Yi Yuan controlled the origin magnetic divine mountain and made it create an attractive force with this Civ magnetic field, forget about Fiend Lords. Even a Fiend King would be squashed by him too. This origin magnetic divine mountain's density was very horrifying. If not for refining it, even Ka saw this kind of celestial deity powerhouse could forget about budging it in the slightest. Once this kind of thing crushed down, even divine Lord mystic treasures would be crushed into dust too, let alone talk about a person. However, Yi Yuan's current strength could only refine a small portion and could not unleash its full power at all. If fully refined, plussing celestial deity powerhouses would be like playing. Just as Song they all said, the origin magnetic divine mountain's grade could not be determined at all. It might be even more formidable than Xiantian, celestial deity, mystic treasures. Yi Yuan's figure moved, throwing the origin magnetic divine mountain out once more. Rumble. 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 Yi Yuan tossed very casually, plussing one fiend race powerhouse after another. He specifically picked those powerful fiend powerhouses to kill, hitting one target after another without missing a shot. Those fiend powerhouses wailed miserably as if the end of the world had come, crying out in despair. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's tossing needed some time. It was also impossible to kill everyone. That was how quite a few fiends escaped. Even so, in this short while, the fiends also lost over a dozen powerhouses. Among them, there were quite a few powerhouses who were originally 6-layered Heaven Divine Lord and above. With this, it was sufficient for eminent Orchid Imperial City and Blood Yamahal to suffer. The human powerhouses were all dumbfounded, all incredibly shocked at the back. This is the precious treasure that was born this time. This power is insane. This is also too fake, right? With this origin magnetic divine mountain, wouldn't one make a clean sweep after going out? Yeah, whatever 3rd-layered Heaven Divine Lord, 5th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, whoever irks his eyes, he can simply throw that enormous mountain out and smash them accurately. Chasing away the fiend powerhouses, Yi Yuan put away the origin magnetic divine mountain and found Ning Tianping. Ning Tianping watched until his blood boiled at one side, saying in surprise, "Congratulations, Elder Yi, obtaining this precious treasure. Elder Yi can do whatever you please in the future." Yi Yuan just smiled and suddenly discovered that Zheng Qi was not around and could not help asking, "Where's Head Elder?" Upon mentioning Head Elder, Ning Tianping's eyes turned red and recounted the matter that happened previously. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed when he heard and said, "This Gao Yuan is a bag full of tricks. Head Elder is likely not his match. You all wait here. I'll go find them." Chapter 1637, Avenging the Great Enmity. Chapter 1637, Avenging the Great Enmity. Gao Yuan, get out for me. Zheng Qi yelled furiously. His move succeeded just now, blasting Gao Yuan flying. But who knew that this guy rolled on the ground and disappeared? Zheng Qi knew that this guy was just hiding nearby. But no matter how he searched, he could not find Gao Yuan's traces too, and could not help burning with anxiety. The time left for him was not much. Once his body was overwhelmed, he would be incomparably weak. At that time, he could only be at other people's mercy. Zheng Qi felt that his life force was flowing away little by little. His body was also gradually weakening, losing his earlier bravado. He secretly hated his incompetence to actually fail to grasp such a good opportunity. Zheng Qi knew that he could not stay anymore. Otherwise, he would be counterkilled by Gao Yuan. He gritted his teeth, his figure moving swiftly, retreating towards the way he came. But right at this time, Gao Yuan suddenly appeared ahead, blocking his path. "Aha! Weren't you going to kill me? In a hurry to leave for what?" Gao Yuan smiled at Zheng Qi wickedly and said. The moment Zheng Qi saw Gao Yuan, he could not help being greatly enraged, immediately lifting his sword and attacking, saying furiously, "I'll see where you run." Who knew that he had just moved, and Gao Yuan's figure flashed, disappearing once more. Zheng Qi's expression changed. He finally realized that Gao Yuan was deliberately wasting time with him, but realizing it was no use either. Ever since entering this terrain, he could not find Gao Yuan's figure anymore. Gao Yuan's concealment means were very strong. Zheng Qi could not find him at all. Zheng Qi urged his speed to the extreme, wanting to shake Gao Yuan off. But at this time, he and Gao Yuan seemed to have reversed. Gao Yuan followed like a shadow, but also did not come into contact with him. Suddenly, Zheng Qi's head went dizzy, his feet staggering, nearly falling to the ground. A hint of a hideous grin flashed across the corners of Gao Yuan's mouth, throwing out a palm, swift like lightning. Bang! Zheng Qi was struck flying out sidewards, fresh blood spurting wildly. At this time, Zheng Qi's longevity and blood essence were burned too much and was already very weak. The injuries before also broke out again, his entire person virtually unable to move. When Gao Yuan saw this, he grinned hideously and said, "Zheng brat, fighting with this old man, you're still a little too inexperienced. Even Wu Xingtong couldn't beat this old man. How can you possibly beat me?" Zheng Qi spewed out a mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth and said, "Despicable." Gao Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Despicable? Aha! The victor becomes king and the loser a bandit. Wu Xingtong wasn't despicable enough, so he had long already turned into dirt. This old man is despicable, and now I'm Utmost Peace Imperial City's head elder. And now you're also going to be like that in master of yours, disappearing into thin air. Ha ha ha." The current Zheng Qi could not muster up any strength at all. He knew that he was going to die. Gao Yuan laughed ferociously and smacked a palm toward Zheng Qi. Suddenly, Gao Yuan's expression changed drastically. A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. Instinctively, Gao Yuan used the last of his strength and moved a little to the side. Rumble! A black mountain suddenly fell from the sky, shocking until the entire abyss was reverberating. "Ah, my leg!" Immediately after, a shrill scream reverberated throughout the entire abyss. Gao Yuan clutched his thighs, large beads of sweat seeping out of his forehead, wailing incessantly. He dodged in time, avoiding his vitals. But the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain's falling speed was too fast. He still could not avoid it completely, directly having both legs crushed. At this time, his both legs were already completely gone. An intense pain transmitted over, making him virtually going to asphyxiate. He desperately urged divine essence, wanting to recover his fleshy body, but it was no use at all. The Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain's origin magnetic laws were too strong, not giving him the chance to recover at all. Yi Yuan slowly walked out, gave Gao Yuan a cold glance, and said indifferently, "No bad. Your reaction is pretty fast." Gao Yuan looked at Yi Yuan in horror, his complexion pale, drawing a cold breath. "Dude, how can you be so fast?" Gao Yuan said in horror. In his view, Yi Yuan should still be refining the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain at this time. How could he possibly refine the origin magnetic divine mountain so quickly? Yi Yuan said coolly, "That isn't what you should worry about. What you should worry about right now is how to repay your debt." Gao Yuan's expression was very ugly, the gears in his head turning at high speed, wanting to escape the present desperate situation. I want to save my life too. Zheng Qi, he went mad, insisting on killing me. Gao Yuan gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan came to Zheng Qi's side, looked him over, and his brows knitted together tightly. Head Elder, you were too reckless. Taking revenge isn't done by playing with your life. What's the point of mutual destruction? As Yi Yuan said, his fingers tapped rapidly, stopping Zheng Qi's life from continuing to flow away. But Zheng Qi's face had a look of relief at this time as he said, "You don't know, Master's debt of grat. 1. 2 to me is as heavy as a mountain. This time was a once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. I don't wish to miss it. You don't have to trouble yourself anymore. I know my body, it's hopeless. You take revenge for me." Yi Yuan took out several medicinal pills and stuffed them into Zheng Qi's mouth, saying coolly, "With me around, you can't die. Taking revenge, this sort of thing, you naturally have to do it yourself for it to feel awesome." The medicinal pills entering the abdomen, a warm flow quickly surged up. Zheng Qi's spirit immediately improved significantly. Zheng Qi said in surprise, "How can rank 3 medicinal pills have such medicinal effects?" He was incomparably shocked in his heart. With his current realm, he was totally immune to rank 3 medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan's medicinal pills actually worked on him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What's given to you were all void spirit, divine-grade medicinal pills, Replenies. I, plussing essence and nories. I, plussing the chi. Although it can't let you completely recover, there shouldn't be major problems for the time being." Not far away, when Gao Yuan saw this scene, he was beyond shocked. Void spirit, divine-grade medicinal pills were virtually legendary existences. Yi Yuan actually took out a big pile in one go, using rank 3 divine pills to suppress the injuries of a rank 4 powerhouses. Only Yi Yuan dared to do so. Only he could do so. Gao Yuan was incomparably in despair inwardly. Both his legs were utterly crushed, his entire person's aura feeble to the extreme. However, his desire to live was extremely strong. He did not wish to die here. Hence, he used both hands to crawl, wanting to escape from here. But Yi Yuan did not care about him at all, and said to Zheng Qi, "How is it? Can you stand up?" Zheng Qi lifted his head and looked at Yi Yuan as he nodded and said, "Yeah." Yi Yuan smiled, helped Zheng Qi up, and slowly walked over towards Gao Yuan. Seeing Gao Yuan's miserable appearance, Zheng Qi was extremely delighted in his heart. "It's a old fogey. We didn't expect for this day to come, right? Over 60,000 over years. I've already waited more than 60,000 years for this day." Zheng Qi endured the pain and said with a big laugh. Gao Yuan had a look of despair as he exclaimed, "Why, younger brother Zheng, I was wrong. I beg you to let me go." Zheng Qi sneered and said, "Let you go? Then who will let master go?" Yi Yuan handed the Jinyi sword to Zheng Qi's hands. Zheng Qi looked at Yi Yuan gratefully. The long sword suddenly glided by. Puchi. Gao Yuan's pupils gradually enlarged, his life rapidly flowing away. He finally ceased breathing. Zheng Qi's tears coursed down his old face as he looked up to the sky and cried bitterly, "Master, did you see it? This disciple finally avenged you." Chapter 16:38 Too Courteous. Chapter 16:38 Too Courteous. Yi Yuan. Thank you. Facing Yi Yuan, tears flowed down Zheng Qi's old face. Achieving his long-cherished wish made him feel as if a heavy weight was lifted from his mind. Originally, he already lost all hope. It was Yi Yuan who pulled him out of despair. The grat. 1. Toot in his heart was already unable to use words to express. He could only say these simple 4 words. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Head Elder's sincere heart." Yi Yuan admires it. This minor thing isn't worth mentioning. This place isn't suitable to stay for long. We'd better hurry up and leave. The two people returned to find Ning, Tianping, and the rest. Yi Yuan displayed spatial laws and brought everyone back above the cliff. Finally, we can see the sun. This trip is really grieving. Yeah, my realm was suppressed so much for no reason. It felt really awful. All thanks to Elder Yi. Otherwise, probably none of US can escape this time. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's people all sighed with vicissitudes of emotion. Life and death, two different worlds. They all, these elders and protectors, had never experienced such a dangerous place before. It was not that those fierce beasts were powerful, but it was that their realms were being suppressed. This kind of powerlessness made them feel terrible, feeling despair. Luckily, they had Yi Yuan. That was how they escaped alive. Although Heavenly Eagle Imperial City also had casualties this time, compared to the other imperial cities and itinerant cultivators, their losses were the least. Therefore, they were grateful to Yi Yuan from the bottom of their hearts. The party was just about to leave when suddenly, two figures flew over swiftly. They were precisely the Song Yu and Lei Yi who left and had returned. The two of them joined hands and severely injured Ka Suo, but that guy still escaped. Returning above, they were no longer restrained by the origin magnetic field, recovering to celestial deity realm. The two people consulted it over and turned back once more. Yi Yuan looked at these two people with a smile that was not a smile and said coolly, "What? The two of you want to commit highway robbery?" Song Yu said in a solemn voice, "Hand over the origin magnetic divine mountain. Otherwise, you can forget about walking out of River Eternal Imperial City. Even if we can't do anything to do you think that they can escape?" Yi Yuan took out the origin magnetic divine mountain, held it in his hand, and said with a faint smile, "If you want it, then I'll give it to you." Finished talking, Yi Yuan lightly sent it with one hand. The origin magnetic divine mountain flew towards the two with immense speed. The two people did not feel the undulation of the power of laws at all, and even thought that Yi Yuan really gave up. The two recovered to celestial deity realm. If Yi Yuan did not utilize the power of laws, this origin magnetic divine mountain did not pose much threat to them. When the two saw this, they could not help being overjoyed, falling over each other to go and catch the origin magnetic divine mountain. However, when they touched the origin magnetic divine mountain, they only felt a tremendous force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas, transmitting over. Rumble. Poo work. Caught by surprise, the two people were brutally struck, figures flying out. And the origin magnetic divine mountain suffered the countershock, returning to Yi Yuan's hands again. "You guys are really too courteous. Since you all don't want it, then I'll reluctantly accept it," Yi Yuan said with a smile. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded with shock, looking at this scene with extreme astonishment. Song Yu and Lei Yi were celestial deity powerhouses. Even though they were heavily injured, celestial deity powerhouses were celestial deity powerhouses, existences that could not be defeated. Now, they were actually smacked flying by Yi Yuan with a mountain. The power of this enormous mountain was simply too terrifying. Toward the origin magnetic divine mountain, everyone's eyes became incomparably heated. Except Yi Yuan smacked two celestial deity powerhouses flying with a mountain. So how could they still dare to have designs on the origin magnetic divine mountain? Song Yu and Lei Yi's insides were in upheaval currently, a breath stifled in their chests, unable to breathe. They could not speak at all. They did not expect that the power of this toss could actually be so fierce. Careless. How could this punk possibly spit out the thing that he ate so easily? But they also did not expect that this origin magnetic divine mountain was actually so heavy to actually be able to smash them, celestial deity powerhouses, to heavy injuries. Of course, this was primarily still because they were seriously wounded, their strength less than 10%. Right now, they piled injuries on top of injuries and virtually could not move anymore. Yi Yuan cupped his fists toward Ling Zikuan and said, "Head Elder, we'll be going back. There is no need to see us off." Ling Zikuan's expression was not too good either. After all, Song Yu was their grand elder. It was just that he was being suppressed by Yi Yuan right now. How could he still dare to make a move? Hence, Yi Yuan brought Heavenly Eagle's people, boarded the flying boat, and left under everyone's eyes. The news of Yi Yuan seizing the precious treasure and returning astounded the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's upper echelons. Apart from this, another news that roused people's morale came over. Second Elder Xianyu broke through to half-step celestial deity realm. Clearly, this was thanks to Yi Yuan. The higher-ups announced that Xianyu would replace Ruo Su, becoming the Pill Tower's head elder. For some time, the top of the city walls showcased a big royal flag. Hearing that Yi Yuan returned, Xianyu came to visit straight away. "Oh, congratulations, head elder." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. Xianyu scolded with a laugh. "You brats still giving me this C.R.A.P. If not for you, it's impossible for me to break through too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's all on head elder whose talent Serpa. SES people. What has it to do with me? However, second elder is probably unresigned to it, right?" Xianyu sighed and said, "Isn't that so? This old man doesn't mind about empty reputation, but Ruo Su is different. These days, he claimed to be sick and didn't come out, practically in a state of semi-retirement already." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "If he didn't react at all, then you'd have to be more careful. As for now, he can't play any tricks either." Xianyu nodded his head. Regarding these things, he was really not adept at it. But he did not come today for this matter. Hence, he furrowed his brows and said, "Zheng Qi actually used Kuei's sword Evanescent this move. Now his realm regressed, longevity greatly damaged. I'm also at a loss on what to do." Yi Yuan used rank 3 divine pills and preserved Zheng Qi's life. But it could not let him recover back to new. Currently, Zheng Qi's realm directly fell to the initial stage Divine Lord realm. Furthermore, his lifespan did not have much remaining. He was already a cripple. Xianyu had just become head elder. This naturally became a responsibility that fell on him. But Zheng Qi's losses this time were extremely great. Ordinary medicinal pills had no effect on him at all. Even if Xianyu had broken through his realm, he was unable to refine the necessary pills as well. Refining peak rank 4 divine pills were not like refining rank 3 divine pills. For Xianyu to want to refine high-grade medicinal pills, it was virtually impossible. Hence, he came to seek help from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan also sighed when he heard that and said, "I'm unable to refine rank 4 divine pills right now, and am also at a loss on what to do. I'll impart to you some methods. You only need to preserve head elder Zheng Qi's life first. As for the rest, better wait for me to break through to the Divine Lord realm before talking." Xianyu's eyes lit up and he said, "Going out this time, you found the opportunity to break through?" Yi Yuan laughed bitterly and shook his head and said, "Honestly, I don't have any clues." Xianyu got a shock when he heard that. Normally, with Yi Yuan's heaven-defying talent, breaking through to Divine Lord realm should not be difficult. Even if he was temporarily unable to break through, it was also impossible to keep on not having clues to break through. How is this possible? The cultivation method that you cultivate should be very powerful. Breaking through to Divine Lord realm should be something that happens naturally without additional effort. Xianyu said, Chapter 1639, The Fallen Genius. Chapter 1639, The Fallen Genius. Elder Yi, you're back. Yi Yuan just entered the inner city and ran into Lindong with a few friends. Lindong smiled as he greeted Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave him a glance, slightly nodded his head, and walked by, and did not have the intention of responding to him. Lindong was verbally respectful, but his face did not have any hint of respect at all. On the contrary, his face was full of mockery and gloating over others' misfortune. His few friends were the same as him, their faces being full of disdain. Seeing Yi Yuan ignore him, Lin Dong smiled coldly and said to his friends, "Being KY for what? Does he still think that he's that genius elder? Can't even break through to the Divine Lord realm. and yet to also dare proclaim himself to be a genius. Truly laughable. Haha. Can't break through to the divine Lord realm. Whatever genius he is, simply dog fart. I heard that there are already rumors upstairs, saying to abolish his position as an elder. Once it becomes true, that will be avenging grievances if there are, taking revenge if there's grudge. He still thinks that he's the imperial city's upper echelon figure, putting on airs in front of us. Ha. These people talked very loudly and did not have the intention of avoiding Yi Yuan at all. Clearly, they did not think anything of Yi Yuan, this elder, anymore. In a twinkle, 300 years had already passed, said since returning from the fiend-calling ridge. During these 300 years, Yi Yuan had attempted no idea how many methods, but he still could not find the key to creating the fourth layer cultivation method. This door was seemingly thoroughly shut for him. Yi Yuan visualized the lesser heaven-span mountain, attempting to break through with alchemy Dao, but he gained nothing. After even going for close seclusion, he could not find the way. Yi Yuan frequently went out alone to train and even refined a void spirit divine-grade vast sun universe pill to consume. But all of the efforts were akin to a rock sinking into the ocean, not having any effect at all. Back then, Yi Yuan coming roaring into existence shocked the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Even the celestial deity powerhouses upstairs made an exception and promoted Yi Yuan to Pill Tower Elder. For some time, it was incredibly shocking. Everyone would not doubt that Yi Yuan would become a divine Lord Realm powerhouse very soon. However, same as how everyone could not imagine Yi Yuan's terrifying strength, they also did not think that Yi Yuan was unable to break through to the divine Lord Realm for 300 years. To a mediocre talent, 300 years to break through to divine Lord Realm, that was a normal phenomenon. But to Yi Yuan, 300 years were far too long. Keep on failing to break through to divine Lord Realm. There were naturally some voices that called for an inquiry concerning him within the city, especially when Yi Yuan was a large tree where the winds howled around the highest peaks. Practically everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Now, this kind of questioning voice, they were currently getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, that was why Lin Dong, they all dared to disregard Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had just returned from training outside and heard the news that they were going to abolish his elder position. He believed that this was not a groundless rumor. Otherwise, Lin Dong would not dare to be so arrogant as well. However, he did not mind. The position of elder might be extremely respected to others, but to him, he did not have much hesitation to leave the post. His horizons would never stop on the position of a measly elder. Regarding Lin Dong, their provocation, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care as well, leaving straight away. But when Lin Dong, they all saw Yi Yuan remain silent. They even thought that Yi Yuan was scared and became even more brazen. They actually chased next to Yi Yuan and continued to ridicule. Goodness me, our great genius Yi actually fled in disgrace. These mediocre talents, already broke through to the divine Lord Realm. But Elder Yi, who's called the #1 genius, is actually unable to break through to the divine Lord Realm, really making people die of laughter. The Imperial City let him be elder because they were certain that he could break through to the divine Lord Realm. But now it seemed like people at the upstairs misjudged the person. Everyone was just talking when a powerful aura suddenly descended. An old man suddenly appeared on the streets, using an icy cold gaze to look at Lin Dong and the rest. Lin Dong and the rest seemed to have dropped into ice, their words abruptly ceasing. Ancestor, Lin Dong and the rest said stammeringly. Scram, Cold Feather said in a cold voice. Why yes, ancestor. Lin Dong and the rest did not expect that Cold Feather would actually show up here and were frightened until they wet their pants in terror, escaping like flying. Cold Feather looked at Yi Yuan and said in anger from failing to live up to expectations, You're at any rate a Pill Tower Elder too. How can you allow these ASTARDS to bully freely? In these 300 years, Celestial Deity Realm seemed to have been enlightened, breaking through all the way to half-step Celestial Deity Realm. It was truly thick, ACCU, mulations erupting. Now, Coldfeather's status in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City naturally rose along with the general situation. Coldfeather did not like these mundane affairs. But presently, Zheng Qi was half dead, so Coldfeather took up the responsibility of the Marshall Tower's affairs. This world was realistic. One should not look at how Coldfeather's seniority was high. If his realm kept on remaining stagnant and did not advance, he would only be flaunting his seniority. No one would care about him at all. But now, there was naturally no one who dared to underestimate him. Yi Yuan looked at Coldfeather and said with a smile, "Isn't it said that my position of elder is about to be gone?" Coldfeather froze, heaved a sigh, and said, "You keep on being unable to break through, so it's hard to shut everybody's mouths." This old man also strongly opposed it, but those two fellows also had their concerns. You shouldn't blame them. Yi Yuan knew those two fellows in Coldfeather's words were Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's two celestial deity powerhouses. These two people, one had even higher seniority than Coldfeather, the other was in the same generation with Coldfeather. This was Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, so it was naturally their words that counts the most. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "What's Brother Coldfeather saying? Being an elder is good. Being a mortal is fine too. They are merely empty tea. Please. If cultivators of my generation don't have strength, everything is naturally empty talk." Coldfeather was rather surprised at Yi Yuan's reaction. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so open-minded. One had to know, the resources that elders enjoyed were not what ordinary people could compare to. To martial artists, what was the most important? Wasn't it still cultivation resources? Coldfeather let out another sigh and said, "I really don't understand. Talent like yours is absolutely the number one person in accomplishments that Serpa SES ancient and modern times. Even if you break through to the true G, D realm in the future, even the Empyrean realm, I don't find it the slightest bit strange. But you keep failing to break through to the Divine Lord realm. It really perplexes me." Coldfeather knew that the predecessor who comprehended second-layered heaven spatial laws, his strength was already unimaginable at present. Yi Yuan only used 100 years and comprehended second-layered heaven laws. His talent was absolutely not beneath that predecessor's talent. However, why was he unable to break through to the Divine Lord realm? Opening up a small world might be impossible to achieve for life to others, but to Yi Yuan, it should be effortless. According to Coldfeather's opinion, Yi Yuan should have broken through within 50 years. But over 300 years had passed. Yi Yuan still did not have any improvement. Therefore, he could not understand it no matter how he thought about it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The cultivation method that I cultivate is a little special. Breaking through requires an opportunity. This opportunity keeps not on coming, so I'm unable to break through from beginning to end as well." Coldfeather's expression was ugly as he said, "Really no idea what kind of cultivation method to actually be so freakish. Even a genius like you isn't able to break through. Forget it. There will be an elders meeting 3 days later. Some people are probably going to make a fuss about your matters. You'd best be more careful." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just an elder position. It's not a big deal." Chapter 1640 Besieged on all sides. Chapter 1640 Besieged on all sides backing out of the selfless realm. Yi Yuan's eyes revealed a complicated look. "Senior, it looks like there's only this last path that can be taken." Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said to Dustless. Presently, Yi Yuan could already enter the selfless realm at any time. However, under the selfless realm, Yi Yuan came up with various methods many times and was still unable to create the fourth layer cultivation method. Over these 300 years, the methods that Yi Yuan derived were no less than several tens of thousands. But not a single one could work. Dustless nodded and said, "It can only be like this. These few years, you've attempted countless times before, wanted to open up an inner world, but it just doesn't work. Could it be that this fourth layer cultivation method really doesn't need to open up an inner world?" Yi Yuan's journey of the heart these few years Dustless naturally took it into his sights. But the final result, Dustless was also very perplexed. These few years, Yi Yuan had always been attempting to find ways to open up an inner world, but it would not work no matter what. His divine sea seemed to be sealed, unable to open up a gap no matter what. Regarding repeated failures, Yi Yuan had long already achieved being rippleless like a dried-up well. He said, "I have a feeling that I might really have gone the wrong direction these few years. It's just that no opening up an inner world, how this path should be taken, makes me very confused." Dustless said, "This old man is unable to imagine it. Without opening up an inner world, how can one break through to the Divine Lord Realm? The might of the Divine Lord Realm lies in world power. Without an inner world, where's the world power? Even if you break through to the Divine Lord Realm, how can you fight with powerhouses at the same realm?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This is also the problem that has always troubled me. Most likely, the key to breaking through lies here." Dustless heaved a sigh and said, "Right now, you can only go to the Heavenspan Mountain. However, the Heavenspan Mountain isn't some otherworldly paradise. Your strength going there is still rather insufficient." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Nothing in the world is difficult for one who sets his mind to it. No matter how tough this hurdle is, I have to make it through too." The moment Yi Yuan entered the hall, the atmosphere inside immediately became strange. Originally, Yi Yuan was Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's rising star, gloriously resplendent. No one dared to slight him. But now, the halo of a genius already faded. People's perception toward Yi Yuan was also quietly undergoing change. In this world where the strong reigned supreme, weaklings could only be eliminated. A fallen genius was not sufficient to get their high regard, even if he had performed deeds of valor for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. These few years, Yi Yuan used medicinal pills to groom no idea how many powerhouses for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Even new Divine Lord Realm powerhouses also had close to 100 more out of nowhere in these 300 years. And this number was virtually several times of normal circumstances. These few years, Yi Yuan left behind hundreds of new pill formulas for the pill tower. It could be said to benefit all generations. Ning Xiu, Lu Yi, and the rest, their alchemy Dao strength advanced by leaps and bounds under Yi Yuan's grooming. Yi Yuan revamped spatial laws anew for the martial tower, making it possible to comprehend spatial laws, similarly blessing for ages to come. A period of 300 years might not be that long to a deity realm powerhouse, but Yi Yuan's contributions to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was what these elders were unable to compare to. But this was no use. Not being able to break through to the Divine Lord Realm, Yi Yuan, this 3-star alchemy G.O.D., was far less significant to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City already. Above the high hall, an old man sat at the top, looking somewhat fleeting and ephemeral. Celestial deity realm powerhouses rarely showed face. Yi Yuan had lived for 400 over years in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. It was still his first time seeing the celestial deity realm powerhouse here. And this time, he also truly felt the might of celestial deity realm martial artists. Over 300 years ago, the celestial deity powerhouses Yi Yuan met at the Fiend Calling Ridge had their realm suppressed. The pressure brought on him was far from as great. Even returning above later, they were also seriously injured, their strength less than 10%. This celestial deity realm powerhouse was called He Chong, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Grand Elder. "I pay respects to Grand Elder." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said to He Chong. He Chong nodded slightly and said, "Sit then." Cold Feather and Xian Yu looked at Yi Yuan with complicated expressions, having unspeakable melancholy in their hearts. The current situation was already not what they could control. It was not just Ruo, Su, their lineages, people were kicking up a fuss. Right now, even the elders on their own side were also calling Yi Yuan, this elder, into question. After all, a genius who could not break through to the Divine Lord Realm was nothing. When all of the elders were seated, He Chong slowly said, "Ruo, Su, today's elders' meeting, you preside over it. Ruo Su was delighted when he heard it and said, "Yes, Grand Elder." While talking, Ruo Su was rather excited. Back then, he utterly lost his face at Yi Yuan's hands. Until now, he still had not recovered. After many years, he finally found an opportunity to trample Yi Yuan away. So how could he not be excited? As for Ling Zikuan's matter, it was merely a minor incident. Now, many years had already passed, said he naturally would not keep it in mind. Ruo Su swept a glance around and said, "Convening everyone here today, I presume everybody has a score in their hearts. Right now, quite a number of people in the city have quite a bit of veiled criticism towards one of our elders, thinking that his strength isn't adequate to take on the role of elder. Originally, this was just a small number of people commenting. But in the course of time, the strength of this elder of ours did not advance an inch. The people talking behind his back also became more and more. As a last resort, the elder's meeting this time needs to be conducted. So everybody should talk about their own views first." While talking, Ruo Su signaled several confidants with his eyes. Those few elders immediately understood. An elder spoke up. "There's no denying that this elder had once amazed us, but he has also deluded us, making us have a misconception, thinking that he can definitely soar to the heavens in one bound, even bringing our heavenly eagle imperial city to a higher level. But looking at it now, everything is a false impression, letting a person who can't even break through to the Divine Lord realm be an elder. This is simply the imperial city's shame." The moment he finished talking, another elder followed up. "It's really too ironic. My disciple only used 30 years and broke through from grand completion origin deity to first layered heaven divine lord. This elder used a full 300 years, but couldn't even break through to half-step divine lord. How can this kind of mediocre talent take on the position of elder?" Xian Yu furrowed his brows and said in a solemn voice, "Huang Wenhao, do you want face saying this or not? Don't you forget how your disciple broke through to the divine lord realm?" Huang Wenhao did not dare to rebut Xian Yu, but said, "Head elder, your words are wrong. Yi Yuan helped my disciple refine the Vasun universe pill, but his talent is already there. Even if he didn't consume the medicinal pill, he'd break through in at most 50 years too. Not like some people, unable to break through in even 300 years. Xian Yu could not help choking when he heard that, and was actually somewhat exasperated. Huang Wenhao's words made him unable to refute. Cold Feather's gaze swept around, and he said in a cold voice, "You ungrateful things. These few years, how many of you didn't benefit from Yi Yuan? Now, throwing a rock down the well, it's not even veiled at all." 1. Referring to him stepping up for Ruo Su's disciple when he was getting wrecked by Guhan. Chapter 1641 Bidding Farewell. Chapter 1641 Bidding Farewell. Cold Feather's words made quite a few elders all secretly lower their heads, faces revealing looks of shame. The elders present who had received Yi Yuan's grace were really not in the minority. After all, Yi Yuan was a freakish existence among three-star alchemy GODS, who had once overpowered second elder Ruo Su. These elders, whose family did not have a few disciples that they were proud of, seeking pills for disciples that they were proud of, this was something quite normal. It was just that no matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, he was merely a three-star alchemy GOD2. They could be grateful for Yi Yuan's favor for some time, but it was impossible to be grateful for life. If no one mentioned it, they would even forget about this. Cold Feather suddenly mentioning this made quite a few people feel ashamed. Ruo Su saw that the momentum was not right and hurriedly spoke up. "Marshal Granduncle's words are a little inappropriate. Everybody here isn't dropping a rock down the well. We're just discussing the matter as it is. Everyone is just discussing about Yi Yuan's position as an elder and not about doing anything to him. After all, an origin deity realm serving as an elder doesn't conform with the rules to begin with." With Ruo Su saying so, everyone hurriedly concurred. Yeah. Even if Yuan he doesn't serve as an elder, he's still a disciple of our heavenly eagle imperial city. With Yi Yuan's means, he can also live very comfortably in the imperial city. After all, everyone needs rank 3 divine pills, right? It's not that we don't cherish human relations. I plus P, but that the indignant voices in the Pill Tower and Marshall Tower right now are too many. So there's no helping it. Cold Feather gave a cold snort, angered until he no longer spoke. He also knew that what these elders said was the truth. It was just that if Yi Yuan lost the position of elder, his days in the future would probably be difficult. Comfortable? Afraid that it was impossible. Cold Feather was rescued by Yi Yuan, so he was very grateful toward him to begin with. Later, Yi Yuan also helped Zheng Qi to kill Gao Yuan, avenging the enmity of his disciple, Wu Xingtong. Cold Feather viewed Yi Yuan even more in a different light. Seeing Yi Yuan encounter difficulty, he was very upset in his heart. At this time, an elder on the Marshall Tower's side suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Origin deity realm serving as an elder. It's indeed inappropriate. I feel that Yi Yuan's position of elder should be taken away for the time being. If he can break through to the Divine Lord realm, restoring the position of elder isn't too late." The moment this person spoke, everyone burst into an uproar, because this elder was none other than precisely the Ning family's family head, Ning Ziyuan. In everyone's view, the Ning family's relations, I plus P with Yi Yuan should be very close. Body would have expected Ning Ziyuan to viciously give Yi Yuan a push at this juncture. Xianyu was also greatly surprised and said angrily, "Ning Ziyuan." Ning Ziyuan was unmoved and said coolly, "Head elder, we, as the imperial city's elders, naturally have to consider the development of the imperial city. The Ning family is indeed close to Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan, this elder, has already affected the imperial city's normal operations. I feel that we should take away his position as an elder." Ruosu had a broad smile on his face. Now, apart from Xianyu and Cold Feather, virtually no one stood on Yi Yuan's side. Yi Yuan as an elder, this had definitely come to an end. Cold Feather also did not expect that the matter was already serious to this kind of degree. He was just about to fly off the handle, but he saw Yi Yuan smile faintly and said, "I feel that Elder Ning's words make sense. This he has been unable to break through for a long time. It's indeed not suitable to serve the position of elder anymore. Today, Grand Elder is present, so I'll resign from my position of elder." Yi Yuan's words made everyone dazed, including Ruosu. He even thought that Yi Yuan would struggle fiercely on just grounds. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would directly take a step back. One had to know this position of elder signified far too many things. Once resigned, he would not have such an easy time in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City anymore. Cold Feather frowned and said, "Yi Yuan, what are you messing around for?" Xianyu also said, "Yi Yuan, this isn't a trifling matter." Yi Yuan gave them a glance gratefully and said with a smile, "The position of an elder is merely fleeting clouds to me. This he still has more important things to do. Coming to the elders' meeting today, this he is also here to bid farewell to everybody." The moment these words came out, even Ichong was greatly surprised too. He said, "You're leaving Heavenly Eagle Imperial City?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This he keeps failing to break through, so I plan on going out to train for a while and seek the opportunity to break through." Hichong also nodded when he heard that and said, "Not bad. Young people have the fort. 1. 2. Going out to broaden your experiences is also good." Seeing Yi Yuan's calm appearance, Ruosu had a feeling of punching onto cotton. He discovered that Yi Yuan really did not care about this position of elder. Suddenly, he thought of a matter and said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, you want to go, you can. But you must leave behind the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain." Ichang's gaze sharpened and flickered incessantly. The prowess of the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. He had long heard of it. It was said that this Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain's grade was undetermined, with limitless potential. Yi Yuan relied on the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain and killed 3 ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouses. Its power was evident at a glance. But Ruosu's words made his heart somewhat palpitate with excitement. The moment Cold Feather heard, He was greatly enraged and said, "Ruo, Su Punk, what do you mean? 300 years ago, Yi Yuan overcame the raging tides alone, saving the lives of over a dozen elders and deacons. But now you want to covet his origin magnetic divine mountain?" Ruo Su said, "Back then, the origin magnetic divine mountain was born. Obtaining the treasure was everybody credit. But Yi Yuan took the origin magnetic divine mountain as his own. It's also useless for this old man to want the origin magnetic divine mountain. It's just that if Grand Elder and City Lord obtain the origin magnetic divine mountain, then it will be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Our heavenly eagle imperial city's strength will get even stronger as well. Moreover, Yi Yuan's strength is so weak, bringing such a precious treasure on him, if it gets stranded outside, wouldn't it be a huge loss to my heavenly eagle imperial city?" Ruosu's words were said to He-chung. He-chung also fell silent and did not speak when he heard it. Clearly, he was moved, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Ruosu, you're really shameless enough. Natural treasures are obtained by those fated. Back then, ISATC had this treasure from the hands of 3 celestial deity powerhouses. According to the imperial city's rules, it's my private property to begin with. Now, you're asking for it. Where's the logic?" He-chang's heart turned cold when he heard it. Yi Yuan said it lightly, but he discerned it. Yi Yuan was telling him that for him to be able to obtain this treasure from the hands of 3 celestial deity powerhouses, he naturally had the ability to protect it. Even if you all want to forcefully rob it, it would not do either. For an origin deity realm martial artist to dare be so unbridled, this was a very laughable thing in the first place. But these veiled words uttered by Yi Yuan were really not impossible. The matter back then, he also knew a little bit. The Fiend Race's celestial deity powerhouse made a move and ambushed them. Everyone all thought that Yi Yuan had died. However, not only did he not die, he even obtained the treasure in the end. Clearly, Yi Yuan had the means to protect himself. With his trump card, he did not fear others, even celestial deity powerhouses. Actually, He-chung was also very perplexed. With Yi Yuan's terrifying talent, why would he be stranded in front of Divine Lord Realm? There is likely something that he did not know involved. He-chung had a feeling that once Yi Yuan broke through to the Divine Lord Realm, he would probably be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, becoming a heaven-shocking powerhouse. Only after weighing and considering things again and again did He-chung slowly say, "Yi Yuan toiled hard and rendered great merits. The origin magnetic divine mountain belongs to him in the first place. Don't mention it again any longer after this." Ruosu could not help suffocating when he heard that. Grand Elder actually took a step back. Chapter 1642 Pursui. Chapter 1642 Pursui. Yi Yuan's departure was somewhat shabby. Apart from Xianyu's lineage, Cold Feather, and Zheng Qi, there were no others who saw him off. Cold Feather patted Yi Yuan's shoulder and encouraged him, saying, "Kid, you can do it. This old man is waiting for the day you leap over the Dragon Gate." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I've never doubted this before." Cold Feather laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Fine lad, such a composed young man like you. It's still my first time seeing. However, this departure has a long way to go. You have to be more careful. Ordinary geniuses, if they were stuck for so many years at a realm, they would definitely not want to live in and abandon themselves to despair." But Cold Feather completely could not see this kind of negative emotion on Yi Yuan. He was still positive and optimistic, giving people a calm and composed feeling. This also gave Cold Feather and the rest a lot of confidence, making them feel that Yi Yuan could definitely break through. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Rest assured, he still has some means to protect myself. You guys just quietly wait for the news of success. It's just that I'm unable to treat head Elder Zheng Qi for the time being." Zheng Qi was currently very under the weather, but he definitely could manage to hang on to his life. Hearing that Yi Yuan was leaving, Zheng Qi still insisted on coming to see him off. Zheng Qi smiled and said, "If not for you, this old man wouldn't even be able to save this remnant life. Now that Master's great enmity is avenged, This old man no longer has any attachments in my heart. You rest A.S. Sure and go. Even if this old man holds on, I'll also have to hold out until the day you return." Seeing that Zheng Qi's mental state was pretty good, Yi Yuan also smiled and nodded. At one side, Ning Xiu was very unhappy and muttered to herself, "Ning Tianping, that fellow is really ungrateful. Clearly agreed to come and send off, but he actually didn't." Over 300 years had Pa said, Ning Xiu also broke through to the Divine Lord realm already now, becoming a 4-star alchemy G.O.D. This was also the point that was denounced by everyone. Ning Xiu was also considered half a disciple of Yi Yuan. Now, even the apprentice broke through, but the master still remained at the origin deity realm. It was simply incurring the ridicule of experts. But Ning Xiu herself did not have this kind of thought. She was very grateful to Yi Yuan. Without Yi Yuan, it was impossible for her to break through so fast, and even less possible to have her present attainments in alchemy Dao presently. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If heaven wishes it to rain or your mother to remarry, there is no way to stop it. For you guys to be able to come, I'm already very grateful. A friend in need is a friend indeed. How many true friends you had did not depend on how many people surrounded you when you had high authority and power. It depended on how many people talked and laughed with you when you fell down to the ground from high above. Clearly, these people in front of Yi Yuan were his precious friends in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. But Ning Tianping not coming was somewhat outside of Yi Yuan's expectations. With his understanding of Ning Tianping, he should not be so snobbish, unless he concealed his character too well. But a young master like Ning Tianping should not be so profoundly shrewd. All right, although you escort a guest 1,000 miles, the parting comes at last. Everyone, please return." Yi Yuan cupped his fists toward everyone, bade farewell, and left. In a martial tower, 2 people saw Yi Yuan off with their eyes. "Brother Zhua, you are so optimistic about Yi Yuan?" He Chong asked the middle-aged man beside him. To be able to make He Chong call Brother Zhua, this person was naturally the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City Lord, Zhua Shujia, whose movements and traces were elusive and secretive. Zhua Shujia smiled and said, "This boy is definitely not someone who belongs in a shallow pond. What does a momentary setback count for? The one who has the last laugh is the true winner." He Chong said in surprise, "Looking at his appearance, he has probably already exhausted his potential. Breaking through to the Divine Lord realm will likely be very difficult. Geniuses like this are also not in the minority. In contrast, I still feel holding the origin magnetic divine mountain in hand is a little more reliable." So Shuda looked at Ichong, shook his head, and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Oh, you take a long-term view. Do you think that the treasure on Yi Yuan is only an origin magnetic divine mountain?" Ichong's expression changed, and he said, "Oh yeah, it's because I wasn't sure. That's why I didn't act." So Shujia smiled and said, "Luckily, you didn't make a move. Otherwise, I have to personally take action to stop you." Ichong said in surprise, "Why is that?" So Shujia said, "Back then, when this child was still at the outer city, he attracted my attention. To have such terrifying talent in alchemy and martial arts, the secrets on Yi Yuan are definitely far more than just an origin magnetic divine mountain. And he's greatly different from ordinary young geniuses. He's level-headed, wise and far-sighted, take every conceivable possibility into account, and is very broad-minded. Such a person, his mind is extremely tough, virtually equipped with all the conditions to become a peerless powerhouse. With his character, how could he easily put himself in danger?" The more He Chong listened, the more alarmed he got, and he said, "Your meaning is?" Even though the 2 people were celestial deity powerhouses, in terms of wit and cunningness, he was far lacking compared to Zhuashujia. Zhuashujia said, "Back then, when this seat issued the edict, having him become a pill tower elder. If he refused, it means that he doesn't have the strength to protect himself. He possessed a massive secret on him. Once he has covetous eyes cast on him by celestial deity powerhouses, wouldn't it incur a deadly calamity? But if he agrees, what does that mean? He Chang's entire body trembled and said, "It means that he has the strength to protect himself without fear of us." So Shujia smiled and said, "At least we can't kill him. A person like him, once he can't be killed, the consequences will be very terrifying. That Wu-Ming capital city's Qin, Xiao, might be our future outcome." He Chong came to a realization, listening until he broke out in a cold sweat, and said, "So that's how it is. It's still Brothers Wa who considers things long and far. But since that's the case, there were many rumors floating around in the city. Why didn't you speak up to stop it, or even urge you on to stay?" So Shujia said, "It's true that he's a genius, but he's just a genius who hasn't grown up. Keeping him behind will only harm him. Moreover, with his personality, even if we want to keep him, we probably can't keep him behind either. Right now, the Divine Lord realm is clearly a Ma''s sieve hurdle placed in front of him. Crossing it, it's a vast expanse of flat land. Can't cross it, fade into the crowd. However, through these few years of observation, I still have some confidence in him." Yi Yuan did not know that Shujia's appraisal of him was actually so high. Traveling swiftly along the way, he already traveled as far as 1,000,000 years. Inside a dense forest, Yi Yuan suddenly stopped. Yi Yuan suddenly said, "This place is very out of the way. It's precisely a fine place to kill and rob a person of his property. You guys not showing yourselves? What are you waiting for?" He did not deploy the purple extreme halt along the way, because the moment he left the city, he discovered several tails following behind. Sure enough, the moment the voice faded, for figures dashed out of the dense forest, surrounding Yi Yuan in the middle. A third-layered Heaven Divine Lord Powerhouse who was in the lead said with a cold laugh, "Well deserving of being an elder. We really underestimated you." This person, Yi Yuan knew him. He was called Hao Lian, a Marshall Tower's high-level protector, and also Lin Dong's good friend. Presumably, the pursuit this time was likely linked to Lin Dong. A third-layered Heaven Divine Lord, 3 second-layered Heaven Divine Lords. You guys really think highly of this Yi. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Hao Yang had an appearance of cornering Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Who doesn't know that even though Elder Yi is at the origin deity realm, he has the strength to cut down first-layered Heaven Divine Lords? Dealing with you, no matter how seriously we take it, it's not overboard too. But this lineup now, killing you should suffice." But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't there still one more? Why don't you have him come out?" The moment these words came out, Hao Liang, 4 people's faces could not help changing. Chapter 1643, Tired of Living. Chapter 1643, Tired of Living. Kid, you're still a little inexperienced to want to scare us. If you're sensible, hurry up and hand over the origin magnetic divine mountain. We'll make it painless for you. Hao Yang's expression changed. Only 4 of them came. So where did this 5th person come from? Did this boy make up a non-existence person, wanting to scare them, and then take the opportunity to escape? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Turns out that you're aiming for the origin magnetic divine mountain. Giving you the origin magnetic divine mountain. Can you afford to enjoy it?" Hao Yang snorted coldly and said, "That doesn't need you to worry about. Sure enough, want to scam us, is it? Haha, where's the 5th person from?" Hao Yang surveyed the 4 directions and discovered that no one came out, and became even more certain of his own guess. Yi Yuan was rather surprised too. He even thought that these 5 people were together. Looks like he guessed wrong. Yi Yuan turned to a direction and said to a large tree coolly, still not showing herself, "Do you want me to invite you out?" Finished talking, a figure indeed floated down from the treetop. Ning Tianping. Hao Yang cried out in shock. He did not expect that there was actually really a 5th person existing. Yi Yuan was similarly very surprised. He did not expect that this 5th person was actually Ning Tianping. Ning Tianping looked at Yi Yuan and said with a helpless look, "Your Excellency, I originally wanted to ambush Hao Yang. Now, being called out by you, what am I going to do?" Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a laugh, "Just clay chickens and pottery dogs. Why is there a need to sneak attack? Ning Tianping chuckled and said, I knew that your excellency had the means. These few fools even thought that your excellency is easy to bully. These two people chorused together, not taking Hao Liang four people seriously at all. Hao Liang was furious. Yi Yuan, you're no longer an elder now. Do you really think that you're impressive? A mere Ning Tianping, could he still save you? Hao Liang said with a cold snort. Ning Tianping looked at Hao Liang and said with a disdainful look, His Excellency's means, you can never imagine it. Even if I don't come, do you think that you can kill him? Hao Liang smiled coldly and said, What a joke. A measly origin deity realm. Even if he knows spatial laws, could it be he still wants to escape alive from the hands of us four? Leave Ning Tianping to me. The three of you, kill Yi Yuan for me. Yes, the three people answered, swarming over toward Yi Yuan, while Hao Liang's figure moved, charging over toward Ning Tianping. Ning Tianping was not the least bit afraid, raising his sword and attacking. During these 300 years, Ning Tianping's strength improvement was not as fast as it used to be anymore. He knew that the medicinal effect of the vast sun universe pill already said. A rank 3 divine pill could not possibly guarantee him for life. But dealing with Hao Liang, he was still BRIMING with confidence. The two people's strengths were evenly matched, unable to determine the victor for some time, while the other three second-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouses already surrounded Yi Yuan in the middle with a triangle formation. Attack! The three people cooperated tacitly, making a move at the same time, attacking Yi Yuan in three directions. To an origin deity realm martial artist, this was virtually a certain death situation. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to have the intention of dodging and did not even make a move. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. The horrifying energy undulation made Hao Liang's side palpitate too. A second-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse was directly blown flying. Yi Yuan's figure drifted out several thousand feet away. Bang! That second-layered Heaven Divine Lord's corpse landed heavily on the ground. It was as if a heavy hammer struck on everyone's heart. The corpse was already a blurry mess of flesh and blood, without any breath. Clearly, he was blasted to death. Clank! Hao Liang and Ning Tianping separated upon contact. He looked at Yi Yuan and said in alarm, "You're mad. You actually detonated a Divine Lord mystic treasure. There's a world within Divine Lord mystic treasures, forming a region of SPAC on its own, containing world power. Once Divine Lord mystic treasures were destroyed, the world power exploding within an extremely small radius. The power was extremely great. Even Divine Lord realm powerhouses would also be certain to die when blasted in close range by a detonated Divine Lord mystic treasure. This second-layered Heaven Divine Lord was the nearest to Yi Yuan just now. Yi Yuan directly detonated a Divine Lord mystic treasure. It was just that Divine Lord mystic treasures were extremely precious. Hao Liang only barely managed to obtain one after breaking through to become a third-layered Heaven Divine Lord. This kind of thing, not reaching life and death juncture, who was willing to detonate. Furthermore, without a convenient weapon, one's combat strength would also be greatly diminished. The poor second-layered Heaven Divine Lord died until he did not know how he died. The other two second-layered Heaven Divine Lords also arrived successively, suffering varying degrees of injuries. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Being able to kill people is enough. Why is it crazy?" Hao Liang could not help suffocating when he heard that. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually do such a crazy action. Humph. So what even if you detonate a Divine Lord mystic treasure? Could it be that you still have a second Divine Lord mystic treasure? If you have the capability, detonate the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. Hao Liang laughed coldly, but very soon, his smile turned stiff on his face, his expression ugly to the extreme, his eye as popping out. It was only to see Yi Yuan take out another Divine Lord mystic treasure unhurriedly and started playing in his hand. Ha ha ha. Hao Liang, I told you just now. His Excellency's means are what you can never imagine. Ning Tianping seriously could not hold it in and said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan said with an amused look, I don't have much, just a lot of divine Lord Mystic treasures. Blasting you guys dead 8 or 10 times shouldn't be a problem. Hao Liang said with a look of disbelief. You keep bragging. Do you think that you can use this to scare me? When did divine Lord Mystic treasures become common wares? Just finished talking, Yi Yuan took out another divine Lord Mystic treasure and said with a grin, Do you believe me or not? Still don't believe me? While talking, Yi Yuan took out another divine Lord Mystic treasure. Hao Yang completely broke down. He strove for no idea how many years for a divine Lord Mystic treasure. But this brat who was not even divine Lord Realm actually took 3 out all at once. No, wait, counting that one that detonated just now, he actually had 4. What was wrong with this world? When those 2 second-layered Heaven Divine Lords saw this scene, they were overwhelmed by terror. It was still their first time experiencing the explosion of divine Lord Mystic treasures. The power just now made them still have lingering fear in their hearts until now. We're not playing anymore. Finished talking, the 2 people's figures moved, speeding madly into the distance. They were already badly frightened. Another explosion, and they definitely would not have bones left. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and his figure suddenly vanished. Rumble. Another explosion. 2 second-layered Heaven Divine Lords were directly blown into smithereens. The explosion this time was even fiercer than the previous one. When Hao Liang saw this scene, he was frightened until his legs turned soft, nearly kneeling down on the ground. The power of this explosion. Even he also did not dare to face it head-on. You're really a madman. Even if you have quite a few divine Lord Mystic treasures, you also don't need to be like this, right? They already decided to escape. Hao Liang even had the heart to cry. This brat was simply a demon. Now, he wished to give himself several tight slaps. How was this him killing people to rob their property? This was simply him being an old person eating A.R.S. in a courting death. Chapter 1644 Suppression Ancient Heaven Gate. Chapter 1644 Suppression Ancient Heaven Gate. There's no helping it. This little lord lacks many things except divine Lord Mystic treasures. Now, you come and taste the explosion of divine Lord Mystic treasures too. Yi Yuan smiled, his figure suddenly disappearing. Hao Yang's hairs stood on end, directly displaying his movement technique, and was about to leave. But how could Ning Tianping given the chance to escape? It was only to see his figure flashed, already blocking his path. Right at this time, Yi Yuan already arrived. A horrifying energy instantly bloomed. Hao Liang mustered up all the divine essence in his body, wanting to resist this explosion. Rumble. A horrifying energy exploded once more. Hao Liang's body directly flew out backward. Not far away, Yi Yuan's and Ning Tianping's figures appeared. Ning Tianping's face had a pale complexion. In that instant just now, he practically thought that he was going to die. If not for Yi Yuan bringing him away, he probably would not be any better than Hao Liang. Even though the flying speed of a 3rd-layered Heaven Divine Lord Powerhouse was extremely fast, and he could also utilize shallow spatial laws, Yi Yuan was able to make use of spatial shuttling ability and evade the power of this explosion. The remaining is left to you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yes, Ning Tianping answered, directly going up and ending Hao Liang's life, putting away his divine Lord Mystic treasure and storage ring. After tidying up, Yi Yuan looked at Ning Tianping and said, Why did you follow after? Ning Tianping chuckled and said, Tianping wants to follow your excellency. Even running errands for your excellency will do as well. Yi Yuan looked at him and said, I'm no longer an elder now. Furthermore, I'm a cripple. There's a possibility that I'll never break through to the Divine Lord Realm too. There's no benefit for you to follow me. But Ning Tianping smiled and said, Others don't believe your excellency, but I'm full of confidence in your excellency. If even your excellency isn't able to break through to the divine lord realm, that's also too unjust. I'm following your excellency to wait for the day your excellency breaks through to the divine lord realm to also benefit from his association with it. Yi Yuan was moved in his heart, but scolding laughingly. You ran out like this. If the Ning family knew this, they would probably blame it all on me. Ning Tianping chortled and said, Would your excellency care about this? Haha, the elders' meetings matter, I've also heard of it. But your excellency, don't blame family head. Managing a large family clan, he naturally has to put benefits above all. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Just a small matter, not worth mentioning. All right, the tails are also cleaned up now. We should set off. He waved a hand. A palace appeared before Ning Tianping's eyes. His eyes were popping out as he cried out in shock. Why, your excellency, what's this? Regarding Ning Tianping's reaction, Yi Yuan had long antic. 1p. Aided it and said with a smile, Didn't you see it? This is a spatial type, true G. Oh, deep mystic treasure. Our journey in the future will be relying on it. Ning Tianping opened his mouth wide as he said in disbelief, T true G. Oh, D mystic treasure. My God. Ning Tianping nearly bit off his own tongue. This was a peak true G. Oh, D mystic treasure. Furthermore, it was an extremely rare spatial type true G. Oh, D mystic treasure. Such a treasure. If let city lord his excellency knew, he would probably have wicked designs too, right? No wonder even a celestial deity powerhouse could not kill his excellency the last time. It turns out that he actually hid in here. Ning Tianping was very smart. Yi Yuan displaying this trump card to him was equivalent to already truly acknowledging him, treating him as his own. Walking into the towering palace, Ning Tianping felt as if he entered another world. He suddenly thought of something and asked Yi Yuan, Your Excellency, where are we going? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Heaven span, mountain. Ning Tianping's entire body trembled, his eyes full of disbelief. These several hundred years, Yi Yuan ACCU, mulat tens of billions of wealth. Using them to fly was more than plenty. Yi Yuan was not familiar with the heaven-span world outside of the heavenly Eagle Imperial City. But with Dustless, this living map, it was not to the extent of getting lost. After over a dozen years, the two people entered a capital city. This capital city was called Riverluck Capital City, a high-level capital city. Riverluck Capital City's geographical location was very special. This place was out of the way at the juncture of several major forces. The forces here were very close and interlocked, with experts plentiful like clouds. The situation was very complicated. The reason why they came here was that Dustless told Yi Yuan that Riverluck Capital City might have myriad longevity heavenly soulstone for sale. More than 400 years pa-s. Said in a twinkle, the myriad longevity heavenly soulstones were almost exhausted too. Searching for myriad longevity heavenly soulstones was also one of Yi Yuan's important objective of coming out. Walking on the streets of Riverluck Capital City, the streams of people did not rest all around, appearing very prosperous. However, in every street and alley, the skirmishes between some small factions could also be seen everywhere. According to what Dustless said, the major and minor factions here were intricately and complicatedly linked. Birth and death were a common occurrence. However, there were three major forces who were this capital city's rulers. They were respectively the City Lord Manor, Sword Star Alliance, as well as the Blood Rainbow Manor. It was said that these three great forces all had seventh-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouses holding down the fort. In a capital city, having a seventh-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse to hold down the fort was already extremely rare. This kind of place was heaven for some itinerant cultivators. They supplied each other's needs here. Therefore, the trade here was also very developed. It was even much more flurries. Plussing compared to the heavenly Eagle Imperial City. It was just in such a place, That myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones, this kind of rare and exotic treasure, have a possibility of appearing. Your Excellency, something's not right. Even if Riverluck Capital City has experts abundant like clouds, this is also too many, right? On this street, Divine Lord Realm powerhouses can be seen everywhere. It's simply even more than Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Ning Tianping suddenly said. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Clearly, he also discovered a trace of an anomaly. The time they entered the city was not long, but just the Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, they saw several dozen. Although the vast majority of powerhouses among them were first-layered Heaven Divine Lord, this number was also too exaggerated. Counting like this, the Divine Lord Realm powerhouses in the city currently were at least several thousand people. This scale could even compare to some higher-level imperial cities already. You go and find someone to inquire about it, Yi Yuan said. Ning Tianping nodded his head, stopped a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord, and asked, Brother, is there some grand occasion in our Riverluck capital city recently? Why are there so many Divine Lord Realm martial artists? The moment that person saw Ning Tianping's strength, he did not dare to slight Ning Tianping, but he still said in surprise, You actually don't know? Ning Tianping could not help laughing as he said, It's because I don't know that I asked you. Only when that person saw that Ning Tianping's expression did not seem to be joking that he said, Riverluck Capital City's Northern Wilderness Suppression Ancient Heaven Gate opens once every 3,000 years. At present, that long-awaited time is approaching. The Divine Lord Realms of the 10 imperial cities and capital cities in the vicinity of Riverluck Capital City all gathered here, wanting to enter the Suppression Ancient Heaven Gate to seek lucky chances. This Riverluck Capital City naturally has many Divine Lord Realm martial artists. Suppression Ancient Heaven Gate, Ning Tianping said with a puzzled look, clearly never heard of it before. That person said, the Suppression Ancient Heaven Gate is said to be left behind by a true G.O.D. powerhouse. Large numbers of lucky chances were left behind inside. Cultivation methods, martial techniques, medicinal pills, even laws, there's everything one can wish for. Someone had once obtained the true G.O.D. powerhouse's cultivation method inheritance inside, cultivating to the realm of true G.O.D. Chapter 1645 Pauper. Chapter 1645 Pauper. When Ning Tianping heard that martial artist's words, his gaze could not help turning intent, his heart palpitating with eagerness. The true G.O.D. realm. That was a realm that he dreamed of, except, even if his talent was outstanding, wanting to reach the celestial deity realm was extremely, extremely difficult, let alone the true G.O.D. realm. Putting aside his own talent, just talking about Zheng Qi, Gao Yuan, Ling Ziquan, those people, which of them were not heaven's chosen of their generation when young? But several tens of thousands of years had said they were still stuck at the peak Divine Lord realm. Ning Tianping understood that if not for the Void Spirit Divine Grade Vasun Universe Pill, it was also impossible for him to cultivate so quickly. He could forget about attaining his present realm without 1,000 years. Furthermore, the further up, even if it was one level, breaking through was extremely arduous. Hence, in Ning Tianping's heart, he had always been extremely respectful toward Yi Yuan. After him, Yi Yuan never refined Void Spirit Divine Grade Vast Sun Universe Pills again. To the outside, Yi Yuan just said that time was an exceptional performance. The others were also deeply convinced. After all, Void Spirit Divine Grade Vast Sun Universe Pill was not some commonplace medicinal pill, able to refine when one wanted to refine. But Ning Tianping was his follower for so long, he was naturally aware just how terrifying Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao strength was. So that's how it is. Then in this Riverluck capital city, is there a venue to trade treasures? Ning Tianping asked. That martial artist said, the places to trade in Riverluck capital city are a lot. But to say the largest trading place, it belongs to the West Side City's Heavenly Network Gathering. Heavenly Network Gathering is jointly established by the three great factions. There are all kinds of precious treasures inside. If your excellency wishes to trade, you can bring your follower over there to take a look." Ning Tianping smiled and said, "Many thanks, brother. But you got it wrong. This one is the Lord. I'm just a small follower." That martial artist looked at the two people leaving with a sluggish look when he heard that. What situation was this? No matter how one looked at it, Ning Tianping was also some major faction's direct lineage disciple, ridiculously young. Such a genius disciple was a follower for an origin deity realm? On the way, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't have to explain to him. Moreover, I also don't have the intention of treating you as a follower." Ning Tianping smiled and said, "Your Excellency, you'll surely still can get the position of elder. My bit of strength is also just enough to be a follower for you. Posturing in front of you right now, when I get my face slapped, it would not be good." Yi Yuan could not help smiling when he heard that. Heavenly Network Gathering was a trading area that occupied a vast area. It was divided into 3 major regions, which were respectively under the jurisdiction of the 3 major forces. Each martial artist who entered here, regardless of whether setting up stalls or trading, had to pay a certain amount of divine essence stones. After Yi Yuan paid the divine essence stones for 2, he brought Ning Tianping into the trading area. Ning Tianping grumbled and said, "How shady. We entered and haven't done anything yet, and we paid 100,000 divine essence stones. There's so many people here, so how many divine essence stones will be collected in a day?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many martial artists are keen to establish their own factions or join one, because only with a powerful faction can one earn even more divine essence stones. Cultivation will also be more assured. Just like Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, entering inside similarly needs to pay a certain amount of divine essence stones. Back then, when I entered the city, I paid 1 million divine essence stones." Ning Tianping had always been living in the inner city. With the protection of the family, he was unable to understand the sorrow of bottom-level martial artists. Hearing Yuan say so, it was really the case. No matter how powerful a person's martial strength was, the divine essence stones that they could earn were also limited. But if one established a powerful faction, that was completely different. One could say that was lying at home and collecting money. The 2 people toured 1 round. Ning Tianping looked around until he was extremely shocked. Spiral Star, Absolute Feather, Dew Eyes, Mystic Lotus. These are all extremely rare treasures. This place actually has them. Ning Tianping was like someone who had never seen the world entering the dazzling human world with its myriad temptations, being dumbfounded by the rare and exotic treasures here. These were very seldom seen treasures. This place actually had everything one could wish for. Yi Yuan did not shout excitedly like Ning Tianping, but he was also extremely surprised in his heart. It was no wonder Dustless made him come here. This place was truly the paradise for martial artists and alchemists. There were quite a few things that even he was somewhat moved to. "Boss, how much are you selling this 7 treasure profound fruit for?" Ning Tianping could not resist coming before a small stall and asking about it. A person should not look at how this small stall was inconspicuous. There were quite a few good items. Ning Tianping cultivated water attribute laws. This 7 treasure profound fruit was a water attribute spirit medicine. Even swallowing raw was very helpful to him too. The boss was a 3rd-layered heaven divine lord too. Seeing Ning Tianping ask, his eyelids raised slightly, and he said, 2 billion. The corners of Ning Tianping's mouth twitched fiercely, and he said, "Boss, this is also too expensive. Can it be cheaper?" A rank 4 divine pill was also merely the price of 2 or 3 billion. This one spirit medicine was already 700 million. If refined into a medicinal pill, mixed with other spirit medicines, it would start at least 2 billion. Then how much was a medicinal pill refined worth? But this 7 treasure profound fruit was indeed a rare item. If refined into a medicinal pill, it would at least start at 3 billion too. Looking at it this way, the price of 2 billion was also not considered too outrageous. It was just that, this way Yi Yuan's net worth of tens of billions did not seem to be a big deal looking at it now. Moreover, the majority of the time in these dozen over years was spent flying. He already depleted close to half of the divine essence stones. Counting this way, the few billions remaining were not enough to look at it all. That booze shot Ning Tianping a glance indifferently and said coolly, "Want to buy? Not buy and get lost. Don't disturb this old man from doing business." Ning Tianping was young and spirited in the end. He was about to erupt on the spot. He said furiously, "What's with your attitude?" The boss said with a cold smile. "The things that this old man sells is naturally worth this price. In this heavenly network gathering, don't pretend to be capable if you don't have money. Pauper, this place is beyond your ability." Ning Tianping was enraged and roared, "Who are you saying doesn't have money? Your father has plenty of money." In his rage, he fished out a storage ring. But when his consciousness probed into the storage ring, he suddenly had an Embark. Said look. He came out too hastily this time. He really could not take out so much divine essence stones on him. Ning Tianping's current net worth was only 700 or 800 million. What kind of eyes did the boss have? Looking at Ning Tianping's appearance, he knew that he had no money and said with a sneer, "Can't take it out? Get lost to one side if you have no money. Don't interfere with this old man doing business." Ning Tianping was livid. This boss was really too arrogant to actually look down on him, considering how he was the dignified Ning family's #1 genius. When had he worried about money before? It was truly a tiger landing in a plane being bullied by a dog. Right this time, Yi Yuan slowly took out a storage ring, placed it on the stall, and said coolly, "Boss, 2 billion, you check." The boss gaze sharpened slightly. Only then sized Yi Yuan up seriously. He even thought that Yi Yuan was the follower that Ning Tianping brought. Looking at it now, something seemed to be off. An origin deity realm could actually take out 2 billion without batting an eyelid. Something was fishy. But Ning Tianping's expression changed, and he said, "Brother Yi, how can this do?" He knew that Yi Yuan's divine essence stones here were also not considered a lot. There was still great use. Taking out 2 billion all of a sudden was also a considerable burden to him, immediately feeling conflicted in his heart. Chapter 1646 Last Rank Stall. Chapter 1646 Last Rank Stall. What's wrong with it? Keep it. Yi Yuan took the 7-treasure profound fruit and directly threw it to Ning Tianping. Ning Tianping caught it, feeling that it was very hot. Rank 4 items were greatly different from rank 3 items. They were easily measured in hundreds of millions. Without the support of a large family at the back, it was very hard to afford this kind of expenditure. Taking 2 billion, that boss could not be bothered to care about these 2 people, having a high and mighty appearance again. An origin deity realm bringing so much money out, he knew that Yi Yuan was definitely already targeted by quite a few people. It was naturally all right for Ning Tianping. If Yi Yuan was alone by himself, someone would probably have designs on him. "Brother Yi, I'll definitely think of a way to return this money to you." Ning Tianping gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Forget it. If you didn't come out, I believe that this doesn't matter to you. But now, what will you use to pay back?" Ning Tianping could not help choking when he heard that, but Yi Yuan turned and asked that boss, "Boss, I want to inquire from you. Does the Heavenly Network Gathering have news about Myriad Longevity, Heavenly Soul Stone?" The boss' eyelids raised slightly, and he said with some surprise, "You want Myriad Longevity, Heavenly Soul Stones? What a coincidence, I have it here." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, "Boss, how many do you have? I'll buy all." The boss looked at Yi Yuan with a strange look and said, "Do you think Myriad Longevity, Heavenly Soul Stones are cabbages on the street? I only have a 2-fist-sized piece on hand. If you want to buy, I'll make it a bit cheaper for you, 1 billion. Yi Yuan nodded his head and took out another 1 billion divine essence stones and bought the Myriad Longevity, Heavenly Soul Stone. That boss was repeatedly astonished. He completely did not think that this origin deity realm powerhouse's net worth was even wealthier than most people at the Divine Lord realms. Boss, do you know what places still have myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones in the heavenly network gathering? Yi Yuan asked. This bit of myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones was not enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. The boss said in puzzlement, "What do you want so many myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones for? If it's cultivation, such a large piece is sufficient for you to use. Moreover, even if you have some net worth, it probably can't buy several pieces of myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones either, right?" On account of 2 billion he earned, the boss's words finally became friendlier. Yi Yuan smiled. Because of some special circumstances, I need large quant. 1. Ties of myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones. Please give a pointer or two. As for divine essence stones, this he has away. The boss said, myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones are very cherished items. It's also greatly beneficial to a martial artist cultivation. If not in urgent need of money, I also wouldn't easily take it out to sell. Hence, how many myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones the heavenly network gathering has, I'm not clear either. You can only go and inquire about it yourself. However, I know that half a month later, the 3 great factions will host an auction jointly. And one of the auction items is a boundless heavenly soul stone. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp and he cried out in shock. Boss, is this true? The boss said, you go and inquire a bit and you'll know this matter isn't some secret. But this boundless heavenly soul stone's price will definitely start from 10 billion. Boundless heavenly soul stone was the higher order form of the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. The energy provided was purer. The energy contained was also greater. It was just that compared to the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone, boundless heavenly soul stones were rare until it made one's hair stand on end. Yi Yuan did not expect to actually be able to encounter boundless heavenly soul stone here. But this way, wanted to win the bid for the boundless heavenly soul stone, the divine essence stones spent will likely reach a very horrifying level. With the number of divine essence stones in his hands right now, he probably could not even buy a hair. Brother Yi, 10 billion divine essence stones. This, even if Ning Tianping grew up in a honeypot since young, he was also taken aback with fright by this divine essence stone number. 10 billion divine essence stones. Even when placed in the Ning family, it was a substantial figure too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, originally I wanted to keep a low profile by a few pieces of myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, then leave. Looking at it now, I can't keep a low profile. Ning Tianping's entire body trembled, and he said, Brother Yi, you want it? Yi Yuan said, let's set up a stall too. Do my original profession. Ning Tianping sucked in a deep breath. He knew what Yi Yuan meant. However, the boss was not convinced as he said, you, an origin deity realm, what can you sell to earn 10 billion divine essence stones? Furthermore, the suppression ancient heaven gate is about to open. Large groups of martial artists have gathered in the city. Now, the good stalls are all leased out already. Even last-rank stalls probably don't have many left either. It's simply nothing more than wishful thinking for you to want to earn so many divine essence stones. Haha, this kid must have just arrived at Heavenly Network Gathering and thinks that this place is a treasure basin. Just set up a stall and he can rack in a fortune. What does an origin deity realm have to sell to be able to earn 10 billion divine essence stones? This kid is daydreaming, right? When the stall owners beside heard that Yi Yuan wanted to set up a stall too, they all had mocking looks. Rank 3 things, the prices simply had no way of comparing with rank 4. Selling several dozen items tended to not even compare to 1 rank 4 items. Wanting to earn 10 billion divine essence stones was basically not too possible. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, Rest AS. Sure, my stall business will definitely be very popular. The boss said with a big laugh. Very popular? Ha ha ha, kid. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Forget it. Since you don't listen to advice, you can very well go try it out yourself. Heavenly Network Gatherings Management Area. A second-layered heaven divine, Lord Martial Artist, darted Yi Yuan a glance and said, First-rate stall, 100 million a day. Second-rate stall, 10 million a day. Third-rate stall, 5 million a day. Fourth-rate stall, 1 million a day. Last-ranked stall, 100,000 a day. The stalls in front are all full. Now, there's only the last-ranked stall remaining. Do you want to not? The so-called first-rate stall was naturally the most visible location. The moment everyone entered the heavenly network gathering, they would be able to see it. This kind of stall, as long as the things were good enough, earning tens of billions in a day, was still possible. And that boss's stall was merely a second-rate stall. As for last-ranked stalls, they were naturally stalls at the corners. Normally, no one cared to show interest. Even items worth 100,000, there would be complaints of them being expensive, because last-ranked stalls might not even earn 100,000 divine essence stones in a day. It was virtually a loss-making business. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, "Last-ranked stall then. I want to rent half a month." Yi Yuan paid the divine essence stones, took the token, and suddenly thought of something and asked, "Oh, right, how is the commission of last-ranked stalls charged?" This token was not merely a symbol of occupancy. It could even monitor the divine essence stones' undulations of each stall. Just like Yi Yuan's transaction previously, actually, that boss token could already detect the approximate number of divine essence stones inside the storage rings. Good stalls, after the sales reached a certain amount, the heavenly network gathering also had to collect a certain percentage. The higher the sale, the higher the commission. The three great factions went through so much effort to build such a market, they naturally wanted to fleece even more divine essence stones. Maintaining the operation of this market was not just by providing a venue, there was even the safeguard of stronger martial power. Inside the heavenly network gathering, fighting was strictly prohibited. Otherwise, kill without mercy. At least in the heavenly network gathering, martial artists were safe. That martial artist waved his hand impatiently and said, "What commission is charged for last-ranked stalls? If you can sell the things, it's your capability. Go, I'm still busy here." Chapter 1647, Medicinal Pill Shop. Chapter 1647, Medicinal Pill Shop. Ning Tianping took the last 3 billion savings of Yi Yuan's and went to buy rank 3 spirit medicines. This 3 billion was Yi Yuan's final capital. Even the several billion divine essence stones inside the purple extreme hall was squandered clean by Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan was basically equivalent to penniless. Seeing his stall, Yi Yuan could not help smiling bitterly too. No wonder they did not even want a commission. The location of this stall, virtually no one would show interest. Setting up a stall was a skill too. Those martial artists who frequently visited the market also understood that people who could not afford the stall fee naturally did not have any good stuff on hand. Therefore, these last-ranked stall owners, normally, no one would care about them. Of course, right now, the martial artists in the city were numerous. The entire heavenly network gathering was very hot, letting last-ranked stalls have some popularity by association too. It was just that Yi Yuan's stall was truly too remote. It could be said to be the last-ranked stall among last-ranked stalls. When those martial artists strolled until the front, most of them ran out of interest, let alone talk about coming here. But Yi Yuan did not mind either. As long as someone came over, his reputation would naturally reach out. A stall owner next to him saw Yi Yuan come over to set up a stall. He came to greet out of boredom. "Hey, why did you rent this stall? Isn't this being a sucker?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Doesn't matter, as long as it's a stall, it will do." That stall owner was also bored out of his mind, finally finding a person to chit-chat with. Seeing Yi Yuan say so, he could not help smiling as he said, "I'm also the same as you. Don't know anything at all. That's why I rented this stall. In the end, I haven't sold a single item until now, too." "Hey, what are you selling?" Yi Yuan also did not have the intention of keeping people a good distance away and said coolly, "Medicinal pills." The moment that stall owner heard, he said with a contemptuous look, "Couldn't tell that you're still an alchemist. The stall's outside selling medicinal pills. If there isn't 1,000, there's also 800. Who'll come to this corner to buy your medicinal pills?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "My medicinal pills, there is no need to worry about selling them." When the stall owner heard, he burst into laughter and said, "Kid, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." You're just a 3-star Alchemy G.O.D., right? The 4-star Alchemy G.O.D.S outside are not in the minority. They're selling rank 3 divine pills too. No matter how good your medicinal pills are, can it still compete with the 4-star Alchemy G.O.D.S? Yi Yuan just smiled and said, can. The stall owner was rendered speechless. He discovered that this kid was simply impervious to reason. At this time, Yi Yuan knocked out his banner unhurriedly. On it wrote Medicinal Pill Shop. What an uncouth name. That stall owner could not help poking fun in his heart. However, Yi Yuan did not display his medicinal pills. He just hung a few signs on the booth. It was the prices of level 1 to level 9 difficulty medicinal pills. Level 1 difficulty was 100 million. Level 9 difficulty was 3 billion. Seeing this price list, the stall owner beside him directly broke down. Was this kid here to be funny? 1 rank 3 divine pill being sold for 3 billion? You're here to rob money, right? Ordinary medicinal pill shops would display some of their proud works to attract customers, but Yi Yuan did not. Void Spirit, divine grade, divine pills were different from ordinary medicinal pills. Because it was incomparably pure, so it was also easier to volatilize the medicinal properties, affecting the medicinal effects from there. Hence, after forming the pill, Yi Yuan always used special techniques to seal it, then stored it inside storage rings. This kind of pocket storage ring was worthless, but the medicinal pills were incomparably precious. Taking it out to display, one must break the seal, affecting the medicinal properties from there. Hence, Yi Yuan's small stall did not have any goods to show everyone at all. What he wanted to sell were all Void Spirit, divine-grade medicinal pills. Little junior sister, these are all last-rank stalls. There's no good stuff. We bought everything that should be bought, so let's go back. In front of last-rank stalls, a man and a woman, both youngsters, were currently strolling. The girl was in high spirits, but the guy was somewhat impatient already. These two people were the Sword Star Alliance's disciples. The guy was called Zhao Jian, while the girl was called Su Ting. Su Ting smiled and said, "Eldest senior brother, if you feel bored, go back first. I'll scour around here. Maybe I can find good stuff?" The moment Zhao Jian heard, he shriveled up and said, "Little junior sister, last-rank stalls are all rented by some incompetent origin deity, realm martial artists. What good stuff can there be?" Su Ting said, "That might not be the case. The last time, didn't third senior brother find a pretty good martial technique here? He cultivated that martial technique, and his strength increased greatly recently. You're also aware." Zhao Jian was speechless as he said, "He was a blind cat bee. You, peeing into a dead rat." Su Ting smiled and said, "Perhaps we can also be UMP and a dead mice? There are so many martial artists in the city right now. Who knows whether this place is hiding some good things or not?" It seemed like shopping was a woman's nature. This Su Ting did not find it tiring and just shopped all the way. Zhao Jian was helpless and could only accompany Su Ting too. He was interested in this little junior sister and naturally could not say anything. Shopping for more than 2 hours, logically speaking, it was impossible for Zhao Jian, this half-step divine lord powerhouse, to feel tired. But his feet actually seemed to have grown roots, unable to lift them anymore. "Little junior sister, you see, I already told you, there's no good stuff here." Zhao Jian saw that they were almost reaching the end and said again. Su Ting was indeed a little disappointed. She even thought that martial artists gathering in the city this time, there would be some good stuff. Did not expect that these last-rank stalls did not have anything. But seeing as they were almost reaching the end, she was also unresigned to leave just like this. Hence, she said, "Eldest senior brother, I know that you're the best. Just a few stalls left, so accompany me to see things till the end, all right?" This move was rather ruthless. Zhao Jian's bones almost turned limp. He could only nod. He said, all right. Either way, there's also not many left. After looking at several more, there was still nothing. Even Su Ting herself was almost giving up. Suddenly, Su Ting looked at a small booth in the cornermost area rather curiously. This stall was too remote and also too small. If one did not pay attention, they could not even see it. What attracted her attention was that stall actually did not have a single item. Medicinal pill shop, what an uncouth name. Boss, you're selling medicinal pills. Why isn't there even a medicinal bottle? Su Ting asked Yi Yuan with a curious look. Yi Yuan said coolly, it isn't convenient to take out my medicinal pills. What medicinal pills you require? You could directly tell me. Su Ting opened her eyes wide and said with a curious look, there are actually still medicinal pills that can't be taken out? Your meaning is that you have every medicinal pill? Yi Yuan nodded and said, commonly used ones basically all have. Some uncommon medicinal pills, there are also quite a few. If there isn't, I can help you to refine right now. 3 hours will do. Zhao Jin listened by the side, feeling that Yi Yuan boasted a little too much. His gaze suddenly turned sharp, seeing the sign Yi Yuan hung up, and cried out in shock. 1 rank, 3 divine pill. You're selling for 3 billion divine essence stones? Are you robbing people of their money? When Yi Yuan heard it, he just said coolly, selling at this price is naturally because the medicinal pill is worth this price. Zhao Jian shouted at the top of his voice, what medicinal pill is worth 3 billion? You tell me. Chapter 1648, Free Publicity. Chapter 1648, Free Publicity, Void Spirit Divine Grade. Yi Yuan lightly spat out 4 words from his mouth. Zhao Jian laughed loudly when he heard it and said, kid, I see that you're not here to sell medicinal pills. You're here to swindle and deceive people, right? Claiming Void Spirit Divine Grade. You're not scared of spraining your tongue when bragging. In this Riverla capital city, there has yet to be any alchemist who dared to make this boast of being able to refine Void Spirit Divine Grade medicinal pills. Who the H.E.L. How do you think you are? Su Ting was not as domineering as Zhao Jian, but she also did not believe Yi Yuan's words at all. In her heart, she already designated Yi Yuan as a liar. Forget it, eldest senior brother. Let's go. Su Ting said. But Zhao Jian said, little junior sister, this kind of swindler at the Heavenly Network gathering, even though it's a last-rank stall, we can't smash our own signboard too. Wait for me to expose this cheat, then have Marshall Uncle, they all chase this punk out of Heavenly Network gathering. Su Ting thought about it, feeling that what Zhao Jian said had a point too. Hence, she fell silent. Zhao Jian's voice was very loud. Those watching a show did not mind matters blowing up. Originally, this side was very out of the way. His loud voice attracted many martial artists instead. In this small corner, quite a number of people crowded for a moment. What this kid is selling is Void Spirit Divine pills. Haha, most likely he's a swindler, right? I've lived for 10,000 years and have yet to see before what Void Spirit Divine pills look like. There's all available from level 1 to level 9. He's merely an origin deity realm. At most, he's also just a 3-star alchemy G.O.D. Can he still refine level 9 difficulty divine pills? Toward Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, everyone all had skeptical attitudes. After all, Void Spirit Divine pills were rare until it made people's hair stand on end. Zhao Jian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, kid, 1 billion divine essence stones, is it? I'll pay. So you take a Void Spirit Divine Grade, rank 3 divine pill for me to see. Said that he was paying, but he did not have the intention of paying at all. Zhao Jian already ascertained that Yi Yuan was a swindler. How could he possibly be a sucker, giving Yi Yuan 1 billion divine essence stones? How could Yi Yuan not see through his thoughts? He said coolly, the money in one hand, the goods in the other. I don't have time to play house with a snotty brat like you. Snotty brat? Zhao Jian broke down. It seemed like you were not even as old as me, right? PFFF. Yi Yuan had a serious appearance, tickling Su Ting. But Zhao Jian somewhat turned angry from Embark's smint and said, you're not taking it out, right? I knew that you were a swindler. Humph. Snotty brat? I'm the Sword Star Alliance's head disciple. You dare to deceive and beguile people on our Sword Star Alliance's territory. So I'll smash your signboard right now. Zhao Jian's words made the surrounding people burst out in surprise. They did not expect that these 2 people, their background was actually so prestigious. Now, there was a good show to watch. Sure enough, Zhao Jian directly smacked a palm over and was actually going to directly smash Yi Yuan's signboard. Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark and suddenly smacked a palm over, and actually reached first despite launching later. Bang! Zhao Jian's entire person flew out backward. Fortunately, the surrounding people were many. The powerhouses were also quite a lot. They propped him with palm force on account of the Sword Star Alliance's face. That was how he was not overly wretched. However, the surrounding people all looked at Yi Yuan with an incomparable shock. This kid only had grand completion origin deity cultivation, but he smacked the half-step divine Lord Zhao Jian flying with a casual palm. His strength was rather daunting. Zhao Jian was in a difficult position, feeling that he lost face in front of little junior sister, and said in a great rage, "You dare to attack me?" Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "It's not that you can't inspect the goods. You spend money to buy a medicinal pill, and you'll naturally know the truth from false. But you are going to ruin my signboard indiscriminately. Is this how your Sword Star Alliance does things? Saying that I'm deceiving and beguiling people. It is also not that you can't, but you must show the proof. Keep on being so arrogant and domineering. It wouldn't be so simple next time." Zhao Jian could not help choking, being awed by Yi Yuan's powerful aura. If it was just now, he would naturally dismiss this threat with a scoff. But now, he knew that Yi Yuan had this strength. Just now, he indeed pulled his punches already. But shrinking back like this, he could not stomach this. He said angrily, "Fine, I want to see what kind of panacea you're selling. Here is 1,000,000,000 divine essence stones. Give me a medicinal pill. I want to expose you in public." As he said, he smacked a storage ring on the stall. Yi Yuan received the storage ring, checked the divine essence stones, and said coolly, "What medicinal pill do you want?" Zhao Jian thought about it and said, "I'll have a most ordinary vast essence pill." Vast essence pill was the medicinal pill that origin deity realm martial artists used to cultivate. It was similar to the divine essence pill. Divine grade vast essence pill would also appear every few years at Riverla capital city. Each time, it would be hiked to a sky-high price. The highest time, it even reached 80 million divine essence stones. As for void spirit divine grade, it never appeared once. Looking at it this way, if Yi Yuan really took out a void spirit divine grade vast essence pill, selling for the price of 1 billion was considered very cheap. Everyone's gaze focused on Yi Yuan. Now, he even took out the money. You could not attack and beat people, right? Under everyone's stare, Yi Yuan fished out a storage ring, threw it to Zhao Jian, and he said coolly, "Your vast essence pill." Zhao Jian sneered incessantly in his heart. He totally did not believe that Yi Yuan could take out a void spirit divine pill, even if it was the most ordinary vast essence pill. Pretending. I see when you pretend until. He reached his hand out, received the storage ring, divine sense probing inside. A surge of medicinal strength instantly impacted his divine sense. What thick medicinal strength? Can it really be void spirit divine grade? Now, everyone's attention was focused on Zhao Jian. His expression changed. Everyone took it into their sights. Everyone was extremely surprised in their hearts. Could it really be a void spirit divine pill? Humph. At least you still have some capability in counterfeiting, making it like it's real. But I want to test the pill on the spot, Zhao Jian said with a cold smile. Until now, he still did not believe that what Yi Yuan took out was void spirit divine grade. People selling fake medicinal pills naturally would not be exposed so easily. Everyone transacted face to face. If it was really that easy to differentiate, they would lose all decorum on the spot. Those people who make counterfeits had different levels. Some people's strengths were very powerful, making the medicinal pill's medicinal strength difficult to differentiate truth from falsehood. But if one tested the pill on the spot, that was different. The effect was clear at a glance. Yi Yuan said with a calm look, "Whatever you want." Real gold was not afraid of fire. Could his, Yi Yuan's, medicinal pill still be accused as a fake? Furthermore, Yi Yuan understood the situation. Zhao Jian doing so was simply the best advertise. E-M-E-N-T for him. He naturally did not have a reason to stop it. Yi Yuan thought highly of himself and was not willing to do the promotion of wares. But Zhao Jian taking the initiative to help, he also did not have reason to refuse. Currently, this situation was simply like playing a two-man act, the coordination rather tacit. Zhao Jian handed the storage ring to Su Ting and said, "Little junior sister, you come and test the pill." Su Ting was very curious too. Hence, she took the storage ring. Zhao Jian was already half-step Divine Lord. Even if give him a spirit-linked divine pill, the divine essence within his body also could not possibly increase the least bit. Su Ting was currently peak middle stage origin deity. Even if this was a fake medicinal pill, it more or less still had some help to her. To be able to make the medicinal strength so realistic, this medicinal pill naturally did not have major problems. It just had some tricks done to the quality. Chapter 1649, Causing a Sensation. Chapter 1649, Causing a Sensation. Everyone left a clear S, P, A, C for Su Ting, letting her refine the medicinal pill. Su Ting did not harbor much hope. Void Spirit Divine Grade pills were not cabbages, able to be bought wholesale, casually. If Yi Yuan said that he only had a Void Spirit Divine Grade Vast Essence pill, it would be somewhat believable. But Yi Yuan's meaning was clearly that his medicinal pills were all Void Spirit Divine pills. This was a little too nonsensical. This kid is really calm enough. They're already about to test the pill, and he's still so calm. Haha, it's not over until it's over. I remember more than 10 years ago, someone selling fake medicinal pills in the Heavenly Network gathering was exposed. Later, that person was directly beaten to a cripple by the three great factions. This kid has some strength, but compared to the three great factions, it's still too far off. The surrounding martial artists were all waiting to see the joke. This matter today was stirred up so big that there was probably no way to resolve it anymore. Heavenly Network Gathering was a trading venue renowned far and wide. The three major factions still cherished their reputation more. One discovered that someone was swindling, they would deal a ruthless blow. Firstly, it could establish awe. Secondly, it could rectify their name. Once the seal opened, a thick medicinal fragrance instantly swept throughout the whole place. What a thick medicinal fragrance! What a terrifying medicinal strength! This vast essence pill would really be Void Spirit Divine Grade, right? Everyone's faces suddenly changed. The higher the quality of the medicinal pill, the thicker the medicinal fragrance, and the stronger the medicinal strength that effused. This vast essence pill in Su Ting's hand was clearly extraordinary. What's all the fuss about? Medicinal fragrance and medicinal strength can all be faked. The true quality of a medicinal pill still needs, after refining, before one can know. Although Zhao Jian was alarmed in his heart, he still remained stubborn. But what he said was also right. If not a medicinal pill refined on the spot, these things could indeed be falsified. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "Hurry up and refine it. The longer you delay, the more severe the medicinal strength's dissipation." Su Ting was also slightly shocked in her heart, hurriedly stuffing the medicinal pill into her mouth. A surge of incredible medicinal strength instantly exploded in Su Ting's mouth and abdomen. The horrifying divine essence scoured her four limbs and bones like tidewaters, making her have a feeling of suddenly feeling refreshed. Su Ting felt like every pore in her body seemed to have loosened up. Rumble. The bottleneck of late-stage origin deity realm was naturally burst through by this surge of medicinal strength. What a powerful divine essence undulation. She's about to break through. What a terrifying medicinal strength. Is this Void Spirit Divine Grade? One vast essence pill, and she can break through to the late-stage origin deity realm. This 1 billion divine essence stones was spent too worthwhile. Cries of exclamations sounded out everywhere. Vast essence pill was just a medicinal pill that increased divine essence and did not have the effect of breaking through bottlenecks. To Su Ting, swallowing another 100 or even 1,000 ordinary vast essence pills, and it was also impossible to burst through the bottleneck easily. But the medicinal effect of Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was too strong. Plus, Su Ting was originally stuck at the bottleneck. Under the stimulation of the powerful medicinal effect, that was how she burst through the bottleneck in one go. The spiritual energy in the heavenly network gathering surged and condensed over, alarming even more martial artists. Breaking through at heavenly network gathering, this kind of place was a very rare phenomenon. Everyone all wanted to know what happened. Therefore, the martial artists at the peripherals gathered one after another in the direction where the spiritual energy concentrated. The stream of people at the originally extremely remote last rank stalls became more and more. Very soon, it was packed until not even water could seep through. But the more it was like this, the greater everyone's curiosity. Those who could not squeeze in were all inquiring one after another, wanting to know what happened inside. All of a sudden, the entire heavenly network gathering became a mess. The abnormality at this side finally startled the three great factions. The heavenly network gathering had existed for D knows how many years already, such a thing that never happened before. The three great factions were afraid of a mutiny happening and made a response very quickly, sending out powerhouses to hold down the fort one after another. Don't squeeze inside anymore. Keep squeezing inside, and it's tantamount to causing trouble. Offenders will be killed without mercy. A six-layered heaven divine lord powerhouses shouted at the top of voice, releasing a powerful realm suppression, finally making those people somewhat loosen up. Finally, under the suppression of the three great factions' powerhouses, the martial artists at the peripherals were finally dispersed. But the last rank stall's place was still surrounded until not even a drop of water could trickle through. Su Ting slowly opened her eyes flash. H.I. plus ing with rays of brilliant light, feeling like she had inexhaustible energy to vent. She knew that the medicinal pill's medicinal effect was not completely refined. Su Ting only wanted to find a place to enter seclusion as soon as possible and refine the medicinal strength as quickly as possible. Zhao Jian looked at Su Ting with blank eyes, already shocked until he could not be more shocked. A little junior sister? Zhao Jian said stammeringly. Su Ting sucked in a deep breath and slowly said, "That's right, it's a genuine void spirit divine pill." Murmur. The surrounding martial artists thoroughly exploded, even though everyone already had an answer in their hearts. Hearing Su Ting say it personally, that was another matter altogether. It's really a void spirit divine pill. My G.O.D. I have lived for so long and have yet to see before a void spirit divine pill. A vast essence pill, and she could break through to late-stage origin deity realm. It's indeed well-deserving of being a void spirit divine pill. Su Ting slowly got up and said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, "Master, just now, the two of us brother and sister have offended greatly. Please be magnanimous enough to forgive." Yi Yuan said coolly, "No worries." Yi Yuan knew that void spirit divine pills were very hard to believe. Therefore, their reactions were within expectations. He naturally would not mind. Su Ting said, "May I ask, Master, are the medicinal pills in your hands all void spirit divine grade?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Pretty much. There are some that the grade isn't high, but anyone wants them, it could be a little cheaper. 50 million a pill." Everyone was speechless. This not high grade was referring to divine grade, right? There was no way a heaven grade medicinal pill could sell for 50 million. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the medicinal pills in Yi Yuan's hands were all void spirit divine pills. This was terrifying. "Master, I also want a vast essence pill. Here are 1 billion divine essence stones." "Master, I have 500 million here. I want a flying spirit pill." "Master, I have 700 million here. I want a heavenly treasure white moon pill." In practically an instant, Zhao Jian and Su Ting were engulfed. At this time, who still cared about what Sword Star Alliance? Buying a void spirit divine pill was the most important thing. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that in front of him were all hands. He could not see anything at all. Those hands were all holding storage rings. Inside those storage rings were all glistening divine essence stones. Among them, there were even quite a number of divine Lord Realm powerhouses. No matter whether itinerant cultivators or martial artists with factions who did not have a junior. 1 billion divine essence stones, and they could buy a rank 3 void spirit divine pill. Miss this chance, and it would not come again. Enough! Suddenly, Yi Yuan mustered up divine essence, his voice akin to rolling thunder, overwhelming everyone all of a sudden. Only after seeing everyone became quiet did Yi Yuan say, "Want to buy medicinal pills? Line up first. You all like this? I won't sell a single one." Chapter 16, 50 Astronomical Figure. Chapter 16, 50 Astronomical Figure. The entire city was in a stir. Inside, the heavenly spiritual pill, a small medicinal pill shop that only sold void spirit divine pills, actually appeared. This matter was akin to the wind, spreading throughout the entire capital city at an extremely fast speed. In front of Yi Yuan's medicinal pill shop, a long line already formed with no end in sight. Among the people queuing, divine Lord Realm powerhouses were in the majority. Although the medicinal pills were good, not many of those origin deity realm itinerant cultivators were able to afford the price of hundreds of millions of divine essence stones. Even a most ordinary medicinal pill, it was very hard for them to afford to buy one. At the back row of the line, someone complained, saying, "Such a long line. How long do we have to queue until?" Another person said, "Then what can you do?" That master said those who simply cut the queue won't be sold medicinal pills. Heavenly Network Gathering was jointly established by the 3 great factions. So do you dare to cause trouble? But such a long queue, no matter how many void spirit divine pills that master has, it will be sold out too. I heard that if there's myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, they can have priority in exchanging for medicinal pills. But sadly, I don't have any. Sigh. Right now, the popularity of medicinal pill shop was so explosive. Yi Yuan also released a statement saying that anyone who had myriad longevity heavenly soul stones could have the priority in purchasing void spirit divine pills. In a short half a day, he collected 3 pieces of myriad longevity heavenly soul stones. Of course, he also traded several more expensive medicinal pills out. In this half a day's time, Yi Yuan already sold hundreds of medicinal pills. His pockets started to bulge again. In a short half a day's time, he made more than 10 billion. Deducting away the cost of these medicinal pills, Yi Yuan also made a net profit of 7 to 8 billion. The medicinal pills that Yi Yuan sold currently, low difficulty ones, were in the majority. Not everyone could take out 1 or 2 billion divine essence stones to purchase those extremely difficult medicinal pills. All right, let's stop here today. Pack up the stall. Those who need medicinal pills, please be early tomorrow. The sky was getting dark. Yi Yuan directly gave the order to chase away the customers. With this, everyone exploded. Don't. Finally managed to reach the end of the queue. Why did you pack up the stall? Are you kidding? Who does business like you? Hey kid, your father queued for half a day. Now, you're telling me closing up the stall? If you dare to go, I will exterminate you. Yi Yuan gave that first layered heaven divine Lord a glance coldly and said coolly, "Very good. I've remembered you. You can forget about buying a single medicinal pill from my place. Even if you have money, it won't work either." That first layered heaven divine Lord obviously had a short fuse as he said angrily, "Fine, you have it. Oh, look, yes. If you have the capabilities, don't go out of the heavenly network gathering. Otherwise, this father of yours will break your legs." Suddenly, a powerful aura locked onto him and said coldly, "Why? You want to make a move against Brother Yi?" That first layered heaven divine Lord's back turned cold, his expression instantly becoming incomparably ugly. This aura was clearly released by a third layered heaven divine Lord. Who is it if not Ning Tianping? Just kidding, was kidding around just now. How can I dare to offend Master? Yielded in 1 second. That first layered heaven divine Lord even thought that Yi Yuan was alone. Who knew that there was actually still a third layered heaven divine Lord backing Yi Yuan from behind? Good that you don't dare. Otherwise, you won't see tomorrow's sun. Humph. Ning Tianping said with a cold snort. The person sweated profusely and repeatedly said that he did not dare, and he was scared away, frightened out of his wits. Ning Tianping came to Yi Yuan's side, set him a storage ring, and said, "Brother Yi, the medicinal herbs that you want, I've bought them." Yi Yuan gave Ning Tianping a very long list. Ning Tianping ran for a whole day, virtually running all over the whole city, before buying all of these spirit medicines. He had not returned yet, and already knew that a medicinal pill big shot appeared in the city, causing a sensation in the entire city. Return to take a look. This was a spectacle to behold. In the past, His Excellency had never worried about money before. This time, pressing him into a corner, the momentum released was really tremendous. Yi Yuan received the spirit medicines and said with a nod, "Thank you for your effort. Let's find a place to rest first. Tomorrow, we'll come over to set up the stall again." Yi Yuan brought Ning Tianping and left, leaving behind everyone looking at each other. Left just like this? What the Hell? To martial artists, forget about one day, even not resting for a year was also nothing. Therefore, the Heavenly Network gathering actually operated 24 hours a day. Although the people at night were fewer, the number of people was still a lot. The booth fees were already paid, so how could one still find a place to rest? Wasn't this wasting divine essence stones? Hang on. The rental fee for last rank stalls seemed to be just 100,000 divine essence stones a day. It was not even enough for the change for one of Master's medicinal pills. All scatter then. Tomorrow, come and queue up early. Seriously, have money and he doesn't even want to earn. Haha. What the Hell? I do you know. Void Spirit Divine pills don't need to worry about selling at all. Even if he sells for 2 hours a day, you'll also have to wait respectfully. Everyone rose in tumult and dispersed. Following Yi Yuan's departure, the Heavenly Network gathering returned to its original appearance. On the way, Ning Tianping asked impatiently, "Your Excellency, how is today's gains?" Yi Yuan mused for a bit and said, "Roughly calculating, there's roughly 17 or 18 billion. Ning Tianping opened his mouth wide and said with a look of disbelief, So fast. Your Excellency, you're really too crazy. You setting up a stall for a day already catches up to my Ning family's 1 year of income." Although Ning Tianping was long mentally prepared, he was still taken aback with fright by the figure Yi Yuan said. One had to know, the Ning family, this kind of imperial city's major family, their 1 year's net profit was also merely 20 over billion. But Yi Yuan set up a stall here for less than a day and earned the family's annual income. This was also too crazy. He knew that Yi Yuan rented the stall for 10 days. After these 10 days, wouldn't it be 200 billion divine essence stones? 200 billion. This was simply an astronomical figure. The more Ning Tianping thought, the more shocked he got. He never knew that earning money turned out to be so easy. His Excellency was simply a money-making machine. Yi Yuan seemed to know what he was thinking and said with a smile, "What are you thinking? These medicinal pills were all ACCU, mulat by me over several hundred years. Only selling them at one time will have this kind of effect. If really let me refine them, then even if I continuously refine pills day and night, it's also impossible to have this kind of money-making speed." Ning Tianping smacked his lips and said, "That's also very impressive already. It's also only your Excellency that can accomplish this kind of thing. If it were others under this kind of situation, there is nothing apart from despair." The two people walked out of the Heavenly Network gathering when 3 groups of people came over from 3 different directions. The one in the lead was actually a 6th-layered Heaven Divine Lord Powerhouse. No need to ask, these 3 teams were definitely sent by the 3 major forces. The 6th-layered Heaven Divine Lord on the right-hand side said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, "Little brother Yi Yuan, our Alliance Chief invites you to the manor for a chat, please honor with a visit." Behind him was Zhao Jian. Su Ting's figure was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, she went into a retreat already. That six-layered heaven divine lord in the middle glared at Du Mingliang and said, "Du Mingliang, you dare to and TC. H people from our city, Lord Manor?" At this time, that six-layered heaven divine lord on the left also opened his mouth and said, "Little brother Yi Yuan, our blood rainbow manor sincerely invites you to our manor for a chat." Chapter 1651, Unfathomable. Chapter 1651, Unfathomable. What a joke. Who does your city lord manor think we are? Your father will H people from you guys. What can you Mudong do to me? Lu Han, scram to one side for your father. Careful, because I will squeeze you until you explode. Du Mingliang said with a cold laugh. Du Mingliang, you're so domineering. Going or not, doesn't seem like you have the final say, right? Lu Han said with a sneer. You all get lost to one side for your father. Our city lord manor is on the orthodox side. Little brother Yi Yuan should naturally go to the city lord manor first. Mudong said. Mudong came from the city lord manor, while Lu Han was the blood rainbow manor's messenger. The moment the three people met, they got into an argument with signs of striking at a word of disagreement. Even though the three families jointly founded the Heavenly Network Gathering, the struggle between themselves had never stopped before. This capital city, even the city lord manor, could not suppress the other two major powers. The havoc could be seen at a glance. The other two families did not have any respect for the city lord manor at all. Now, Yi Yuan suddenly appeared. These three major factions naturally wanted to build a good relations. I+P with him. This Riverluck capital city was a very sensitive place. Everyone fought each other and was also apprehensive of each other. For Yi Yuan to be able to take out so many void spirit divine pills at once, and also have Ning Tianping, this third-layered heaven divine lord, as a guard, they had no choice but to speculate about Yi Yuan's ident. One time, the three families came to find Yi Yuan. They naturally had to investigate things. Even though Ning Tianping called Yi Yuan brother out of his mouth, that respectful attitude could not be concealed. People with a discerning eye could tell a glance. Furthermore, such a young divine lord realm powerhouse like Ning Tianping, only a major force could groom him. This way, Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, how could ordinary forces be able to groom such a heaven-defying alchemist? Therefore, these three families were very polite toward Yi Yuan. If they were not wary of Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai. With these three major forces domineering this, how could they possibly talk nicely to Yi Yuan? They would directly capture him and be done with it. The three people were arguing unceasingly when Yi Yuan suddenly said, "When have I said that I'm going back with you all? You all please return. I still have to refine pills at night, so I don't have time to be a guest. Want to buy medicinal pills? Please be early tomorrow. Not buying medicinal pills, don't waste my time." Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly circled around the three groups of people and went far away. The three people looked at Yi Yuan, leaving blankly just like that. No one actually dared to go up and stop. Yi Yuan deliberately did so. The more unfathomable he was, the greater these guys would feel that he had a strong background. His strength plus Tude was sufficient to make the three major forces not dare to act rashly without careful consideration. Yi Yuan coming to Riverluck capital city was just sing and could not stay for long. He could not be bothered to have any entanglements with the native forces here. Furthermore, in a place like this, the three major forces were all cunning foxes. If he really went, he would let the cat out of the bag instead. Hence, might as well just ignore them. Sure enough, the three six-layered heaven divine lord powerhouses, no one dared to make a move to stop. Yi Yuan swaggered away and left just like this. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their eyes popped out. These three great factions domineeringly occupied Riverluck capital city. No one dared to provoke in the vicinity at all. It was said that these three great factions all had powerhouses supporting them at the back. They were not merely seventh-layered heaven divine lords. All in all, this Riverla capital city was a large cake. Everyone wanted a piece. But such powerful three forces, no one actually dared to make a move against this origin deity realm brat. Clever people understood what was going on. Dumb ones was only left with shock. The three major forces' masters repeatedly exhorted them before coming, for these three people to not easily offend Yi Yuan. In the end, Yi Yuan did not even pay attention to them. The three people exchanged glances, discovering that the quarreling just now was plain silly and could only turn around and leave. At the Sword Star Alliance Chief Li Xing was not surprised after listening to Du Mingliang's report. Alliance Chief, this boy is truly condescending. If not for your many exhortations, I'd really skin him just now, Du Mingliang said angrily. His strength was the well-deserving of being the number 2 person in the Sword Star Alliance. Normally, the wind and rain were at his beck and call. Today, he was actually ignored by an origin deity realm kid. How could he not be angry? Li Xing's gaze flickered, but he asked, "Oh, Mingliang, do you think that kid's condescension could be feigned?" Du Mingliang shook his head and said, "Impossible. I've never seen before an origin deity realm who dares to be so arrogant, completely not taking the three of us seriously. Old Du, followed you for so many years, I still have this bit of my prowess. Moreover, wasn't Lu Han and Mu Dong there too? Even if he can fool me, it's also not possible to fool the three of us at the same time, right?" Li Xing nodded when he heard that and said, "Then that's right. Only people who are accustomed to high-level powerhouses can disregard sixth-layered heaven divine lords like this. This kid's background definitely isn't small. Forget it. If he's not coming, don't come then. As long as he doesn't go to the other two, that will do." Du Mingliang said, "Then that's it? It's said that this kid can refine level 9 difficulty void spirit divine pills. If he can be used by us, then wouldn't it be effortless for us to finish off the other two families?" Li Xing laughed in spite of himself when he heard it and said, "Finish off the other two families? You can forget about it. Once there's one among the three of us that falls, then the entire Riverluck capital city will definitely have to be reshuffled new. The other two families are absolutely unable to escape by sheer luck. It's been so many years. Do you, old Du, still can't see it clearly?" Du Mingliang was just a martial person and really could not understand the intricacies involved. How powerful the strength behind Sword Star Alliance was, only Li Xing himself knew. When Du Mingliang heard this, he was startled inwardly too. Li Xing smiled and said, "Don't look at how our three families fight and kill. In reality, we've maintained a relative restraint. Once this balance is broken, then the consequences will be too ghastly to imagine. Therefore, even though this kid is monstrous, he's not what we can afford to enjoy. This kind of monstrous alchemist can only be groomed by a super major force, and only they can afford to enjoy his ability." Pausing for a bit, Li Xing continued, "If my conjectures are right, this kid is very likely a genius disciple groomed by some imperial capital. He came out of train this time. That third-layered heaven divine lord kid is clearly not what ordinary major factions can nurture too. Furthermore, he might just be a cover, and there's still a true powerhouse lurking in the city. The suppression ancient heaven gate is about to open, so we'd best not bring up unnecessary ramifications." The more Du Mingliang listened, the more alarmed he got. Only then did he know how grim the situation in the city right now was. Similar scenes were playing out in the old layers of the other two major forces. Regarding Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai, they were similarly extremely suspicious. While Yi Yuan at this time already found a place to stay in the city and started to refine pills overnight. Those extremely difficult medicinal pills, those able to afford them were in the small minority after all. Billions of divine essence stones at every turn. Even ordinary divine lord realm powerhouses could not possibly take it out too. Hence, the spirit medicines that he made Ning Tianping by were all relative to some cheap medicinal pills. There were still 9 days left. It was enough for him to make a killing. Chapter 1652, Counting Money Until Hand Cramps. Chapter 1652, Counting Money Until Hand Cramps. Du Mingliang, you came early enough. Early next morning, Mu Dong came to the Heavenly Network gathering, but he discovered that Du Mingliang was already queuing at the very front of the ranks. He waved his hand at that martial artist behind Du Mingliang and then directly cut the queue. No one dared to talk behind his back. Considering the strength of a six-layered Heaven Divine Lord, plus the faction behind him, if anyone made idle talk, wasn't that courting death? The rules here were set by the three major forces. Du Mingliang saw Mu Dong and said coolly, "Didn't you come pretty early too? I reckon that Lu Han is going to reach too, right? After all, it's Void Spirit Divine Pill, so who can be unmoved?" Mu Dong nodded his head and suddenly said with a sigh, "If I'd met Master Yi several tens of thousands of years earlier, how good would it be? How many years of bitter cultivation would this save me? Isn't that so? Now, this rank 3 divine pill is already not much use to us. Truly a shame." Lu Han arrived and exclaimed. That martial artist queuing behind Du Mingliang wanted to cry, but had no tears and could only move another place back. However, this was not over yet. Apart from these three major forces, over a dozen more people came one after another. They were all middle-stage Divine Lord Realm powerhouses. These people were, without exception, all powerhouses of the major forces within the city. It was a pity for that person. He was queuing in the middle of the night since last night. In a short while, he was squeezed out of the first 20. Right now, the procession was pretty much arranged according to the power of the forces in the city. The stall owner had not appeared yet, and the stall was empty. But everyone was very orderly, quietly waiting for the arrival of the stall owner. Before long, Yi Yuan brought Ning Tianping and slowly stepped into the Heavenly Network gathering. Seeing Yi Yuan arrive, everyone had an excited look. Yesterday, there were quite a number of people who bought the medicinal pills. Some news naturally spread out already. The medicinal effects of Yi Yuan's Void Spirit Divine pills indeed lived up to its reputation. A Night Pa said there were already quite a number of Origin Deity realm martial artists who broke through. Therefore, everyone looked forward to Yi Yuan's medicinal pills even more. After all, compared to the Divine Lord realm, the numbers of Origin Deity realm were still more. After tidying up, Yi Yuan gave Du Mingliang a glance and said coolly, "Begin then. What medicinal pill do you want?" Du Mingliang was cautious as he said with a smile, "Little brother Yi Yuan, what level 9 difficulty medicinal pills do you have? Is there a Vast Sun Universe pill?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "There naturally is. But the spirit medicines of Vast Sun Universe pill is very hard to put together. I only have 2 on hand." But Du Mingliang was overjoyed the moment he heard and said, "Great! The 2 Vast Sun Universe pills, I want them. Additionally, I still want 20 Vast Essence pills." Du Mingliang reported the names of quite a few medicinal pills in one breath. All levels of medicinal pills were involved. The martial artists at the back all listened until they were extremely shocked. Indeed loaded as HELL. Calculating this total price, it was probably no less than 10 billion, right? But Mu Dong and Lu Han were indignant. Mu Dong said furiously, "Du Mingliang, don't let your appearance of eating be so ugly. Could it be that only your Sword Star Alliance has money?" But Du Mingliang smiled coldly and said, "Want to blame? Blame that you didn't come earlier. If you were the first, would you buy up these 2 Vast Sun Universe pills or not?" Mu Dong snorted coldly and said, "Don't give me that. Today, you must leave one for your father. Otherwise, let's showcase our true abilities." Du Mingliang sneered and said, "Fight then. You think I am scared of you?" The scene was dangerously explosive, with the air of coming to blows at a word of disagreement. Also could not blame them. A Void Spirit Divine Grade Vast Sun Universe pill virtually represented a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. Which faction could be unmoved? At this time, Yi Yuan frowned and said, "All right, keep making a row and I won't sell a single one." Seeing Yi Yuan fly off the handle, the 3 people indeed stopped. The martial artists at the back looked at Yi Yuan with shocked faces. What background did this Master Yi have to speak to six-layered heaven divine lord powerhouses like this? They actually did not even dare to let out a fart. Yi Yuan paused for a bit and continued. If you guys can pull together the spirit medicines, I can also help you guys refine. As for the fees, 2 billion will do. The moment Mu Dong and Lu Han heard, they could not help being overjoyed. Gathering 2 sets of spirit medicines with the strength of these 2 families was still doable. As for divine essence stones, they did not care at all. The 3 major forces have been entrenched in Riverluck capital city for many years, their foundation incomparably deep. Several billion was really no big deal to them. Finally, Du Mingliang settled the accounts. He spent a total of more than 12 billion divine essence stones. Little brother Yi Yuan, here's 1 billion divine essence stones. Please count it. Du Mingliang handed the storage ring to Yi Yuan very respectfully. Mu Dong and Lu Han were also very gallant, each buying around 10 billion of medicinal pills. Ning Tianping's eyes became wide saucers at one side. This money was blown over by a strong wind, right? Yesterday was just a small-scale operation, so today was the main show. These 3 major forces added up were already more than 30 billion. At the back, there was still a long line of people waiting. Although these forces could not compare to the 3 great factions, they more or less had some background and were also people who did not lack money. On this day, Ning Tianping spent it counting divine essence stones. He felt that his head was already somewhat numb. This was really counting money until hand cramps. When this day ended, Ning Tianping counted it. A total of more than 110 billion entered the accounts. One day, more than 110 billion. Ning Tianping felt like his heart was about to jump out. Was there still this kind of operation? However, this was not over yet. In the following few days, all the places that sold spirit medicines in the city were raided by the 3 major forces. These 3 great factions pooled together the portions of 7 medicinal pills again. They requested Yi Yuan to take action to refine the Vast Sun Universe pill. Without a doubt, among level 9 difficulty medicinal pills, the Vast Sun Universe pill was the most popular and also the most practical. 10 days' time passed, said in an instant. In these 10 days, Ning Tianping deeply experienced Yi Yuan's powerful money-making ability. Haha, Your Excellency, this is really too crazy. 10 days' time, a short 10 days' time, we actually earned more than 400 billion. Over 400 billion. At the end of the tallying, Ning Tianping was happy until he almost went crazy. The profit of refining Void Spirit Divine pills was too great. Just take the Vast Sun Universe pill, for example. Although its spirit medicines were rare, the total value was also just around 700 to 800 million. But Yi Yuan refining and selling it. It then became 3 billion. One Vast Sun Universe pill added more than 2 billion worth of value all at once. Of course, Ning Tianping understood that only Yi Yuan, this kind of freak, could have such heaven-defying money-making ability. If it were others, even head Elder Xianyu and second Elder Roa Su, they both did not have this ability, because they could not refine Void Spirit Divine Grade. Forget about Void Spirit Divine Grade. Even Purple Spirit Divine Grade, they could not refine it. Therefore, the added value of the medicinal pills was naturally not that high. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm also dog-tired these few days. There's still a few days before the auction. These few days, let's go shopping in the Heavenly Network Gathering. Whatever good things we encounter, let's buy them. Chapter 1653 Supreme Token. Chapter 1653 Supreme Token having money was capricious. These few days, Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping only did one thing, which was to buy. Yi Yuan was unable to refine rank 4 divine pills currently, and could only help Ning Tianping purchase some medicinal pills and natural treasures. Ning Tianping already cultivated to become a peak 3rd-layered heaven divine, Lord now, and already touched the bottleneck of 4th-layered heaven. But without Yi Yuan's help, it was not easy for him to want to overcome this bottleneck. These natural treasures and materials were unable to refine into pills. The help to him was also limited. If buying some natural treasures could break through bottlenecks, the status of alchemists also would not be so lofty. Third-layered heaven divine lord to fourth-layered heaven was a big bottleneck. Even if Ning Tianping's talent was very high, wanting to break through under the circuit, stances of not borrowing external forces, without 1,000 years, it was impossible. But Ning Tianping was not in a rush either. After all, his current cultivation speed was already very fast. And all this was thanks to Yi Yuan. He was already very satisfied. With sufficient divine essence stones on hand, Yi Yuan also began collecting some more valuable rank 4 spirit medicines and started to set about to researching them. In reality, regarding the study of rank 4 divine pills, Yi Yuan had long started. He had the world suppressing steel. The utilization of time was 10 times of others. These 300 years' time, deducting away the outside world's time, Yi Yuan was equivalent to having spent more than 2,000 years. These 2,000 years, it was also impossible for Yi Yuan to blindly focus on how to create the cultivation method. Researching medicinal pills naturally became Yi Yuan's second choice. Presently, Yi Yuan's foundation was already extremely solid. Even without Dustless's guidance, under his slow fumbling, he also had a tremendous understanding of rank 4 divine pills. But under Dustless's guidance, his improvement was even more inconceivable. If he could break through to the Divine Lord realm right now, directly refining level 6 or 7 difficulty rank 4 divine pills was nothing difficult. But the gap between Divine Tao realms was too great. The realms could not be jumped to refine at will like in the mortal realms. Only if Yi Yuan broke through to the Divine Lord realm could he refine rank 4 divine pills. Rank 4 natural treasures were all very expensive. It was easily hundreds of millions of divine essence stones. 5 days' time, the two spent close to 100 billion. Haha, Your Excellency, this feeling of spending money is too awesome. I finally understand now why your cultivation is so fast. Ning Tianping said with a loud laugh. Ning Tianping had always felt that he was a local tyke. But compared to these few days, he was simply a B. Yumkin. What was called spending money like water? This was called spending money like water. Spending 100 billion in 5 days. Who had such boldness? To Yi Yuan, these divine essence stones were nothing more than tools to become stronger. As the saying went, even if money is gone, it can be obtained again in a flash. It was really too easy for him to earn money. Yi Yuan smiled and said, in the past, I only purchased some rank 3 natural treasures and didn't feel that there was anything. Now, only after buying these rank 4 materials do I know what's labeled as expensive. If I really want to spend, 400 billion is also not enough to spend. Yi Yuan wanted to take part in the auction. That was why he did not dare to really let loose and buy too much. When he broke through to the Divine Lord realm, 400 billion divine essence stones would be nothing to him at all. Buying some rank 4 spirit medicine back for him to research would probably not even be enough. One had to know that when Yi Yuan studied rank 3 divine pills, the divine essence stones expended was no less than several tens of billions. And this kind of expenditure ordinary Divine Lord realms could not afford at all, let alone talk about Origin Deity realm. The two people were currently chatting in the inn when Du Mingliang came to visit. Paying respects to Master Yi, Du Mingliang's attitude toward Yi Yuan was very respectful. Even his term of address underwent a change. This kind of respectful attitude, he did not feign it in the slightest. The Void Spirit Divine Pills that Yi Yuan refined, the Sword Star Alliance already issued a batch, selecting some disciples with very good natural endowments to consume. The effects were surprisingly good. In the past, they had only heard of Void Spirit Divine Pills before, but had never seen it before. Hence, they also did not know the effects of Void Spirit Divine Pills. But now, they finally witnessed the terrifying aspect of Void Spirit Divine Pills. Zhao Jian was the disciple who consumed the Vast Sun Universe Pill, and he broke through to the Divine Lord realm within 3 days. This kind of breakthrough speed was simply inconceivable. Furthermore, Zhao Jian himself said that the medicinal effects of the medicinal pill were far from exhausted and still needed a very long time to digest. Barring no accidents, it could last for 100 years. At that time, him breaking through to third-layered Heaven Divine Lord was nothing difficult. This kind of medicinal effect, how could Li Xing and Du Mingliang not be astonished? As for the other medicinal pills, they similarly had magical medicinal effects. Hence, Du Mingliang was on all fours in admiration toward Yi Yuan now, and he was even more certain of Li Xing's judgment. Yi Yuan was definitely some extremely terrifying major force's disciple. They could not afford to provoke. Of course, there was no need to provoke as well. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said in a lofty manner, "What did you come to find me for?" Du Mingliang said, "Master Yi, the Alliance chief heard that you have the intention of parting. 1. Aiding in the Riverluck auction. The Alliance chief specifically had me deliver to you the auction supreme token. You can rely on this token to enter the auction supreme area. Apart from this, our Swordstar Alliance will give up 5% of the commission for Master. This token, there's a total of 9 pieces tonight. Our Swordstar Alliance has 3. This is one of them." Yi Yuan was rather surprised. Giving up a 5% commission, that was a 5% discount. This was very seldom seen in auctions, because these auction goods were not owned by the 3 major forces. They were obtained by martial artists who took them to the Heavenly Network Gathering to undergo auctioning. Heavenly Network Gathering hosting the auction, they would draw a commission considered as a labor fee. Giving up a 5% commission, this was letting the Heavenly Network Gathering's profits become smaller. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would be surprised. Of course, those who really go and take part in the auction also would not care about these few hundreds of millions of divine essence stones. Most importantly, this was a status symbol. Presently, the major forces in the city were too many. Some foreign forces, even the 3 great factions, were very apprehensive. However, there were only a scanty 9 pieces of these supreme tokens. The degree of value could be seen at a glance. But he also did not show it, and just said coolly, "All right, I'll accept it. Help me thank the Alliance chief." Du Mingliang hurriedly said, Dare not. Master Yi looks after our Swordstar Alliance a lot, so this is considered a small thanks of ours." Yi Yuan just nodded his head, considered to have acknowledged it. Witnessing the terrifying effects of Void Spirit Divine pills, the Swordstar Alliance knew that these medicinal pills selling for 10+ billion were simply 2D. In cheap. Now, if these medicinal pills were placed on auction, forget about 3 billion, even 6 or 7 billion, everyone would probably fight until their heads were broken and bleeding. One medicinal pill creating a third-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse, it was extremely freaking worth it. Furthermore, the Swordstar Alliance should be the biggest beneficiary, because they bought 2 additional medicinal pills. After the spirit medicines were collected, they approached Yi Yuan again to refine another 2. Adding them up, it was 4, the most among the 3 major forces. A mere 5% commission was seriously nothing. When Mu Dong saw Du Mingliang, he was immediately annoyed. Preempted by this guy again. This time, the Swordstar Alliance really earned big. Mu Dong and Du Mingliang were the same, both here to deliver the supreme token. The conditions they gave were the same as the Swordstar Alliance, both 5% commission. Soon after, Lu Han arrived too. Calculating it, Yi Yuan had a 15% discount. The 3 families added together, this benefit was not small. 9 pieces of supreme tokens. Yi Yuan alone acquired 3 pieces, something that costs 10 billion being one. 5 billion cheaper. This could not be said to not be great sincerity. Chapter 1654 Roll for me to see. Chapter 1654 Roll for me to see in front of Heavenly Network Gathering's main hall. Numerous powerhouses slowly entered. Those able to enter this place were basically all Divine Lord Realm powerhouses. For an Origin Deity Realm powerhouse, their net worth could not even buy leftover bits and pieces when they enter. Want to enter Riverluck auction, one would naturally need to verify capital. Without tens of billions of AS, sets, one could not even enter the door. The guard stopped Yi Yuan and said, "Please show your invitation card." Yi Yuan was just about to take out the supreme token when a mocking voice sounded out by his ear. "Get lost. A measly little origin deity realm also wants to enter the auction, really overestimating your own ability." The one talking was a young man, first-layered Heaven Divine Lord. But behind him followed a fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord Old Man. To be able to make a fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord be in attendant, clearly this young man's ident. 1. Tai was extraordinary. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. Really, wherever one went, there were posturing fools. "You enter your auction, I enter my auction. What did I hinder you in?" That young man handed over the invitation and said to the guard at the door, "Your heavenly network gathering is too careless. Why would you let just anyone in? An origin deity realm. What can he do if he goes in?" Even though Yi Yuan's void spirit divine pills caused a sensation throughout the whole city, those who had truly met him before were also just those few people. This guard clearly did not recognize Yi Yuan. The guard swept a glance at the invitation and hurriedly bowed and said, "Turns out that it's Melody Sun Imperial City's young patriarch Jinglu." Pardon me," replying young patriarch Jinglu. "As long as one has the Heavenly Network Gatherings invitation card, they can enter the auction. There's no restriction in terms of realm." The guard's words made everyone incomparably surprised. "That's Melody Sun Imperial City's young patriarch Jinglu? I heard that he's a peerless genius. When he was born, he was already initial stage origin deity realm, and he broke through to first-layered Heaven Divine Lord realm at a mere 500 years old. I also heard before, it said that him breaking through to celestial deity realm in the future is virtually a certainty." Someone said softly, but heard that this young patriarch Jinglu is also notoriously overbearing, frequently taking advantage of his influence to bully people. Clearly, Jinglu's reputation spread far and wide. Many people had heard of him before. When Jinglu heard the surrounding sighs of admiration, he was incomparably pleased with himself in his heart. He enjoyed these envious looks very much. You all wouldn't be bored until you issued an invitation card to an origin deity realm, right? "Kid, do you have an invitation card or not?" Jinglu asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was tickled by this guy and said with a smile, "Invitation card? I really don't have one." Jinglu's face fell, and he said domineeringly, "Don't have an invitation card? Why haven't you scrammed yet? Do you want this young master to send you rolling?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "How to roll? You roll one time for me to see one." Jinglu saw that Yi Yuan thought nothing of him, and his expression could not help turning dark as he said in a cold voice, "Reckless and blind thing. A mere origin deity realm dares to talk this way to this young master. All right, this young master will let you know how to roll." Around them, quite a few people felt that Yi Yuan was very unwise. Strength was clearly lacking, yet his attitude was still so unyielding. This was not having a backbone. This was being tired of living. Done talking, Jinglu released his aura. A foot kicked toward Yi Yuan's chest. Behind Jinglu, that old man's aura locked onto Ning Tianping firmly. As long as Ning Tianping had a hint of reckless action, he would take action. But what surprised him was that Ning Tianping did not have the intention of moving at all. Instead, his face revealed a hint of a mocking smile. This foot carried world power. How could ordinary origin deity realm powerhouses be a match? The people seemed to have already seen the scene of Yi Yuan being kicked to death. However, just as that foot was about to kick until Yi Yuan's body seemingly teleported half a position. Bang! A heavy punch struck Jinglu's face. This punch was caught off guard. Jinglu directly flew out backward, rolled several hundred feet on the ground before stopping. This sudden turn of events was too sudden. Everyone all did not react. What did I see? An origin deity realm sent a divine Lord realm flying with one punch? No, wait. My eyes must be failing me. This is impossible. Isn't it said that Jinglu is a genius hard to come by in 100,000 years? Why is he so weak? What that kid used just now seemed to be spatial laws. My G, OD spatial laws. This scene was already familiar to Ning Tianping, but to others, they were shocked to the core. An origin deity realm actually sent a divine lord realm flying with one punch. This was too subverting. It turns out that this is how you roll. The posture is really unsightly. I'm not going to roll then, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Jing Lu scrambled to his feet. The facial features on his face all S-H-I plus feated, his nose aching until tears kept flowing, his appearance extremely miserable. He roared at the old man, "Uncle Huang, kill him for me. I want him dead." That old man's gaze turned sharp, and he said in a cold voice, "Young man, you're courting death." Yi Yuan ignored him, fished out the supreme token, and gave it to the guard. He said, "I don't have an invitation card. I only have this. Can I go in?" That guard's gaze turned intent, and he said in great alarm, "Supreme token? Why, Your Excellency?" This lowly one had eyes but couldn't see. "I have offended Your Excellency. Sorry." The Supreme Token was the highest level invitation letter for the auction this time. The ones invited were all big shots. With his status, he could not afford to offend at all. Seeing this token, his heart could not help palpitating heavily. Uncle Huang was just about to fly off the handle when that guard suddenly said coldly, "Halt. This lord is one of my Riverluck capital city's most honorable guests. If you dare to attack him, it's becoming enemies with our three major factions." Uncle Huang and Jing Lu somewhat doubted whether their ears heard wrongly or not. A measly origin deity realm was actually Riverluck capital city's most distinguished guest? Jing Lu said in a solemn voice, "You dare to speak to me this way?" But that guard did not yield in the slightest as he said, "Apologies. Young Patriarch Jing Lu is naturally our important guest, but the higher-ups instructed that if anyone sees a guest holding a supreme token, we must receive them with the highest standards. If you dare to attack this lord, then I can only say sorry." Not just Jing Lu, even the others also looked at Yi Yuan with incomparable shock. They completely could not understand. How did a measly origin deity realm become the most distinguished guest? Humph! A mere second-layered heaven divine lord. What can you do to me? Uncle Huang, what are you still waiting for? Attack! The guard was merely second-layered heaven divine lord cultivation. Jing Lu did not take him seriously at all, directly ordering Uncle Huang to attack. But Uncle Huang hesitated. Before he came, Head Elder explained solemnly before to make sure never to come into conflict with the three major forces. Riverluck Capital City was merely a capital city. If they did not have a certain background, how could they possibly stand tall? One had to know there were three imperial cities around Riverluck Capital City. Among them included Melody Sun Imperial City. But these three imperial cities had very weak control toward Riverluck Capital City. One could say that Riverluck Capital City was an independent kingdom. Uncle Huang was not a silk pants like Jing Lu, so he was deeply aware of the seriousness involved. Killing an origin deity realm was easy, but they already said the words very clearly. Yi Yuan was the most honorable guest. One had to know, even with their status, they did not get the supreme token. The importance of this token could be seen at a glance. Uncle Huang said, "Young Patriarch, better forget it. The less trouble, the better. Let's go in." 1. Scram/get lost can also mean roll. Chapter 1655, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Chapter 1655, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. What did you say? Jing Lu somewhat doubted whether his ears heard wrongly or not. Uncle Huang actually yielded? Wasn't it just a measly capital city? What was he afraid of? Uncle Huang pulled Jing Lu to the side and whispered, "Whatever there is, I'll tell you in a while. This place isn't a place to talk." Finished talking, he brought Jing Lu along and directly entered the auction venue. When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely surprised and started guessing Yi Yuan's item. 1. Tie one after another. Very clearly, Melody Sun Imperial City did not dare to provoke Riverluck Capital City, while Riverluck Capital City did not dare to provoke Yi Yuan. Calculating this way, Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai was big until it was a little frightening. Just what origin was this origin deity realm, young man? In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, "Isn't this Master Yi Yuan? Why haven't you gone in yet? The auction is going to start in a jiffy." Yi Yuan took a look, feeling that he was a little familiar. It should be a powerhouse who bought medicinal pills back then. This powerhouse clearly did not know what happened just now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Going in right now, a small accident happened just now." That powerhouse smiled and said, "Then let's go in together." Yi Yuan said, "Please." Haha, to be able to walk with Master Yi Yuan. This Lu is extremely honored. Done talking, the two people entered side by side, leaving behind everyone with shocked faces. Wasn't that the Soaring Sky Gang's gang leader, Lu Changtian? He's a six-layered heaven divine, Lord Powerhouse. He was actually so respectful toward that young man. I remembered. The medicinal pill shop that caused a stir in the entire city these past few days. The stall owner seemed to be called Yi Yuan. It's actually him. No wonder. No wonder. Even the three major factions have to queue up obediently in front of him. Haha, young Master Jing kicked a metal plate this time. Yi Yuan and Lu Changtian entered the main hall. A middle-aged man came up to greet them. When Lu Changtian saw the arrival, his expression could not help changing. I didn't expect that Alliance Chief Li actually appeared in person. Lu Changtian said with a respectful bow. Alliance Chief Li was naturally the Sword Star Alliance's Alliance Chief. Li Xing Lu Changtian did not expect that for the sake of this auction, Li Xing actually showed up in person. Li Xing smiled and said, "There are a few important people here tonight. This Li has no choice but to come." Master Yi Yuan, there was a little unhappiness just now. It was all our Sword Star Alliance who failed to look after well. Master Yi, please don't take it to heart. Hearing this, Lu Changtian had a look of astonishment. What kind of status did Li Xing have? He was actually so meek and humble toward an origin deity realm. This Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai seemed to have an even greater background than he imagined. Yi Yuan had never seen Li Xing before, but hearing the two people's conversation, he knew that this was the Sword Star Alliance's Alliance Chief. Some small fries always like to jump around. No worries, Yi Yuan said coolly. Actually, Lu Changtian did not know that Li Xing was also extremely shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan, an origin deity realm, actually sent the first layered heaven divine, Lord Jing Lu, flying with one punch. How could not be shocked? Perhaps this was a true genius. Compared to Yi Yuan, Jing Lu, this so-called genius, was like a frog at the bottom of a well. He was forever only able to see that tiny patch of the sky. Celestial deity? So what if celestial deity? In the eyes of Empyreans and heavenly emperor powerhouses, celestial deities did not even count as ants. Li Xing said, "Younger brother Lu, I won't accompany you anymore. Please go ahead. Master Yi Yuan, I'll bring you to the Supreme Box Room. That place won't be disturbed by outsiders." Lu Changtian had an awkward look as he said with a smile, "You guys go ahead." This auction venue had a total of 4 regions. Heaven, Earth, and Man, 3 levels. There's also a region that was normally not open to the public. That was the Supreme area. But this time, they actually opened up the Supreme area. What astonished Lu Changtian even more was that an origin deity realm actually entered the Supreme area. One had to know, with Lu Changtian's ident. 1. Tai in status. He could only enter the Earth rank region today, too. Li Xing led Yi Yuan to a box room in the Supreme area. The S.P.A.C. inside the private room was very large. The decor is extremely extravagant. There was a simple and archaic wooden table in the center. One look, and Yi Yuan knew that it was made from 9 profound heaven spirit wood, and that it was a priceless treasure. On the table, various styles of pastries and spirit tea were neatly arranged. By the side, there were even 4 extremely pretty maids serving on one side. In front, there was a Ma.S. Civ light screen, projecting the scene from the auction below in its entirety. All in all, every little bit here evidently showed the inhabitant's status. Master Yi Yuan, you be inconvenienced a bit and stay in this number 4 Supreme Box Room for the time being. Li Xing said. Yi Yuan had a face like an old well devoid of ripples. It was as if unmoved by all these. He just said coolly, I've troubled Alliance chiefly. You go and busy with your own things. Li Xing said with a smile. All right, then this Li will take his leave. If Master Yi Yuan has any needs, let these maids go and notify me. Finished talking, Li Xing took his leave and left. After going out, Du Mingliang came up to greet and whispered, How is it, Alliance Chief? Li Xing's expression was slightly dark as he said, indifferent whether granted favors or subjected to humiliation, style of talking uncommon, impressive in bearing. His background is definitely not small. Such a person isn't what we can build connections with. Just send him away properly, and that will do. Du Mingliang was also extremely surprised. He did not expect that the Alliance Chief's appraisal toward Yi Yuan was actually so high. These were naturally deliberately shown by Li Xing they all for Yi Yuan to see. Displaying martial strength outside the door was not a dispute caused by personal feelings, but that he wanted to let the three major forces know that his origins were extraordinary. How could an ordinary faction possibly groom an origin deity realm martial artist who could jump realm and defeat a divine lord realm? His goal was very simple. It was the boundless heavenly soul stone. If let people know that he merely came out of a low-level imperial city, with his means, it would definitely attract a lot of covetous eyes. Even though he was not afraid, he could forget about getting the boundless heavenly soul stone. Since that was the case, he might as well feign an unfathomable appearance. He would let everyone think that his background was extraordinary. This way, there was naturally no one who dared to touch him. However, Yi Yuan also deeply sensed River Luck capital city's complexity. Behind the three major forces, there was definitely a celestial deity powerhouse manipulating everything. Furthermore, this celestial deity powerhouse was not even an ordinary celestial deity powerhouse. Otherwise, there was no way that even Melody's son Imperial City's young patriarch did not dare to be insolent here. Before long, in the light screen, an old man slowly walked up the stage and said in a clear voice, Everyone, this old self, is Jian Jintao. I was invited by Riverluck Capital City to take on the role of host of this auction. Everybody rest assured the things auctioning this time. This old self has already inspected them. They're all genuine goods. Furthermore, this old self believes that the auction articles in time definitely won't disappoint everyone. After the old man finished his self-introduction, someone immediately exclaimed below the stage, Jian Jintao? Could it be a member of the Jian family? Jian Jintao stroked his beard and said with a smile, That's right, this old self is precisely Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's descendant, a disciple of the Jian family. Finished talking, the aura on Jian Jintao's body released. A mysterious aura reverberated amidst the hall. Profound Secret's divine essence. It's really a member of the Jian family. Once profound secrets appear, the genuine and the fake are immediately distinguished. Turns out that Elder Jian is a member of the Jian family. Pardon me. Haha, with Elder Jian here, we can rest assured. When everyone saw this mysterious divine essence, they immediately paid their respects to the old man. Chapter 1656, Tao, Ancestors' Helplessness. Chapter 1656, Tao, Ancestors' Helplessness, to actually invite the descendant of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Looks like the things this time is really very good. Dustless suddenly said. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, Oh, is this Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets very powerful? Dustless said, More than powerful. He can observe the destiny of what's under the heavens, talk about the life and death of martial artists, differentiate the truth and falsehood of myriad things, and is one of the most mysterious and most terrifying existences among transcendent heavenly emperors. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's art of observing aura is unparalleled under the heavens. See that divine essence. That's called Profound Secret's divine essence. Only Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and his descendants can cultivate this kind of divine essence. It's similar to a bloodline inheritance. Yi Yuan said in surprise, "There's still such a mysterious divine essence." Dustless nodded and said, "If Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets says that someone can become a Heavenly Emperor, that person will definitely become a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. If he says someone will die halfway, that person is bound to meet with a premature end. As long as it's things that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets predicted, it has never been wrong before." Yi Yuan was incomparably shocked in his heart. He did not expect that there was actually still a powerhouse who discerned heaven's secrets so thoroughly. What Yi Yuan did not know was that just a little earlier, Tao Ancestor Life quietly arrived at Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' manor. Profound Secrets, 500 years ago, Heavenspan Mountain's abnormality. What do you think about it? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave Tao Ancestor Life a very meaningful glance and said with a smile, "Life, it's not like you don't know my rules. Matters regarding the Heavenspan Mountain, I'm completely ignorant. If outsiders were to know that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets actually talked to Tao Profound Life like this, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. Tao ancestors were high and above, showing disdain upon the world. Even transcendent Heavenly Emperors were ants in front of them too. But this Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets actually did not have the least bit of respect toward Tao Ancestor Life. Tao Ancestor Life frowned and said, "This I naturally know. I just wanted to ask you if the time has come or not." When saying this, Tao Ancestor Life had a solemn look, as if encountering an earth-shaking matter. Something that could make a Tao Ancestor powerhouse so visibly moved naturally would not be that simple. Profound Secrets heaved a sigh and said, "You've experienced the last epoch. You naturally have an idea in mind. This kind of thing, is there still a need to ask me? Everyone says that Tao ancestors can live forever, but that's just because they don't live long enough. In this world, what can live forever is probably just the Heavenspan Mountain, right? Or maybe even the Heavenspan Mountain isn't undying and indestructible too. This kind of thing, who knows?" Tao Ancestor Life's expression changed. Profound Secrets' words poked his sore spot. The world all said that Tao ancestors were above worldly considerations, but they did not know that Tao ancestors had Tao ancestors' hearts. I plus PS2. In that case, it's really coming. Tao Ancestor Life said in a low voice. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret smiled and said, "Oh, old May, so many years Appa has said, you still haven't gotten over it? Life and death are decreed by fate. It's not what you and I can control." Tao Ancestor Life's expression flickered incessantly, and he said with a sigh, "Saying is easy, but doing it is difficult." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave him a glance and suddenly said, "On that day, I observed the celestial phenomena at night. In the south, purple chi surged to the sky. An abnormality is bound to happen. But this heaven's secret, I can't perceive it." Tao Ancestor Life's gaze turned intent. His figure suddenly disappeared. Vast universe. Before long, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Tao Ancestor Life. "Tao Ancestor." Heavenly Emperor Vast Universe said respectfully. Heavenly Emperor Vast Universe was slightly fearful in his heart. It was rare for the Tao Ancestor to summon him 1 in a million years. What was this today? Tao Ancestor Life nodded and said, "You immediately send people to the south and search carefully for me. See, in this recent 500 years, what kind of heaven and earth phenomenon appeared. I don't want anything left out, understand?" Heavenly Emperor Vast Universe hurriedly said, "Yes, this subordinate understands. This subordinate will go and send people right away." In front of everyone, it's the appetizer that the auction this time is starting with. Divine Tao Rank 5 Martial Technique, Heavenly Profound Divine Sword. This martial technique is very powerful. One can cultivate all the way to Celestial Deity Realm. Each level cultivated, one can virtually sweep across all in the same rank. The base price is 10 billion. Each increment has to be no less than 500 million. Jian Jintao was clearly very experienced with this kind of auction because of his vast experience stirring up the atmosphere at the scene with a few sentences. Divine Tao rank 5 martial techniques were martial techniques created by at least celestial deity powerhouses. The power was naturally extraordinary, and this cultivation method was clearly even more extraordinary. Jian Jintao used sweeping across those in the same rank to describe it. It clearly let the auction liven up all at once, even more authoritatively. Very soon, this Divine Tao rank 5 martial technique was sold at a price of 16.5 billion. Yi Yuan was not interested in this. No matter how strong the martial technique, it was also not as good as what was suitable for him. Clearly, the misty sword art was the most suitable for him. The misty sword art that was based on the Chaos Heavenspan canon was something no martial technique could replace. Sweeping across those in the same rank was merely a joke in front of Yi Yuan. His current combat strength could already kill the majority of first-layered Heaven Divine Lords. Same rank? To Yi Yuan, there was only jumping realms. Uncle Huang persuaded ardently before Jing Lu realized River Luck capital city's remarkableness, and also understood what their threat meant. Jing Lu was arranged in the Heaven rank area, which was also a private room. It was just that the private room was far lacking compared to the Supreme area. Young Patriarch, our goal this time is the boundless heavenly soul stone. If the divine essence stones aren't enough when the time comes, what should we do? Uncle Huang said. Jing Lu waved his hand and said, full of confidence, no worries, we brought 120 billion this time. It's enough to win the bid for the boundless heavenly soul stone. The boundless heavenly soul stone is useful to the divine lord realm, while its value to the celestial deity realm isn't that much. The price won't be too high. This is a complete divine Tao rank 5 martial technique. Our Melody Sun Imperial City obtaining it is also akin to adding wings to a tiger. Who dares to say anything? Uncle Huang saw Jing Lu's aloof and indifferent appearance and could not help letting out a sigh and no longer urged. He knew this young patriarch's temper. Say any more and he would get angry. The price of 16.5 billion already exceeded the value of this martial technique. Uncle Huang felt that it was not worth it. It was just that these words he did not dare to say it. Afterward, several more things were auctioned. The final transaction prices were basically all above 20 billion. The good things tonight were truly a lot. But these things were not indispensable to Yi Yuan. He could not muster up much interest. I believe that tonight, quite a number of people are aiming for an auction item. This piece of boundless heavenly soul stone was discovered in Inner Lode. Not only is the chunk extremely big, but it's also very pure. This old man has already appraised it. It's most suitable to use to help 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lords and half-step Celestial Deity powerhouses to comprehend Heavenly Tao. This piece of boundless Heavenly Soul Stone, the base price is 28 billion. Each increment is no less than 1 billion. Now start bidding. 35 billion. The moment Jian Zhentao's voice faded, someone immediately raised by 7 billion divine essence stones. Uncle Huang was slightly disappointed at the side. This young patriarch Jing Lu was still too young, no patience at all. Auctions, this sort of thing, what was play was psychological warfare. How was it competing on the volume of voice? 37 billion, 40 billion, 50 billion. Jing Lu directly added another 10 billion. Everyone became quiet. Chapter 16, 57 Backlash. Chapter 16, 57 Backlash. In a few bids, the price of the boundless heavenly soul stone directly doubled. This stance of being determined to get it really cowed quite a number of people. However, this was clearly not the final outcome. With such a sucker placed there, how is there a reason to not cheat him? Suddenly, a 5th-layered Heaven Divine Lord Powerhouse shouted, 51 billion. Jing Lu's face fell. He was still pleased with himself for a while when he saw that he stumped everyone earlier. He did not expect that in a blink of an eye, someone raised the price. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe it. 52 billion. That person said coolly, 53 billion. Jing Lu was enraged until his face was livid and he continued, 60 billion. This time, that martial artist did not increase the price anymore. He smiled faintly and said, "I don't want any more. Better give it to him." The moment Jing Lu heard, his face could not help revealing a smug look, and he said with a cold smile, "Fighting with this young master, can you afford to contend?" Jing Lu's voice was not concealed. Everyone in the room heard it. Those present were mostly clear-headed people. Everyone's faces revealed a knowing smile. He slightly used a bit of trick, and he directly increased by 10 billion. Uncle Huang could not bear to look straight ahead, but he could not speak up to warn either, his expression crumbling. Jian Jintao smiled slightly and said, 60 billion. Is there still higher than 60 billion? If there isn't, this piece of boundless heavenly soul stone will belong to the heaven number 5 room's guest. Everyone was silent. Everyone felt that the boundless heavenly soul stone already exceeded its original value and that it was clearly not worth to make a move anymore. Right at this time, a faint voice sounded out, 100 billion. This made everyone feel surprised. Among the audience, someone immediately whispered, 100 billion. Someone actually offered 100 billion to buy a piece of boundless heavenly soul stone. Isn't this being a sucker? At this time, an extremely experienced person explained, "A little interesting. This isn't a sucker, but an expert." Amen? What do you mean? Clearly, this piece of boundless heavenly soul stone, guests in heaven number 5 room and supreme number 4 room are determined to get it and absolutely won't allow the slightest accident. But supreme number 4 room's guest has never made a move. He was waiting to see how much his opponent had. Now, his opponent is clearly only left with the heaven number 5 room's guest. And at this time, he raised the price to 100 billion all of a sudden. It has probably already reached heaven number 5 room's limits. This way, he can save divine essence stones to the greatest degree, because heaven number 5 room exposed too much. That person said in shock, "There's actually still this kind of strategy?" That's of course. At times, auctions will encounter this kind of situation. Some people are aiming at an item. No matter what, he has to win the bid. At this time, the tactic becomes very important. You look, heaven number 5 room still wants to increase the price, but he already can't increase it anymore. When Jing Lu heard this offer, his expression immediately became incomparably ugly. He brought a total of 120 billion out. Right now, he was only left with 103.5 billion. Yi Yuan's price quote directly pushed his limit. He was unable to increase the price anymore. Gritting his teeth, Jing Lu yelled, 103.5 billion. Then in the next second, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said indifferently again, 105 billion. Bang! Jing Lu smashed the tea table in front of him with a palm and said angrily, "Deep in it. This person is a lunatic, right? To actually spend over 100 billion to buy a piece of boundless heavenly soul stone." Uncle Huang let out a sigh and said, "Young patriarch, forget it. That person is the same as us, hell-bent on obtaining the boundless heavenly soul stone." Jian Jintao also did not expect that this piece of boundless heavenly soul stone could be sold at such a high price. This piece of boundless heavenly soul stone belongs to the guest in the supreme number 4 room. Jian Jintao announced. He was very curious just who was in this supreme number 4 room to actually play with auctioning tricks to such a high degree of perfection. Actually, when Jing Lu called out 60 billion, he estimated that Jing Lu's limit was roughly 100 billion. But he had immersed in this for many years, his experience being exceedingly rich. That was how he had this estimation. That supreme number 4 room's guest actually had such judgment too. Presumably, he must be an expert. Jian Jintao thought in his heart, this supreme number 4 room is rather interesting. In a while, I must broaden my experience. The following auctions had nothing to do with Yi Yuan anymore. Even though the cost of buying the boundless heavenly soul stone far exceeded his expectations, he did not feel that there was anything. As long as it could preserve Mu Lingshue's life, forget about 100 billion. So what even if 1 trillion? There were quite a number of forces present that came from celestial deity factions. The last few auction items could only be used by celestial deity realm powerhouses. The compet. 1. Time was also abnormally fierce. These things were too far away for Yi Yuan. Moreover, Yi Yuan did not lack them either. As long as he broke through to the Divine Lord realm and opened up the Purple Extreme Hall's second level, the good things inside were definitely too many to count. After the auction ended, Yi Yuan went backstage to pay with Divine Essence Stones. He did not expect that Jian Jintao was actually already waiting there. Jian Jintao saw Yi Yuan, his gaze involuntarily turning intent. He did not think that such a veteran bidding technique actually came from such a young person's hands. Elder Jian, Yi Yuan said with Jian Jintao with clasped hands. Toward this heavenly emperor profound secrets, Yi Yuan was still very interested. He very much wanted to understand what kind of heavenly Tao laws could let them cultivate such mysterious divine essence. Jian Jintao smiled and said, "Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. I really didn't expect that Supreme Number 4 Room's guest was actually such a young man." At this time, Li Xing suddenly appeared and said, "Oh, Elder Jian isn't aware. Master Yi isn't an ordinary young man." Jian Jintao was slightly surprised and looked towards Li Xing and said, "Oh, how is he not ordinary?" Li Xing smiled and briefly recounted Yi Yuan's situation. In his heart, Jian Jintao was wildly in shock. He said somewhat disbelievingly, "Alchemy G. Oh, Dealey, you can't simply say this kind of words. This old man has lived to this ripe old age and could be said to be very knowledgeable and experienced. I've also not seen before Void Spirit Divine pills more than a few times." Li Xing smiled and said, "This matter, Riverluck Capital City's people are all aware. Moreover, how could this Li dare to talk rubbish in front of Elder Jian? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' lineage proliferated, their family extremely Civ, and they were scattered all over the Heavenspan world. Jian Jintao was merely a very distant offspring of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. But even so, no one dared to underestimate Jian Jintao too, because no one dared to underestimate the Jian family. Jian Jintao was incomparably shocked in his heart and unconsciously revolved divine essence, applying it on his two eyes, and looked over toward Yi Yuan. Jian Jintao suddenly screamed miserably, covering his eyes with both eyes. Li Xing could not help turning pale with fright when he saw the situation and hurriedly said, "Elder Jian, what's wrong with you?" Jian Jintao put down both hands tremblingly. The surrounding people all got a big shock. It was only to see his two eyes tightly shut with 2 rows of why tears flowing down the corners of his eyes, looking incomparably grim. Yi Yuan also did not expect that this kind of situation would appear and said worriedly, "Elder Jian, are you all right?" Jian Jintao slowly shook his head and said, "This old self is inept and incurred little friend Yi Yuan's ridicule." Chapter 1658 Spirit Circle Projection. Chapter 1658 Spirit Circle Projection Tanic waves surged in Jian Jintao's heart. His profound spirit chaos formula was already cultivated to peak 4th level. His art of viewing aura was also grand completion rank 4. However, he actually suffered such a terrifying backlash with one glance. The grandeur of this boy's destiny was simply appalling. "Elder Jian, you used the art of observing aura on Yi Yuan just now." Li Xing seemed to have understood something and could not resist asking. Jian Jintao knew that he could not hide it, so he said with a bitter smile, "Hearing what you said just now, this old self was somewhat curious. So I utilized the art of observing aura. I didn't expect that. This old man was inept and actually suffered a back loss." Plus Li Xing said in shock, "Elder Jian must be joking. Within the boundaries of these 3 imperial cities, who doesn't know that Elder Jian's art of observing aura is extremely accurate? How can you be inept?" At this time, another 2 figures walked over. They were City Lord Chai Rong and the Blood Rainbow Manor's Manor Lord, W.A.N. Ji Chao. When they saw that Jian Jintao's 2 eyes were flowing with B.L.O.O., Why tears? They turned pale with fright and said, Elder Jian, what's wrong with you? Li Xing briefly explained the situation. The two people's gazes when looking at Yi Yuan was full of astonishment. Looks like their judgment previously was indeed not wrong. Elder Jian, I wonder what Color Master Yi Yuan's destiny is. Chai Rong asked. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' art of observing aura was not a secret. A person's destiny could be divided into 7 levels. When observing aura, it would show different colors. Red aura was the weakest, while purple aura was the most prosperous. Normally, those able to reach purple aura, as long as they did not fall, breaking through to the true D realm in the future was virtually a sure bet. That powerhouse who left behind the suppression ancient heaven gate had once been viewed by the Jian family's art of observing auras, and the person had the most prosperous purple aura. Jian Jintao smiled bitterly and said, This old man didn't see anything at all. But this old man reckons that little friend Yi Yuan's destiny is likely the imperial aura. He only took one look and blinded himself. Imperial aura. The 3 great powerhouses shuddered all over. Imperial aura, they had also heard before. It was just that in Riverluck capital city, this kind of remote place, it was impossible for imperial aura to appear at all. Because people who have imperial aura appear could be said to have a heaven-defying destiny, and they were all able to step into the Empyrean realm in the end. Being a heavenly Empyrean, that was already a powerhouse that stood at the very summit of this world, an existence that they needed to look up to, and also an existence that could not be reached for life. Could it be that this young man in front of them could achieve the Empyrean realm in the future? Dustless already told Yi Yuan these, so Yi Yuan also understood the meaning of imperial aura. But he was not interested in this. What he was interested in was Jian Jintao's cultivation method. Yi Yuan suddenly cupped his fists and said, Elder Jian, Yi Yuan has a presumptuous request. At this time, these few people's perceptions of Yi Yuan were somewhat different again. A future Empyrean powerhouse. Was he not worth them fawning on him? Jian Jintao slowly nodded and said, You say. Yi Yuan said, Elder Jian, can you display your divine essence again? Jian wants to experience it personally. Jian Jintao was rather surprised, but did not refuse it either. Hence, he revolved the profound spirit chaos formula and released his divine essence. Carefully sensing the divine essence that Jian Jintao released, Yi Yuan trembled all over. This divine essence was indeed incomparably mysterious. More importantly, Yi Yuan actually sensed a hint of chaos divine essence concept from Jian Jintao's divine essence. This made him incredibly shocked. Every martial artist's divine essence would have subtle differences because of the differences in the cultivation method they cultivate. Some divine essences were suited to cultivate sword Dao martial techniques. Some divine essences were suitable to cultivate fire martial techniques. But those able to cultivate out a trace of chaos divine essence was one of a kind. The world is so vast. Looks like I've underestimated the heroes of the world. This Jian Jintao is merely 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, and he's already so powerful. I wonder how powerful that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets is. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion in his heart. Dustless said, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets has lived for D knows how many tens of thousands of years. He's the transcendent Heavenly Emperor with the longest lifespan. There's even a legend that he had once fought for the position of Dao Ancestor before, but failed in the end. This kind of existence naturally can't be placed in the same category as ordinary people. Those kinds of existences are all powerhouses who approach great Dao. Cultivating chaos divine essence isn't anything strange. Yi Yuan said, Looks like my path isn't wrong. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, that kind of powerhouse, is also pursuing chaos divine essence. It's just that their chaos divine essence is far from as pure as mine. Witnessing Jian Jintao's divine essence, Yi Yuan became even more certain of his path. What he wanted to do right now was to find the direction of the next step. Many thanks, Elder Jian. The profound spirit chaos formula is indeed profound and inscrutable. Yi Yuan admires. Yi Yuan said sincerely. Oh, that's the grace that's bestowed by ancestor. We only learned a bit of smattering. Not worth mentioning. If little friend Yi Yuan is free, there's no harm taking a trip to Extreme Light Imperial City, Jian Jintao said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, All right, I'll definitely pay a visit next time. In a corner of the street, Jing Lu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Uncle Huang, that kid keeps refusing to come out. He definitely bought something. Supreme Region, those who would buy the boundless heavenly soul stone, is only him. After the auction ended, Jing Lu was unwilling to accept it. He suspected that the one competing with him was Yi Yuan, so he stood guard outside. Uncle Huang also nodded when he heard it and said, Very likely. I inquired before. He collected myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones previously. Bidding with young patriarch for the boundless heavenly soul stone is within reason. Jing Lu's gaze was dark as he said in a cold voice, No way. I can't stomach this. Uncle Huang, I'm going to kill him. Firstly, it avenges the enmity previously. Secondly, it's also to S-N-A-T-C-H, the boundless heavenly soul stone for Father. Missing this time, Father will have to wait for no idea how many years before having a chance to break through to celestial deity realm. Uncle Huang frowned and said, Young Patriarch, while that's right, the three major forces are clearly partial toward him. It's not easy for us to act. I also didn't say to kill him in the city. When the suppression ancient Heaven Gate's inheritance is over, he'll definitely leave Riverluck capital city. At that time, Jing Lu had a vicious expression as he did a beheading action. Uncle Huang thought about it and said with a nod, Young Patriarch's words are reasonable. It's just that I'm afraid that this kid's background isn't small. If we want to kill him, we'd better be fully prepared. Jing Lu nodded and said, Amen, you ask Father for help right now. Have him send more experts over. Heh, an origin deity realm kid, to dare challenge this young master. This young master will let you know what's called despair. Yes, young patriarch, Uncle Huang said. On this day, the north of the city suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light. Several hundred rays of light suddenly projected down from the sky, S-H-I, plus Ning on the earth as if spotlights. Spirit Circle Projection. It's the Spirit Circle Projection. The suppression ancient Heaven Gate is now open. This phenomenon made the martial artists in the city seethe all at once. For a moment, those martial artists ran wild all at once, speeding out of the city frenziedly, lest they get left behind. In the wilderness to the north of the city, a stone gate stood erect and tall. In front of the stone gate, circles of light appeared on the ground. The martial artists fought with each other, attempting to enter the light circles. Chapter 1659 Fight of Spirit Circles. Chapter 1659 Fight of Spirit Circles. As long as one can last 100 breaths in the light circle, they can obtain the recognition of the suppression ancient Heaven Gate and enter inside, obtaining the inheritance. All get lost for me. Those who bar me die. This light circle is mine. Bang. For some time, countless fervent gazes looked towards the suppression ancient Heaven Gate. They all hoped to enter inside and obtain the inheritance. However, there were only merely several hundred seats. The compet. 1. Time was unusually fierce. In midair, countless divine essences, countless without restraint, looking incomparably gorgeous. Horrifying powers of law undulated in the sky. Martial artists fell from time to time. The scene was extremely tragic. However, the truly powerful existences had not made a move yet. The ones who rushed over now were all small fries. Your Excellency, these guys are crazy. It's really terrifying. Ning Tianping said emotionally. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, This kind of lucky chance is sufficient to change one's life to bottom-level martial artists. They naturally have to do whatever it takes. Ning Tianping said, Fortunately, This suppression ancient heaven gate has a bone age limit. Otherwise, it would really have nothing to do with us anymore. This suppression ancient heaven gate seemed to be searching for a successor. Hence, the skeletal age was restricted to under 5,000 years old. Those over 5,000 years old, even if they occupied the light circle, they would be rejected too. With Ning Tianping's strength, he was already an outstanding talent among those below 5,000 years old. Hence, him occupying a light circle was virtually a sure thing. Otherwise, once those middle-stage Divine Lord Realm powerhouse took the field, what has it got to do with the others anymore? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's almost time, let's go." Ning Tianping smiled slightly, his figure I plussing out. Yi Yuan followed closely behind and was actually not much slower than Ning Tianping. You all look, there's actually an origin deity who wants to occupy a light ring. Is he courting death? Ha ha ha, truly, there are all kinds of birds once a forest is big. Amen? Hang on, why can an origin deity realm fly? It's really so. I got it. He must have comprehended spatial laws. My G.O.D. truly monstrous. So what? Whoever prevents your father from obtaining the inheritance, your father will take his life. Yi Yuan was seriously too conspicuous among a group of Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, immediately drawing people's attention. Under Ning Tianping's protection, Yi Yuan directly occupied a light circle. Then, Ning Tianping also occupied a light circle in the vicinity. Ning Tianping's strength was too powerful. Few were his match. Brat, get lost for your father. Not long after Yi Yuan landed and occupied a light circle, a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord rushed over towards Yi Yuan domineeringly. Occupying a seat was not the end. One must be able to hold for 100 breaths before they could obtain the suppression ancient Heaven Gates recognition. Yi Yuan laughed coldly, the Junyi sword suddenly attacking. Rumble. That martial artist was directly blasted flying by Yi Yuan with one sword. Originally, everyone felt that Yi Yuan was a soft persimmon, so they were all raring to have a go. This sword of Yi Yuan's stunned everyone at once, making them not dare to make a move without careful consideration. This spirit circle, this Yi wants it. Those who are not convinced, come and fight me. Yi Yuan stood upright with his long sword, unparalleled and domineering. Even though he was just origin deity realm, his aura surged to the sky and actually gave those martial artists tremendous pressure. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. How can this kid be so strong? An origin deity realm could actually overpower a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord with one sword. I heard that there was an origin deity realm who defeated Melody Sun Imperial City's young patriarch Jing Lu a few days back. This must be him. The moment everyone heard, their expressions could not help changing greatly, revealing looks of apprehension towards Yi Yuan. For some time, there were already quite a few people who wanted to beat a retreat and compete for other spirit circles. Everybody attack. He's only one person. I'll see how many people he can block. Suddenly, someone in the crowd fanned the flames. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and looked at that person. That person was none other than precisely Jing Lu. Those martial artists being incited by Jing Lu were indeed moved. An origin deity realm kid also wants to occupy a spirit circle. Dream on. Everybody, attack together. Sure enough, over a dozen first-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouses actually charged over towards Yi Yuan in unison. Occupying a spirit circle, one could not move anymore. Otherwise, precious time of occupying a spirit circle would not be counted anymore. Therefore, every person who occupied one must have the strength that Serpa said people, because they were all living targets. Clearly, Yi Yuan seemed much weaker among them. Seeing this scene, Jing Lu was very pleased with himself in his heart. So what if you can jump realms in battle? I don't believe that you can fight over a dozen Divine Lord powerhouses alone. Offended this young master, and you still want to obtain the inheritance? Dream on. Done talking, Jing Lu raised his long sword and also rushed over toward Yi Yuan. In an instant, Yi Yuan was surrounded by enemies in all directions. He laughed coldly and said with disdain, "Want to bully the weak with numbers? Then you all have to be prepared for death." Regarding Yi Yuan's threat, they naturally did not take it to heart. After all, Yi Yuan was just an origin deity realm. Over 10 of them, they did not believe that they could not force Yi Yuan out. Buzz, those dozen over people were currently arriving swiftly when suddenly, with a series of whooshes, all of them fell down from the air. Misty sword art. Yi Yuan's sword energy came out. Those few powerhouses who rushed in front were all swept by it, their bodies being riddled with wounds by the sword energy. Origin magnetic laws. My G. O. D. How can this kid's means be so many? Spatial laws. Origin magnetic laws. How can this kid comprehend so many obscure laws? Too strong. First layered heaven divine lords are not his match at all. Yi Yuan's methods had astounded everyone. Under the gaze of thousands of divine lord realm powerhouse, he alone swept away over a dozen people. First layered heaven divine lord realm powerhouses did not have the strength to retaliate at all in front of him. This kind of strength was already considered a top powerhouse among first layered heaven divine lords. Such a person naturally had the qualifications to obtain a spot. Who else is still unconvinced? You can all come. This he will receive you all. Yi Yuan stood with his sword brandished, his gaze like a torch, aura imposing. Those powerhouses finally retreated. Q quickly run. This guy is too strong. The martial artists who survived stumbled and crawled away. Jing Liu was suddenly assaulted by the origin magnetic field just now and did a dog-eat H.I. plus T tumble. Fortunately, he charged a little later and was not hit by the sword. Otherwise, he would be a corpse right now. Looking at Yi Yuan's invincible figure, Jing Liu was full of fear and resentment. How could there be such a freakish person in this world? How could someone's talent be even greater than his? Right at this time, Yi Yuan's gaze said through the crowd and cast at him. Jing Liu's entire body turned stiff as if being hit by a paralyzing hex, not daring to move in the slightest. The killing intent in Yi Yuan's eyes was not disguised in the least bit. Clearly, he was genuinely enraged. Finally, all of the powerhouses retreated. Yi Yuan's place became a forbidden place. Even those second-layered heaven divine lord powerhouses were not willing to come and provoke Yi Yuan too. Not that they were afraid of Yi Yuan, but that there were soft persimmons to need. Why should they pick a hard persimmon? All around B.L.O.O.D. Why battles happened repeatedly. Quite a number of young geniuses perished, their Tao disappearing. But Yi Yuan stood proudly. No one dared to come up and provoke anymore. Chapter 16, 60 Starry Sky Treasure Selection. Chapter 16, 60 Starry Sky Treasure Selection. Finally, the fights became fewer and more R.S.E. The spirit circles each fell under someone's owners. H.I. plus P. But those who obtained spirit circles, most of them were third-layered heaven divine lords and second-layered heaven divine lords. The number of first-layered heaven divine lords were very few. After Jing Liu was frightened away by Yi Yuan, he also found a succor and forcefully occupied a spirit circle. 100 breaths of time said, one spirit circle after another emitted traces of dense mist. Suddenly, Yi Yuan felt that a wisp of his divine sense involuntarily broke free of his body, flying toward the suppression ancient heaven gate. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rays of light broke free, flying into the suppression ancient heaven gate. Those martial artists who failed to the spirit circles could only see these people enter to search for treasures off with their eyes with envious looks. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he entered a vast starry sky. Is this the legendary suppression ancient starry sky? Indeed magical. Each star represents a treasure. The brighter the star, it means the more powerful the treasure. Still waiting for what? Come on. Treasure in front. The martial artists all lost composure, taking action one after another, flying over toward those stars. Those slightly darker stars, they did not take fancy on them. They were all aiming for those brightest few stars. It was just that they flew halfway and their figures were unable to advance an inch anymore. Haha, really overestimating their own abilities. How can truly powerful inheritances be what the average person can obtain? Dustless said disdainfully. The soul-suppressing pearl was integrated inside Yi Yuan's divine sense and was also brought inside. Yi Yuan said, "Wonder to which step I can walk to." Dustless stroked his beard and said, with this old man around, you'll naturally get the best." Yi Yuan could not help smiling when he heard it. It was said that this inheritance was left behind by a true G-O-D powerhouse, but the soul-suppressing pearl was a peak Empyrean spirit treasure. Dustless did not take it seriously at all. The means of true G-O-D powerhouses are indeed inconceivable. To actually be able to create such a region of consciousness S-P-A-C. It's just that no idea what the strongest inheritance here is. Yi Yuan said, "The strongest inheritance is naturally not here, but in the depths of the starry sky." Dustless said. Yi Yuan smiled at Ning Tianping and said, "Tianping, let us go and join the fun too." All right. I also want to see where my potential lies." Ning Tianping said with a smile. Finished talking, the two people leaped and headed over toward the vast starry sky. "Dim, in it, just a little bit more, move from me." A second layered heaven divine, Lord Martial Artist struggled until his face reddened to the ears, but his body was unable to advance an inch. But he was only several hundred feet away from a very dazzling star. Right at this time, two figures lightly walked by him, incomparably relaxedly, forming a fierce contrast with him. Ning Tianping saw that that star was very bright and could not resist reaching out to fish it over. That martial artist glared and roared furiously. "That's mine. You're not allowed to S-N-A-T-C-H." Ning Tianping said with an amused look, "Is your name written on it?" That person could not help choking when he heard it, but he was fiercely unwilling to submit in his heart. Comparing people, it was really odious. This region of starry sky, the deeper in, the higher one's talent naturally was. He already used all of his strength to arrive here, but it now seemed like a joke. Ning Tianping carefully sensed it a bit, but his brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "Your Excellency, this is a divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method. It seems to be pretty good." That martial artist's entire body trembled, the unwillingness in his eyes even stronger. "Who knew that?" Yi Yuan said coolly. "Just a divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method. Can only bring one thing out from here. Throw it away." "Oh." Ning Tianping casually threw it very obediently. That star returned to its original spot. That martial artist was utterly stunned by these two people's conversation. This was also too casual, right? That originally thick unwillingness turned into astoundment at this time. Divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method. They did not even take fancy on it. One had to know Divine Tao rank 5 cultivation methods were easily the price of 1 or 2 billion. That martial artist had tears coursing down his face, thinking to himself, "You guys shouldn't toy with people like this. Might as well directly take it away." This was also too hurtful, right? Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping did not stop at all, directly leaving. While that martial artist was still desperately crawling forward, hoping to be able to reach that Divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method. It was just that no matter how hard he strove, he was always lacking that little bit. Several hundred martial artists, everyone had their own goals. But those able to reach rank 5 cultivation methods were originally already scanty few. As for even deeper, they were unable to arrive there at all. Peak rank 5 cultivation method, Crimson Light, 9 Brilliance Divine Art. With this cultivation method, I can cultivate all the way to the peak of the celestial deity realm. In the starry sky, a voice suddenly sounded out loud, seemingly very excited. Not far away, some martial artists cast envious gazes. Indeed worthy of being a genius known to definitely step into celestial deity realm, to actually be able to obtain a peak rank 5 cultivation method. Sigh, the disparity between anyone is too great. Barring no accidents, the cultivation method that Jinglu obtained will probably be the best this time, right? Hearing the sighs of admiration coming from everyone, Jinglu was extremely pleased with himself, because in this starry sky, he walked right at the forefront. Clearly, his talent was the greatest. Melody Sun Imperial City's apex cultivation method could only cultivate to the third-layered heaven celestial deity realm. Therefore, without a special fortuitous encounter, Jinglu's final realm would stop here too. But now it was different. This set of Crimson Light 9 Brilliance Divine Art was sufficient to support him to cultivate to the peak 9th-layered heaven celestial deity, only a step away from the true D realm. Jinglu believed that with his talent, he could absolutely cultivate to the 9th-layered heaven celestial deity realm. Right at this time, two figures came over, seemingly very relaxed. Amidst everyone's amazed stare, Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping strolled over leisurely and arrived beside Jinglu very quickly. Ning Tianping gave Jinglu a glance and said disdainfully, "A mere divine Dao rank 5 cultivation method. Look how excited it made you." Useless. Toward Jinglu, Ning Tianping did not want to have any favorable impression. Seeing him show off, he could not resist giving him a blow. When Jinglu saw these two people, the joy from a moment ago immediately disappeared in a flash. Looking at the two people's appearance, it seemed like they still had the strength to spare, while he was already powerless to move forward. What are you showing off for? The further in front, the greater the resistance. I don't believe that you guys can still advance much. Jinglu said with a cold smile. Oh, is that so? Then let's wait and see. Ning Tianping said with a sneer. Yi Yuan shot Jinglu a glance lightly and said, "Come on, just a frog at the bottom of a well. No need to care about him." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Ning Tianping and continued forward, leaving behind the black-faced Jinglu. Sure enough, the resistance in front became greater and greater. Before long, Ning Tianping was unable to advance anymore. The tremendous resistance made it hard for him to take a single step. "Your Excellency, I can't move anymore," Ning Tianping said. However, he did not have the intention of being unreconciled to it. Ning Tianping knew that for him to be able to walk until here was entirely His Excellency's credit. With his original talent, he was probably not even as good as Jinglu. Yi Yuan glanced around and said with a nod, "All right, you stay here. I'll go further and take a look." Chapter 1661, He Can Do I. 1661, He Can Do. At the end of the starry sky was a stretch of darkness. An unfathomable aura emanated from the darkness. Yi Yuan did not hesitate, directly taking a step out. Entering inside the darkness, a powerful repulsive force hit him head-on, as if going to push his entire person out of the darkness. Walking all the way until now, Dustless did not give him help. He relied on his own strength to arrive here. But his strength was clearly inadequate in front of a true God. A powerful soul force surged out. Yi Yuan felt the pressure on his body suddenly reduce. Since things that entered this place were only wisps of martial artist consciousness, this repulsive force naturally acted on the martial artist consciousness. But the soul-suppressing pearl was too domineering in this regard. Even a true D had to kneel in front of it. Just like that, Yi Yuan slowly moved forward, entering the boundless darkness. It's only because you didn't break through to the Divine Lord realm. Otherwise, there's no need for this old man's help at all, and you'd be able to enter this S.P.C. Dustless said with a smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That true D powerhouse should be looking for a Divine Lord realm successor. That's why he'd do so, right? Most likely, he also didn't think that there's actually an origin deity realm who could walk until here." Dustless nodded and said, "That's natural. Divine Lord realms create a world. That's a true deity realm powerhouse. Before Divine Lord realm, Accurately speaking, one is just a quasi-deity. Hence, he didn't consider origin deity realm martial artists at all. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Pity that I've been unable to open up a world and let him down." Dustless smiled and said, "A true G. Oh, D Powerhouse's inheritance is merely a minor assistance to you. Only true G. Oh, D mystic treasures, these things still have some help to you." While chatting away, a starry sky vortex suddenly appeared ahead, being incomparably bright. This is the true inheritance, right? Yi Yuan took a step out and arrived in front of the starry sky vortex in an instant. However, right at this time, a horrifying aura came from within, making Yi Yuan's expression change drastically. This horrifying aura was extremely powerful, even making Yi Yuan's consciousness almost collapse. A Ma-S Civ figure appeared above that CLUS tur of starry sky, looking down at Yi Yuan with a gloomy, cold gaze. This gaze seemed to be somewhat angry and a little disappointed. That enormous figure said, "I didn't expect that the first one to walk until here is actually just an origin deity realm kid. It really disappoints this seat too much." A gentle force instantly wrapped Yi Yuan up, making Yi Yuan recover to his initial most state. He looked at that Ma-S Civ figure and said coolly, "This suppression ancient Heaven Gate inheritance was left behind by Senior, right?" Yi Yuan's consciousness only trembled for a bit and recovered back to its original state. This made the other party rather surprised. After being slightly surprised, he shook his head and said, "You have some skills, but your talent is too poor. Skeletal age already 500 over years old, and actually still haven't broken through to the Divine Lord realm. You aren't fit to obtain my inheritance." This powerhouse clearly had an extremely high requirement toward the successor's talent. Hence, the moment he laid eyes on Yi Yuan, he denied Yi Yuan's qualifications to become his successor. One had to know, the 500 years old Jing Lu was already almost second-layered Heaven Divine Lord, and he could not even meet his requirements. Even though Yi Yuan walked until here, his realm was too low. He turned his nose up at him too. Yi Yuan was not angry and said with a faint smile, "This he already walked until here. Whether I get the inheritance or not isn't Senior's call." Insolence. The powerhouse was greatly enraged when he heard it. Pointing a finger out, the starry sky changed colors. A majestic and powerful will instantly crushed over toward Yi Yuan. What entered this place was merely a wisp of Yi Yuan's divine sense. The target of that powerhouse's attack was naturally this wisp of divine sense too. However, it was as if Yi Yuan was completely oblivious to it, and did not have the intention of resisting at all. Even though this powerhouse only left behind a trace of remnant thought, he was also a true D-realm powerhouse no matter what. Eradicating an origin deity realm divine sense was too easy. However, when this burst of powerful will arrived in front of Yi Yuan, a terrifying energy vortex suddenly appeared. That powerful will was directly swallowed up by this surge of energy vortex. When the powerhouse saw the situation, his expression changed drastically. Pupils constricting, he said in shock, This is an Empyrean spirit treasure. A true D Powerhouse's knowledge was naturally not what the average martial artist could compare to. This horrifying energy undulation, only an Empyrean spirit treasure could emit it. There was actually an Empyrean spirit treasure on this origin deity realm kid's body. Moreover, it was even an extremely rare soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I wonder if I have the qualifications to be the successor." The powerhouse's expression flickered incessantly. He never dreamed that he would actually be threatened by an origin deity realm kid. No, not threatened. A soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure was simply his nemesis. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, blotting out his existence was simply as easy as turning his hand over. Forget that he was just a wisp of remnant thought currently. Even in his heyday, he was also not an Empyrean spirit treasures match. The powerhouse suddenly looked up at the sky and said with a sigh, "Truly, a tiger landing in a plane? Looks like my M.O. Li Fei's big enmity. It has no luck to be avenged. Kid, do it. Exterminating this seat. You can naturally take away the inheritance." Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. This M.O. Li Fei seemed to have a deep hatred. That was why he would set up the suppression ancient heaven gate here and attempt to find a successor to help him get revenge. "Senior, you misunderstood. Actually, I'm not very interested in your inheritance. I just came in to take a look. If you really need a successor, I have a suitable candidate," Yi Yuan suddenly said. M.O. Li Fei was taken aback when he heard that, and soon after, laughed in spite of himself, and said, "Yeah, you are in possession of a soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure, so why would you take fancy on this seat's inheritance? But who is the suitable candidate that you speak of?" Yi Yuan smiled. "Right in this stretch of starry sky. Senior should be able to sense it, right? He's the closest to this place right now." Who Yi Yuan said was naturally Ning Tianping. M.O. Li Fei's brows furrowed slightly. His remnant thought flitted out, immediately seeing the Ning Tianping, who was currently struggling bitterly. Although his talent is pretty good, he's still a little off from this seat's requirements. M.O. Li Fei shook his head and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior doesn't seem to have a choice now, but I can assure Senior that he's absolutely the most suitable candidate. If Senior has any grievance unrequited, you can entrust it to him. He can definitely help Senior to fulfill your dying wish." Facing an existence like Yi Yuan, M.O. Li Fei completely had no temper at all. Indeed, under this kind of circumstance, Yi Yuan finding a pretty good successor for him was considered giving him a lot of face already. Otherwise, if Yi Yuan wanted to directly eliminate him, he would not be able to resist at all. But M.O. Li Fei still shook his head and said, "You don't know how powerful my enemy is. He might very likely already be an Empyrean powerhouse by now. Even by obtaining all of my legacies, the hope of revenge is also very bleak. He won't be able to shoulder it." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "He can do it, because he has me as a friend." M.O. Li Fei's gaze turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan, being rather surprised. This kid gave him a strange feeling in all aspects. Moreover, for an origin deity realm to be able to own an Empyrean spirit treasure, this in itself was a matter beyond comprehension. Chapter 1662, 3 Lives, Nirvana Seal. 1662, 3 Lives, Nirvana Seal, seemingly making an extremely great resolution. M.O. Li Fei reached his hand out toward the void and beckoned. Ning Tianping was currently desperately trying to reach a star, but all of a sudden, he seemed to be sucked away by a black hole, immediately disappearing. When he appeared again, he was already in front of M.O. Li Fei and Yi Yuan. "Why, Your Excellency, what's going on here?" Ning Tianping said with a baffled look. This existence in front of him gave him an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. That kind of power made even his soul shudder. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This senior feels that you're pretty talented and wants to take you in as a disciple. Hence, he summoned you here." Ning Tianping was dazed and said in surprise, "Take me in as a disciple? Your Excellency, shouldn't it be taking you in as a disciple? He has another teacher and is already not suitable to be my disciple anymore. This seat wants to take you in as a disciple right now. Are you willing?" M.O. Li Fei suddenly said, "Oh, of course I'm willing." Ning Tianping blurted out, "Gotta be joking. A true D powerhouse wanted to take him in as a disciple. This was a great lucky chance. So how could he possibly refuse?" M.O. Li Fei said in a solemn voice, "Obtaining my legacy, you have to take revenge for this seat. Are you willing?" Ning Tianping's gaze turned intent and involuntarily looked over towards Yi Yuan. Only after getting Yi Yuan's affirmation did he nod and say, "Disciple is willing." M.O. Li Fei reached his hand out and beckoned. That starry star vortex turned into several light dots and flew over. "These few things are Master's legacy items," M.O. Li Fei said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan looked over, only to see those few dots of starlight turn into several treasures. A cultivation method, 2 martial techniques, as well as several medicinal pills. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, looking at one of the martial techniques, revealing a look of interest. Mo Li Fei said, "This Starry Night Vast Cloud Art is a peak rank 6 cultivation method. It is sufficient for you to cultivate to become a peak true God. These 2 sets of martial techniques. One of them is called Star Moon Life U0026 Death Sword, and the other is called 3 Lives Nirvana Seal. Especially this 3 Lives Nirvana Seal. It's exceedingly profound and hard to learn. Master only comprehended until the 2nd level seal art back then. This set of seal art is divided into a total of 3 seals. They are respectively Nirvana Seal, Life U0026 Death Seal, and 6 Paths of Reincarnation Seal. Cultivating to the limit, one can sweep across those in the same rank. Jumping realms to battle will be a cinch." Hearing Mo Li Fei's introduction, Ning Tianping was excited until his heart was virtually about to jump out. Although he had not cultivated it yet, the power of these few things, he could completely sense it. Especially this 3 Lives Nirvana Seal. It seemed to even transcend the scope of true God. It could be said to have boundless power. With these few cultivation methods and martial techniques, the tiny little heavenly eagle imperial city was no longer able to constrain him. He was going to spread his wings, soar high, and venture into this outside world. "Senior, this set of 3 Lives Nirvana Seal. Can you borrow this junior to take a look?" Yi Yuan suddenly said. He felt that this martial technique was very extraordinary and was very interested in it. A conflicted look appeared on Mo Li Fei's face, but he still nodded and said, "Take it and see then." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Senior." In front of Ning Tianping, Yi Yuan behaved very humble toward Mo Li Fei. After all, from today onward, Mo Li Fei was Ning Tianping's master. He did not want to let Ning Tianping have any misunderstanding. However, Mo Li Fei was clearly very wary of Yi Yuan. Regarding Yi Yuan's request, he naturally had no reason to not satisfy it. Mo Li Fei reached his hand out and pushed. The 3 Lives Nirvana Seal arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan revealed a curious look, divine sense prying into it, and started inspecting. Mo Li Fei did not pay attention to Yi Yuan and continued saying to Ning Tianping, "Your talent is pretty good, but the cultivation method that you cultivate is a little too low grade. Master will help you refine the cultivation method right now and let you change it to the Starry Night Vast Cloud Art." Ning Tianping said excitedly, "Many thanks, Master." Although Mo Li Fei was a wisp of remnant soul, his means were clearly very powerful. He started to guide Ning Tianping little by little and refined his divine essence anew according to the Starry Night Vast Cloud Arts method. In the process of refining, Mo Li Fei also nodded slightly. This disciple that Yi Yuan recommended, while still barely satisfactory, was indeed a moldable talent. Yi Yuan suddenly felt like he was situated in H-E-L-L, his entire person's life force rapidly dissipating. This is the Nirvana Seal, tempering and advancing, nirvanic rebirth. This set of seal art is so profound. Yi Yuan said emotionally. Yi Yuan immersed in the seal art, reminiscing his previous life and current life, these 1,000 years, and actually had a feeling of great enlightenment. Wasn't his life a life of nirvanic rebirth? How many times of facing despair, and also how many years of relying on his own efforts? Nirvanic rebirth. Amidst this profound divine inscription, Yi Yuan's consciousness became more and more empty and finally resulted in a quiescence. Mo Li Fei was currently guiding Ning Tianping to refine his divine essence when he suddenly felt that Yi Yuan's life force was currently rapidly disappearing. This kid actually wants to forcefully comprehend the Nirvana Seal. He's courting death here. Mo Li Fei turned pale with fright and was about to go and interrupt Yi Yuan's comprehension. "Master, Ning Tianping hurriedly shouted. Amen. Mo Li Fei looked at Ning Tianping doubtfully. Ning Tianping said, Master rest a.s. assured His Excellency won't mess around. His Excellency's talent is hundreds, thousands of times better than mine. Even if the comprehension fails, there won't be any danger to his life, too. Let him be. Mo Li Fei laughed in spite of himself and said, Do you really think that a true D-realm skill is so simple? If it is that simple, don't know how many people in this world can break through to become a true D already. But Ning Tianping said firmly, I don't know about others, but His Excellency definitely can. Spatial laws are known as the supreme laws that are the hardest to comprehend in this world. But His Excellency only used 100 years' time and comprehended 2 layers of heaven. Mo Li Fei's gaze turned sharp, incomparably shocked in his heart. As a true D powerhouse, he was clearer than others how difficult spatial laws were to comprehend. This kid in front of him actually only used 100 years' time and comprehended 2 layers of heaven? Was this a joke? Just as he was in shock, the Yi Yuan who originally already returned to quiescence, his aura suddenly became strong. Suddenly, Yi Yuan abruptly snapped open his eyes and flagrantly fired out a seal. Rumble. The entire region of starry sky started trembling. The stars in the distance suddenly became dim. What happened? Could it be that this stretch of S-P-A-C is going to collapse? Q quickly run. The Divine Lord Realm powerhouses who were still outside choosing treasures. After seeing this scene, each and every one of them was frightened until they turned deathly pale. Once the S-P-A-C collapsed, they would have to be buried inside. Even if it was just a wisp of divine sense, it would cause tremendous damage to their main body too. Wanting to break through in the future would no longer be possible. Mo Li Fei's gaze revealed a panic-stricken look as he said in shock, See comprehended. I spent several thousand years before comprehending this first seal. He only used this short while, and is already at grand completion? Yes, this first seal of the Nirvana seal. Yi Yuan already fully mastered it, cultivating to the realm of grand completion. Chapter 1663 Looking for Abuse. 1663 Looking for Abuse Life and Death Reincarnation. Suddenly an epiphany in one move. This set of seal art was simply tailor-made for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was abnormally high to begin with. Coupled with his MPY journey and setbacks during his life, his experiences were far from what the average person could compare to. This Nirvana seal, he directly comprehended it. When Ning Tianping saw that Yi Yuan had a sudden epiphany, he could not help saying with great joy, Congratulations, Your Excellency. Master, what did I say just now? His Excellency is very impressive, right? Mo Li Fei appeared slightly embarrassed, said as he smiled, extremely shocked in his heart. He even turned his nose up at Yi Yuan earlier, feeling that Yi Yuan's talent was too inferior. Only now did he know how ridiculously wrong he was. This kind of comprehension ability was simply astounding. Hoo-hoo, little friend, Yi Yuan's comprehension ability is truly terrifying. For your master to be able to take in a disciple like you, it's truly a blessing. Mo Li Fei said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I entered the state of sudden epiphany by chance, comprehending the Nirvana seal. You guys carry on. I'll consolidate this set of seal art. Under Mo Li Fei's guidance, Ning Tianping's cultivation method was converted very quickly. When his cultivation method was finished converting, it would also be equivalent to familiarizing with this Starry Night Vast Cloud art cultivation method once. Cultivating in the future would also yield twice the results with half the effort. Master, you said that you're burdened with a deep-seated hatred, but you still haven't told me who your enemy is, Ning Tianping suddenly asked. Mo Li Fei let out a sigh and said, Wait till your strength is sufficient, then Master will naturally tell you. Ning Tianping nodded his head. He also knew that his current strength was too weak, and talking about taking revenge was still too early. Master, this disciple and his excellency will be leaving for the heaven-span mountain right away. Come together with us, Ning Tianping said with a look of antic. 1p. Asian. The pure-minded Ning Tianping felt that Mo Li Fei was very good to him. These few days, quite a bit of teacher-student relations. I plus P was also nurtured between the two. Now, Mo Li Fei already gradually recognized this disciple. Just as Yi Yuan said, this disciple did not disappoint him. But more importantly, it was his faith in Yi Yuan. Hearing Ning Tianping's invitation, Mo Li Fei was rather moved, but he shook his head very soon and said, Master won't be going, you guys go ahead. Yi Yuan seemed to have seen through Mo Li Fei's thoughts, took out a ring, and said, Senior, I have a spirit void ring here. You can shelter yourself inside. The two of your teacher and student have just formed ties. Separating henceforth is too cruel. Moreover, Tianping's cultivation in the future still needs Senior to guide. Mo Li Fei's gaze turned intent, and he said, You actually still have a soul-type mystic treasure. This ring was shockingly a soul-type, divine, Lord mystic treasure too. Although compared to the soul-suppressing pearl, it did not even count as trash. There was still no problem for Mo Li Fei to shelter himself inside. Mo Li Fei was merely a wisp of remnant soul currently, with not much life force left. He left behind numerous contingencies in this suppression ancient heaven gate in order to preserve his remnant soul. But once he left this place, his life force would dissipate rapidly. This spirit void ring was a soul-type, divine, Lord mystic treasure in the purple extreme hall. Either way, Yi Yuan had no use for it, so gifting it to Ning Tianping was just right. The moment Ning Tianping understood the situation, he could not help being overjoyed as he said, Haha, great. Master, we can leave this lousy place. Don't you worry. Disciple will definitely cultivate hard and strive to help Master take revenge soon. Mo Li Fei was agitated in his heart and said with a nod, All right, then I shall shelter myself inside this spirit void ring. He was inexplicably shocked in his heart. The secrets on this kid called Yi Yuan were truly too many. Even though it was just a divine Lord mystic treasure, soul-type divine Lord mystic treasures were exceedingly rare. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually still had a second of such a treasure on him. Above the wilderness outside the suppression ancient heaven gate, the powerful spiritual energy storm gradually dissipated. Jing Lu was in high and vigorous spirits. He obtained the Crimson, Light, 9 Brilliance Divine Art. After coming out and converting his cultivation method, he touched the second-layered Heaven Divine Lord Bottleneck very quickly and actually directly broke through. Indeed, well-deserving of being young Patriarch Jing Lu. This kind of talent is truly rare in the world. It's said that he broke through to first-layered Heaven Divine Lord for less than 50 years, and actually broke through to second-layered Heaven Divine Lord already, obtaining a Divine Tao Peak Rank 5 cultivation method this time. He'll likely become a peerless powerhouse in the future. The people were all sighing with amazement at Jing Lu's talent. The speed of his cultivation was indeed too fast, causing people to marvel and wonder. Right at this time, 2 rays of light shot out of the suppression ancient heaven gate and returned to the spirit circle. It's Master Yi Yuan. I heard that he entered the depths of the starry sky this time. Wonder whether he obtained a divine Tao rank 6 treasure or not. Might not. Rank 6 treasures are very rare. Even if they entered the depths of the starry sky, they might not be able to obtain it either. Quite a number of people were all guessing just what kind of harvest Yi Yuan gained. But Jing Lu's expression turned dark, and he came up to greet them. Yi Yuan, you postured with me previously and looked down on a peak rank 5 cultivation method. I wonder what you obtained? Jing Lu said with a cold smile. Toward this arrogant fellow, Yi Yuan could only be speechless. He just said coolly, What has what I obtained got to do with you? Jing Lu did not get angry either, and said with a smile, Yi Yuan, I want to challenge you. If you lose, I don't want your treasure either. Bring it out for everyone to take a look. Do you dare or not? Jing Lu was certain that Yi Yuan definitely obtained some kind of important treasure and was afraid of displaying it and being coveted by everyone. What he wanted to do right now was to force Yi Yuan to show the treasure and draw everyone's hostility. He did not believe that body was unmoved. Jing Lu's little scheme. How could Yi Yuan not perceive it? He looked at Jing Lu with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You already broke through to become a second-layered heaven divine lord. Challenging me, an origin deity realm, your skin is really thick." With Yi Yuan saying so, there were indeed quite a number of people who gestured and pointed, very disdainful towards his actions. This was a blatant bullying people. However, Jing Lu was clearly long prepared and said with a smile, "You're not an ordinary origin deity realm. Your strength is even stronger than the vast majority of first-layered heaven divine lords. Now, you also obtained a precious treasure in the suppression ancient heaven gate. Jumping another realm to battle is also not impossible. This is also too shameless." Yeah, although we're very curious about what treasure Yi Yuan obtained, this kind of shameless words still makes people perspire in shame. An origin deity realm jumping realms to defeat a first-layered heaven divine lord is already freakish to the extreme. But to further defeat a second-layered heaven divine lord, how is this possible? Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed when he heard it and said, "You really want to know what treasure I obtained?" Jing Lu smiled and said, "That's of course. Not just I think everyone wants to know. I'm merely helping everyone speak their mind." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll grant your Wisconsin H." Plus, the moment Jing Lu heard, he could not help revealing a smile of his trickery succeeding. He did not believe that with his current strength, Yi Yuan could still beat him. "Make your move," Jing Lu said with a confident face. Yi Yuan smiled, the divine essence in his entire body rousing. A mysterious and profound seal condensed and formed very quickly. Sensing that horrifying energy undulation, Jing Lu's expression suddenly changed. Nirvana seal. Yi Yuan injected all of the divine essence in his body and brazenly fired a seal out.